interviews, and conversations on her YouTube channel. She also creates educational and other important content. IX is a Tom Unboxes subscriber and former atheist community of Discord admin who enjoys long walks through evolutionary, biology-inspired computer science, archaeological, academic, biblical criticism, and so on. Jefferson Spatchcock is an atheist inquisitor and intellectual who has particular expertise in thoroughly analyzing and reviewing debates, often from the comfort of his genuine lazy-boy chair. Planet Peterson is a well-known author, educator, science communicator, and debater. Evolution and young Earth creationism are but two of his many specialties. I'm Randolf Richardson. I'm an atheist activist from British Columbia, Canada. I advocate for the equality and normalization of people who don't believe in deities, which entails advocating for fair justice, freedom, and critical thinking. I'm also the founding president of the Canadian Atheists, a national organization that promotes atheism and agnosticism as culturally common aspects of Canadian society. Oh, these pages are stuck together. I'm sorry. Taco, the visionary organizer of the Theist Helpline, is the premier atheist presuppositional apologist, Pope of Evidism, and, according to him, a really bad philosopher. TJump, Tom Jump, is the founder of an atheist church called the Church of the Best Possible World, which is based on his model of objective morality. It has the goal of doing what Abrahamic churches should be doing but are not, helping people by providing affordable housing. Thank you, everybody, for tuning in. Really appreciate you all being here. Planet Peterson, this is your second time on our show. We're really glad that you're part of our official hosting panel now. And for anybody who's interested in learning more about us, our website is at www.theisthelpline.com. And if you take a look at the About section, you will see the links to the various hosts. You can find out more about us through there as well, if you're interested. Also, a special thank you goes to our sponsors. That would be the Politics Discord for providing this wonderful audience to us on this stage, and also the Canadian Atheists for the work that I'm doing for doing some of the organization of this and posting on YouTube. And did anybody have anything new they wanted to add before we started our show?
Well, I did close down the open chat. I had it open before the show started, but we're doing the show and it shows up on people's streams. So I did turn that off. If you want to chat, text chat form, there's a Heathen Hangout channel right above this. Just click that and you'll be able to text with everybody else. Feel free to ping us if you have text questions, that type of thing.
Yes, absolutely. That's where we look at the chat messages, and that is the best place to put it because they will stay there longer as well. Your messages will also be included in the YouTube video this way.
And I do a quick shout out to 3 sources that I think people should avail themselves of. I'm going to mention today stuff from religions.wiki, which is the wiki that was originally built by the atheist community of Discord, atheist community of Austin, which covers in detail a lot of the arguments for and against belief in God and other religious arguments. The Myth Vision podcast YouTube channel is a scholarly resource of hundreds of interviews with some of the top foremost archaeologists, biblical scholars, and other historians covering the history of religion. And the third would be when we talk about other forms of kind of woo-woo spiritual or supernatural beliefs. Rational Wiki is a snarky and not quite as serious resource sometimes, but it's full of incredibly good information on the most part, covering all kinds of beliefs.
I find that if I'm going to look up such as a scientist who's been brought on to one of Dr. Jordan Peterson's shows, if I look them up in Rational Wiki, it usually they're covering the quackery that they're involved in. It's a pretty quick way to make a discernment without having to listen too much to what they're saying. Rational Wiki is a valuable resource. I find actually it does have a lot of articles that do seem serious in it, but you're right, there's a lot of snarkiness in it as well. Those are all great resources. Thank you for sharing those.
Yeah, I quite agree.
Was there anything else?
Basically, the list of figures that Rational Wiki covers is basically the list of Joe Rogan podcast guests as well. It's just like any crazy person that like podcasters will have on their show just because they're crazy, and it like gets them, money. It's tragic that these people are even platformed at all, but people make money off of podcasting with them.
Oh yeah, yeah, and I gotta blow my own horn a little bit here. Somebody wrote an article about me in Conservapedia, conservapedia.org, and it starts off well for the first couple sentences, and then the agenda, the hate-filled agenda, just starts pouring in for the remaining paragraphs. Anyway, welcome, Baked Alaska. Thank you for joining us. We've spoken before on Discord many times. I've always enjoyed our conversations, and I think Taco is definitely familiar with you. Planet Peterson and IX might not be, but what's on your mind today, and how are you doing?
Yeah, likewise. I share the same sentiment, Randolph. You've always been a genuine and what would I say, civil person to talk to. So
Well, thank you very much. Appreciate it. I guess the feeling's mutual.
So I've heard a couple terms thrown around, so I kind of wanted to just start with like maybe we could just start from the beginning and see if we could agree with a couple basic frameworks on how to proceed, and then go from there, right?
That sounds
So
good.
all right. Would you say that some of these different terms like atheism, agnosticism, lack theism, etc., are they basically your fundamental description of reality?
No, these are just terms. Locktheism is a derogatory term. That's how it was originally intended when it was created. So I would tend not to use that term here. The because we don't want to support the derogatory approach on these things, the derogatory attitude. Agnosticism is an agnostic person is generally viewed as somebody who doesn't know whether deity exists, or many agnostics also hold the view that it's not possible to know whether they exist. Notice the emphasis on knowing. Atheism is the absence of belief in any deities, any gods or goddesses. Now, there are many atheists who also hold the position that there absolutely are no deities, there are no gods, there are no goddesses, but the fundamental baseline for it is just not believing in deities.
Sure. I agree with that. But I'm saying what do
Well,
these beliefs pertain to? Do they pertain to like what temperature does water boil, or something deeper like the fundamental nature of reality?
no, these are just specific characteristics of an individual. So they don't prescribe
Pertain
anything.
to
They're not.
pertain to what?
They don't lend into science particularly. There are many atheists and agnostics who are very interested in science, and then there are others who aren't at all.
Right.
They're incidental to these things. So what you're asking about is, I guess, a scientific viewpoint, perhaps.
No,
There
no,
are
no, no,
atheists who believe
no.
in reincarnation and all kinds of spiritual stuff. It's not like a
Is, is,
worldview
is
simpliciter.
is that an aspect? Is reincarnation a fundamental aspect of reality?
According to the people who believe in it, they think it's part of the fundamentals of reality because they believe in something like
Okay.
idealism
Okay.
or mind
Okay.
or spirit
Uh,
exists.
Exactly. That's why I was trying to start with something non-controversial. So I'm a little surprised I'm getting pushback from you guys on this, right?
Yeah.
These are beliefs that pertain to the fundamental nature of reality, right? Like whether there's a deity or there's not, or you don't have knowledge of one or you're not. It's not pertaining to what temperature water boils at, right? It's pertaining to what is the overall fundamental nature of reality. We should be able to agree on that. There's nothing controversial about that. We just have different perspectives or worldviews about that, right? Ours
Okay,
include
so
natural
what do you consider to be the fundamental nature of reality?
God.
God. Okay.
Yeah.
Are you so you obviously are holding the view that God is real. Um, is it only just one God and that's it?
Yeah, it's an ultimate being, right? So by
Okay.
definition, right, he has no
So
peers. He's
just
uncreated.
okay. So just out of curiosity, do you actually this is a serious question too. Uh, what how did you determine that, for yourself at least, that there's only one God and not multiple gods and goddesses that had worked together in tandem to do all of this?
Because it's inherent in what we mean by God. It's inherent in the definition of what God means, right? He's
Okay,
there
but
with
I'm wondering how you determine that there's only one rather than multiple. That
well, it was revealed to us
how was it revealed?
through the same process that if I were to just, like, for example, tell you what my birthday was, would I reveal my birthday to you? Assuming I was telling you the truth.
I think if I asked you your birthday and you told me your birth date and it sounded reasonable, I'm just going to take you at your word.
Yeah, so I revealed to you what my birthday was, right?
Okay, and that actually doesn't clarify whether or not you're telling the truth, but it's not something that I consider really fundamental to not meaning to be insulting here, but I don't consider it to be a fundamental importance to our conversation.
Well,
Um,
you asked me how I knew that, right? And that's how we know things because God reveals them. So if God existed and chose not to make himself known, then we would have no way to know that he existed. But in our world, God revealed himself to us, so we know that he exists. And the evidence of his existence is in everything that exists.
well, he's
Evidence
never
of
revealed
God.
himself to me, and
Okay.
there
Well,
is.
maybe
Yeah, I would say the same thing. So are we liars or what?
you may be rejecting the truth, right? Which is very common. This is biblical. It's all over the
How do
Bible
you
that
reject
as
something that you know?
you could reject truth, right? If I tell you
Yeah.
the truth, do you have to accept it? So you
I
could
don't know if
reject.
you're telling me the truth. If you tell me
uh,
that you're 7 feet tall, I don't have to. If I say, well, I don't believe that, I'm not rejecting the truth because I don't know it.
I,
Real quick, Meg,
I'm
did you just like steal my argument and repurpose it for Christian theism?
no, because I've never heard your argument actually talking.
Yeah,
I'm
because
sorry.
I mean, you're simply rejecting the self evident truth of our shared naturalistic, atheistic reality that's been revealed to all of sound mind through both natural and special revelation in
Okay,
an undeniable
okay,
way. It
okay.
sounds
You
like
could.
you're just like borrowing my argument and flipping it for Christian theism. And
It
I
probably
don't know
sounds
why
like
you would
that.
do that because you
Well, it
already know the
probably.
truth.
Well, I answered your question, but I'll repeat it because it doesn't seem like you comprehended what I was saying. Maybe that's because I did a bad job of describing it. I never heard your argument. Therefore, by definition, I can't be stealing it. What you're probably perceiving is the similarities within our argument and then making the assumption that I took it from you, right? Which is a false assumption. Now, I'd like to go back to what Planet Peterson said. Assume that it's true, right? In our view, God cannot lie, right? He's omnipotent, which means the scope of his power is unlimited, right? But the range of his power is limited, right? He can't do nonsensical or illogical things. And God lying, since he embodies perfect, he's the paradigm of goodness, he can't lie, right? So his range of what he could do is limited to things like not lying or not being able to like just, blast himself out of existence, right? So that's all that is. So operate on the assumption that somebody's telling you the truth. Are they revealing the truth to you? And can you deny that based on your presuppositions about the world or just based on your own infallibility?
Are you asking me to beg the question?
No, you asked why the revelation didn't, how come you didn't receive the revelation? And I'm giving you
That's
what
not
I
at
would
all what I
assume.
said.
Both you and IX, in response to me saying, when Randolph asked, how do I know? And I said, it's because it's been revealed to us. You guys responded by saying, well, it wasn't revealed to us. So what's the explanation for that? And one of the explanations I gave is that you are denying the revelation due to a various set of factors. And I'm not trying to be pejorative. Often it's pride, right? And I was subject to that myself. I was a non-believer for a while. It's pride, it's arrogance, it's the fact that we put our personal autonomy over God. God kind of just drifts into the background. There's all various reasons why you could deny the revelation. But I'm saying, do you accept the fact that because you're fallible, that you could deny a true revelation?
Hello?
Gosh dang it, that
special
looks
and
like the
natural
handiwork of
What just
the,
happened?
the natural and special revelation that you've already received are undeniable. You can only suppress or reject them in your unrighteousness bait. You already know the truth that no gods exist. It's been revealed to all of sound mind.
Right. And I've said you've rejected it. Now, I want to move on to something like
no,
more.
no, 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 no.
Are
Okay,
you confused?
I really.
I answered this question. I want to move on to something more
You
substantive.
haven't answered it though. How do you reject something that you know?
You don't. Well, I gave you the answer, right? You
No, you
either
didn't.
have ulterior motives, right, for rejecting it that override your rationality and what's telling you is true, right? Because you have some other reason where in your mind you've said, this takes precedence over what this person is telling me, right? This happens all the time in our regular lives. You don't need a supernatural event to deny truth, right?
Okay, so
Even
this is
something that you
you're
feel
not you're not
relatively
even you're
certain
not
about.
even close to getting it. Let's say somebody says to me, "Hey, why don't you come over to my house because I'm going to have the most amazing party ever and all of the good people are going to be there." And I say, "No, thanks. I've rejected an invitation to your party." Let's say I was never told about your party. Am I rejecting your party?
You're begging the question, changing the hypothetical. And what I explain and why I know these things and you guys don't is because you guys have rejected the truth for ulterior purposes. Your hypothetical
And how do
was
you know that?
they never
Where,
gave
when
you
did
the.
you gain the ability to read
Listen,
my
I want
mind?
to
And
move
what
on.
gives you access to the truth about an, some sort of cosmic realm that doesn't even
Truth.
exist here
Well,
in the
that's what I want
universe?
to get. That's what I want to get
You
into.
literally have stolen my argument now, Bake. Now
All
you're
right,
using my exact words.
Taco, you've
I've
said
already
this
pointed
3 or
out
4
how
times.
you're rejecting the self-evident truth of our shared naturalistic,
Taco,
atheistic reality that's been revealed to all of sound mind through both natural and special
Taco,
revelation
are
in
you
an
just gonna
undeniable
talk?
way.
Is
You're
this how this is
literally
gonna
stealing
work?
my argument word for
Is
word
this
now,
how you
Bake.
guys are gonna work?
Is
You're
this
gonna
how
dogpile me?
insecure and unfounded your
Are you
position
gonna
is that you
are
have
you
to
gonna let
steal
me
my
talk?
argument word for
All
word?
right, I'm gonna drop off. If you're gonna dogpile me and not let me talk, I'm not gonna just sit here and
I'll
have you
stop
guys stand on me.
dogpiling. I just wanted to let you know you're stealing my argument word for word now.
Okay, you said that 5 times and I've answered you every time. I've never heard your argument before. Okay, I'll listen to it one day.
I do have a question for you, Baked Alaska. You mentioned that there's some ulterior motive we have. What do you think that ulterior motive is? I'm not aware of one.
Pride, arrogance, your own personal autonomy, wanting to avoid accountability.
Do you think?
So somebody does let's say somebody does something like, they see somebody drop a wallet and they're in the park, right? And they notice that no one is going to see that they could just pick up that wallet and put it in their pocket, right? So
Do you
the person who believes in objective morality, right, has a reason to do what's right, right? Because they have an independent, objective reason, knowing that it's good for them to return the wallet. The person who doesn't believe in that and said there is no deity, there is no deity, there is no objective morality, they could sit there and analyze it and just say, the effects of my actions are just what immediately happens. There's no long-term accountability. There's no long-term significance in terms of what happens. It's just the immediate effects. So the immediate effects are I pick up his wallet and I keep his money, and I could come up with a moral justification. Maybe he's wearing nice clothes, hey, he looks 10 times better off than me. I need the money more than he does. Boom, I have a moral justification for keeping his wallet, right?
So, okay, that's I've actually found wallets at least twice in my life, and I
Right?
got them back to the owner, or I took one to the police department, local to police
Right.
department, and they took care of it.
Right.
I didn't take any money from them. That's not so. This is not a characterization of me, and I know many atheists and theists
Of course not.
who would do the same thing.
Of course.
So, but you're saying
Because
one of the
you're borrowing from
characteristics.
our. Go ahead. I'm sorry to
Okay,
interrupt.
one of the characteristics that you mentioned is arrogance. Do you think that I'm arrogant?
Not from my interactions with you at all, no.
Okay, so I think that that's an unfair assumption to blanket post on all atheists,
I didn't
because
post on
I,
that.
I
I,
think the
I
big
didn't.
issue here
I,
is that Baked Alaska borrows our base naturalistic
all
presuppositions,
right,
like
dude.
I
okay,
exist as a mind and the
yeah,
Taco,
universe exists
Taco,
with other
Taco,
minds in it, and
Taco.
so
that there's some
Can you guys
type of
control him?
regularity of nature.
Can you
Taco.
control him?
I was just going to ask Baked Alaska. He was going to say something else to me when I just kind of explained about when I was answering the question, and I just wanted to quickly get back to that. Just you were going to interject about something when I said that I know many theists and atheists who won't steal wallets.
Right, right. So the key thing, and maybe you misheard me or maybe I misspoke. I'm not making a universal claim. Some people do in the sense that your non-belief is, in a sense, a immoral act, right? And so you do lack moral scruples, right? But I'm not taking that position, right? What I'm saying is I'm not making a universal claim and saying that because you're an atheist, you can't live a good life and a moral life, right? I'm actually saying the opposite. What I'm saying is that you're borrowing from our worldview where there is an ultimate good standard, right? And you're just not doing it consciously. Like in your mind, when you were returning that, you had your internal moral code that was telling you to do that, right? But my point was that somebody else, if morals are subjective, their internal code could be there's nothing wrong with what I'm doing. I'm morally justified in doing it,
I agree
right?
with
So,
you. I agree with
okay,
you. Yes,
okay,
and this is what happens in reality. I totally agree. As far as God's moral standard goes, let's consider this. Let's delve into this a bit, since you've mentioned it. And I think this is a good part of the conversation that you're raising here. We'll take a look, for example, at the golden rule, God's golden rule. It's in the Bible, and I have a problem with it. I think that it's very egocentric. It's focused. It's poisoning people to focus on what their preferences are, what their desires are, and to, in a subtle way, kind of impose that on other people. I also find it kind of authoritarian because it's called a golden rule, which is why I've come up with something that I think is better than that, which I call the golden preference, which is to strive to treat others in accordance with their preferences. Like if I take a look at my golden preference, which is not stated as a rule, versus the golden rule from the Bible, mine is not incompatible with heterosexual intimacy and other things, whereas the golden rule from the Bible has a problem with that. Like if a man wants to be treated a certain way, a woman wants to be treated differently in heterosexual intimacy. I think this is pretty obvious. So the golden rule does fall down. It's like it's supposed to be a hard and fast rule. Rules are generally taken literally, for the most part. So the golden rule is problematic. So this morality that's being presented by the Bible, I find it has a lot of problems. It's not as well thought out as many people advertise it to be. I'm wondering what your thoughts are on this.
sure, that's a good question. I don't want to delve like because this is a very complex like topic, and I wanted to get to like what my argument was going to be, but I'll give you a brief like response. I'm sure somebody could correct me who knows more than I do. The way I understand it is that the golden rule is basically a way of extending what was in the Old Testament, which was an eye for an eye, right? So Jesus was teaching love, tolerance, um, love the fellow man, right? And this is what the golden rule, as a general principle, is trying to embody, right? Don't treat other people like they are an ends to a means, right? Or a means to an ends. I'm sorry, I got that backward. Treat them like they are an ends in and of themselves, right? So each person has human dignity that we must value and respect, right? If you value and respect your own human dignity, then you should value and respect others as well. That's it, right? And I understand there's criticisms you could try to find, like, potential counter examples or things like that, but I don't want to get like too deeply into that, right? What I'm trying to just understand is, do you guys think it's fair that we make a worldview comparison and say, since you agreed in the beginning that fundamentally atheism and theism are about the fundamental natures of reality, is it fair to make a worldview comparison and say which of these two worldviews better describe the fundamental nature of reality? And according to certain parameters, if one provides a better explanation and the other one doesn't, assuming all things equal, you should go with the one that provides the better explanation. Do you agree with that?
Sorry, my audio cut out a little bit. I apologize, but in
Yeah, that
summary,
sounds fine.
yeah. Okay, thanks. Go ahead, Peterson.
I have,
Okay.
yeah, I have
So
an important question. So you say we deny the truth that's been revealed to us. So on what grounds do you claim to have access to the content of our minds?
we're looping, right? I was trying to progress to my actual argument. I don't know how long I've been on. I'm sure other people want to get on the stage, right? I'm trying to progress to like the actual argument. So in our worldview, in your view, is there anything beyond the physical? Is there anything in the supernatural realm?
There might be, but I don't know.
Okay, so you have no knowledge about that, so you can't make any truth claims about that. Does anyone else
There
think
That
is
is correct.
actually there is stuff beyond the physical. That would be the mental, for example. The ideas that we come up with, these are abstractions. They're not physical.
Okay,
They're just ideas. Now,
okay, very
our
good.
brains are physical. We process them physically, but they are ideas. The result is a non-physical concept, a concept that
Okay.
is just a concept, an
So
abstraction, so to speak.
how do you get from a non-physical thought to molecules that are in your brain?
It's the other way around.
Do you think that the brain gives rise to your personhood and your consciousness?
There's not a single shred of evidence that suggests otherwise. You can physically alter your mental state. You
That's
cannot
a lack
mentally
of
alter
evidence
your physical
fallacy.
state.
That's a lack of evidence fallacy, number one, right? We don't have
So
evidence
if a
on
worldview, yeah, so earlier when you said something about if a worldview has like supporting evidence or better explains reality or something like that, then we should go with it.
yeah,
So I don't
all
know how
things
many things you
considered.
believe that you have zero evidence for, but that's not how
Well,
I
that
look
was
at the
your
world. If
primary
you're
point.
different, then that's fine. You
There's
can be
there's
different. But
there's
again,
zero
if we're going to
evidence.
go with which one makes better sense, is a better
Yeah,
descriptor of reality, according to
right,
what you were telling us earlier,
right.
the one that has supporting evidence is the one that is best. And it's
Okay.
perfectly fine to remain agnostic about the possibility of the other thing. I'm not telling
Okay.
you it's not the case.
No, no, no.
The other way around.
I
I'm telling you the only thing we have evidence. Yeah, I'm literally still talking. I'm telling you the only thing we have evidence for is the other thing.
no,
And
no,
if you
there's no
have
evidence
evidence
for
that
that at
mental
all.
states can
There's no
cause
evidence
physical
for
changes, then
what
go ahead and share with us what that evidence is.
okay, but share with me what theory of the mind we have that shows that molecules give rise to non-physical thoughts. What
Um, I
evidence do
don't
you have?
I don't have a definition of it, but literally take a psychotropic substance and watch your mental experience with the world change.
That's correlate. You're confusing correlation with causation. No scientist says that we have a physical theory that explains how molecules give rise to consciousness, right? Neuroscientists have been working on this for a long time, and there's not one theory that does that. So there's no evidence, right, that's in favor of your proposition. So that's why I brought up the
That's
lack of
absolutely
evidence.
false. Like literally beginning with Phineas Gage, we started to understand that a person's conscious experience with the world is if you change the brain, changes in brain states cause changes in mental states. We've known that for a very, very long time.
That's correlation with causation, okay? So there could be a
Literally,
substance,
if anything is
right?
true, it's going to correlate and lead to a cause. And a lot of people in science, if TJump were here, he would jump down your throat right now and be like, no, it's philosophy of science has nothing to do with correlation equals or he says
I'd be quaking
nothing,
in my
causation is not part of science, so on and so forth. I don't really
I'm
know
so
his script for
I'm
that,
so
but
glad he's not here. But there's
it's not very
no
Christian of you. It's not very golden rule of you.
You would
actually
say the
what?
law of causation is a
Okay.
Christian apologist made up law.
Can
That's
you
what he would
observe
say.
can you observe causation?
I would say yes, but you could Philbro talk
No.
that point into oblivion, I suppose. But
No.
I
Yeah. It's established by atheist philosophers. You cannot observe causation, right? You see you see event A happening, and then you see event B happening. You cannot observe causation itself happening, right? So
so yeah, then your criticism about my thing about changes in brain states causing changes in mental states was not a unique criticism. This is a universal problem that we have.
it is a universe. So let me ask you this:
Okay, well, there's no point in talking about
because
anything. What
is
causes what?
because
We have no idea. That's just correlation equals
no, in
causation.
our worldview, no. We're doing a worldview comparison, remember? In our worldview, God is the basis and for these transcendental properties of reality that you can't give an account for, right?
So
So
there's nothing wrong with what I said then.
there is because you lack any
Is
basis
it
for
false
evidence.
that changes in brain states cause changes in mental states?
It's a non-established claim.
Is it false that changes in brain states cause changes in mental states?
It's not true. It's not proven to be true in any respect. There's no evidence for it.
Even you don't believe that?
Yeah,
Okay,
because
that's interesting. It's also
yeah,
false, but whatever.
it's not false. It's not false.
It
So
literally is. You can
it is. You're
physically alter the
assuming.
brain and it results in
Let me
changes
explain to
in
you
mental
why.
experiences,
How do you
conscious
know anything?
experiences.
How do you know anything about our brain state?
PET scans, CT scans, things
And
like
where do
that.
you get that? Where do you get that from?
Uh,
Your
those
observations.
are
Your
those are
observations,
called
right?
machines.
Right. And what did the machines give you of data that your sensory processes like interpret? And
Exactly.
okay, so what is
This
that based on?
the same way your God
So,
apparently makes you aware of it through your
just
sensory experiences.
stay with me, and then I'll let you retort.
I'm 10
What
steps
gives
ahead of you.
Okay, so what gives rise to your sensory experiences?
It's an emergent property from brain states.
No, your consciousness. So everything you know about the
That's
world
what I yeah,
begins
that's what you said.
everything right, everything you know about the world begins with your consciousness, right? Everything else is derivative of that. And then what you're doing is saying, "No, this thing over there that we're calling our brain state, that's causing our consciousness." That's
Yeah,
you have
obviously.
no way of
Everything we
ever
know about our conscious experience comes down to that.
you're just making an assertion, right? You're
No, it's
taking
based
you're
on
no, 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 no.
evidence.
You're taking no, the evidence is that the only thing that you know for certain is your conscious experience. And then what you're doing is
Sure.
deriving things from that, right? Like that chair over there, that's the basis of our conscious experience. Your only awareness of that chair is your conscious experience, right? So you're putting the cart before the horse.
No,
Okay?
can a person no, this there is no other choice. Do, in what other way does a human being interact with reality?
Okay. Okay. Can you make sense of your
In
cognitive
what other way does a human being interact with reality?
in my worldview, it's grounded and we have an
I didn't
explanation
ask you what
for
it's
God.
grounded in. I asked you, and I'll ask it again. That's fine.
I just
In
gave you
what
the answer
other ways does a human being interact with reality?
through the laws of logic, right? Through our
No.
cognitive
In
function.
what other ways do it
No.
through the laws of logic?
Yeah. You need to interpret your sensory data, right? You need to make sense even to
And
other
how do you
sense
do that?
using your cognitive functions and sensory data.
So through your conscious experience.
Correct. And in
So
our
there
world,
is no other so there
have
is no other way you can interact with this universe other than through your conscious experience.
exactly. And you have no
Thank you, because you said otherwise a little bit ago.
No, you have no other you have no basis for explaining what that is. You just say it emerges from our brain states, right?
I'm sorry.
Emerging.
Do you have some sort of other way of experiencing this reality except your conscious experience?
Yeah, we have a yeah, our explanation is that our minds were made in God's image.
I didn't ask
God
you
is
for an
the source.
explanation. I asked you how you engage with that. How do you experience that?
I already answered that. We are conscious personal beings,
So
right?
you
That have
don't have
self.
something other than a conscious experience.
Are you not understanding like what I'm
I'm
saying?
completely understanding. You said, "Well, you don't have anything." You say it's just all the conscious
I'm
experience. Oh,
saying
you have access
no,
to
no,
something else?
I understand what
Yeah,
I'm
I do. And how do you access it? Through my conscious experience.
right,
So
but
congratulations.
in your worldview, you can't account for it. I can. We have a
Yes, I
metaphysical.
already have. And all of
No,
the evidence we have suggests that
okay.
changes in brain
So,
states produce changes in mental states.
okay, so changes in the radio produces changes in the music that you hear. Does that mean that the radio is the music?
Yep. Okay, let's just doubt literally every single thing we know about our physical
No.
reality.
Please answer
Congratulations
the
on
question.
your idiotic worldview
I
that you've
make
just blown up.
all right, so now you're doing ad homs. I'm asking
No,
you a
it's
question.
not an ad hom
If
attack. This is
if
a stupid, pointless way to
it is,
exist.
it's an
I'm just
insult.
going to assume that
Called me an
you're
idiot.
the
Called me an
I'm just
idiot
gonna
for
assume
no
that I'm
reason.
talking to AI here. You're not a person because, I say things,
All
there's a
right,
call
so
and
you're
response,
exposing
but all
yourself.
that establishes is correlation. For all I
Right.
know, the next thing you're gonna say is
No, I gave you a very
no,
basic
not no.
example of a radio, right? If I take a radio and I smash the radio, am I destroying music or am I destroying the receptor of the music? Give a yes
The
or no answer. Don't dodge. Give a yes or no answer.
Well, see, you asked a horrible question because the idea
All
of
right, so
destroying
you're gonna
music
do
is
the dodge.
a
You're gonna
completely
do the
stupid
dodge, right?
concept.
It's a stupid concept. How do you listen
Yes,
to
you're not
music?
good at asking loaded
Through
questions.
receptor. It's not loaded. Do you listen
Yes,
through
it
music
is.
through a radio?
Answer my question, yes or no, because
Yeah. Do you
I've
listen to
already
music?
decided how I'm gonna steer you
All
this
right.
way or that way based on your
All right.
answer. But
All
then
right.
you
Cool.
said destroyed
Dude,
music, as if
there's a
destroying
substrate.
music can even
Okay.
possibly make any sense.
Let me explain it to you where like somebody at a lower level of intelligence can understand it. If you have a substrate, which you're saying is the brain, right? And that gives rise to this other phenomenon, which you're just saying it emerges from this substrate, right? You could say the same thing with the radio. There's a physical object called a radio. When tuned to a certain frequency, it gives rise to music. Your
No, it
argument is,
receives music. It doesn't produce music.
I didn't
It
say it
rec
produces. I
Yes, you
said
did.
it
That's
gives
literally what you
rise.
said.
No, I literally said arise. You're not listening.
Yes, I
I
am.
said,
That's how I
no,
know you said that the radio makes music. It
I said
receives other
arise.
signals.
I said arise. Music arises from the radio, meaning if you tune it to a certain frequency, the correct frequency, you will hear music coming out of the radio, right?
Sure
Now, if I
thing.
damage the radio, am I damaging music? No, right? Just
Yeah,
because
because
there's a
we know that
correlation
that
between
music comes from
functioning.
electromagnetic waves that are out there in the universe. If I
So
destroy my brain, my
it's not
conscious
radio.
experience ceases, and you have no grounds to say otherwise. Your conscious experience keeps
Okay.
going. So does Tacos. So does
Okay.
Randolph's.
So can you be uttering these propositions without the laws of logic?
Can I be uttering these propositions without the laws of logic?
Yes. Can you be forming sentences without the laws of logic?
Um, they're kind of one and the same because logic is just the way we describe the way we use language and grammar.
Oh, so you're not
Okay, give
answering my
me a
question.
non-linguistic logical
Can you
statement.
make truth claims without relying on the law of identity and the law of non-contradiction?
That's just the way language works. They're one and the
Okay,
same.
so it just is the way
If
it
it's
is.
not the case, give a
So God just
non-linguistic
is.
logical statement.
Okay, so God just is because God is.
So what I said was give a non-linguistic logical statement.
What?
That's what I thought. On what grounds do you claim to have access to the content of my mind?
I don't need access to the content of your mind.
So
I
then
never
when
said
you
that.
said
That's a straw man.
when you said that you somehow know that I know God exists, that was bullshit.
No, I gave a general answer about revelation. Okay, I said
How
nothing
do you know the
specific.
content of my mind then? You claim that you know it's revealed to me. How do you know?
This is the general answer about how we know anything.
And
It's
you can't
logically.
justify it.
Yeah, I justify it through logic, unless it's. I gave you the
Yeah, on what
explanation.
grounds do you have access to the
Unless
content of
something,
my
can you
mind?
know something that's not revealed to you? Could you know
What's
my
that?
birthday if I don't tell you my birthday, right? And you don't do any sort of independent research to figure it out.
Yeah, I don't know your birthday. And
Yeah,
if God
so it
hasn't
has to
revealed to
do.
me, then I
It
don't
has.
know it. But you're claiming that
Yeah.
that's not how it
So now
works. So how do you know the content of my mind?
you're back to the straw man. Can
How do
you
you know the
explain to
content of
me,
my mind?
can you make a truth claim without relying on the laws of logic?
I promise I'll answer whatever question you have after you answer the question, how do you have access to the content of my mind?
I've answered. See, you have a problem with listening. I said
And
I
you have a
don't.
problem with answering, how do you have access to the content of my
Okay,
mind?
for the 7th or 8th time, I don't have access to your consciousness. Do you want me
Great.
to keep saying
So,
that
on
over
what
and over again?
grounds do you
Wait, do you wanna
claim
ask
that
me
I
that again?
know God exists?
Wait, do you
Because you
wanna ask me
don't know
that
the
for a 9th
content
or
of
10th
my
time?
mind.
Do you wanna
So
ask
you
me that
don't
for a
know
9th
the
or 10th
content of
time?
my mind, so you don't
Okay,
know what
so
I'm thinking, so you don't know
I'm
what I
give you.
believe and what I know. So your
Right, so
earlier claim is bullshit.
okay, how do you know that you have access to the content of your mind?
That would be circular or recursive. The only thing I
No.
have
Why?
access to is a conscious experience.
Okay, how do you know it's not a delusion?
I don't. It's
Okay, so you don't.
presupposed.
So right, so
Yeah,
you're
it's
right,
presupposed.
exactly. So we both have metaphysical presuppositions, and I'm asking which ones better explain the reality of the world that we experience, right? So one of the realities of the world is that in order to make truth claims and propositions, you have to rely on the law of logic, right? You need the law of identity. You need a way of having intelligibility, right?
That's
So you
just
need to be
literally
able.
how grammar works.
Okay, you're making some sort of semantic argument. This is a philosophical debate that we're having. Okay. So I would like an explanation from you ontologically because they're not physical laws. What are the laws of logic?
For the third or fourth time, it's literally just the way language works.
So it just is the way it is.
Methodologies.
Okay,
Yeah, basically.
what if somebody can't speak? Can they use their cognitive functions to arrive at mathematical truths?
Probably, yeah.
Okay, so get rid of what you just said because it has nothing to do with what you just said.
So
So
we
how
can't think in the same terms in which we use language.
if it's a mathematical proposition, what are they based on?
Geez, are numbers abstract symbols in the same way that letters are abstract symbols? Yes?
No, because letters are
No?
in their.
Okay. This guy's not
No.
serious. I'm gonna go make a bowl of cereal.
Okay, because he
I'm
disagrees
taking my
with you.
headphones off. I literally can't hear you. So we've also been doing this for 30 or about 40 minutes. So it was
Notice,
fun though.
yeah, notice how he ran away
What's up,
when
princess?
you left.
No, you haven't answered a single question. You contradicted
I
yourself
answered
multiple
every
times, and
single
everything
question.
you argued for
Dude,
fell apart when you admitted that you don't have access to
I
the
asked
content
you
of our
what is the
minds. Instead
ontology
of
of
being
the
a
laws
cheeky
of
little
logic.
CUNT, why don't you just take
All
the
right, go
L?
run away, go make your Cheerios, go run away. Now, the point is that you cannot give any basis for what the laws of logic are, right? Because they're not
Anybody
physical, they're
else want
not
to
computer.
engage with bait because Planet walked away and
Well, I just wanted to know. I know the Abrahamic God exists. I wanted to know if your Abrahamic God was the one that was revealed, because then we have a contradiction. You know they exist, and I know they don't.
Yeah, we've already covered this, Amy, before you joined. You could be denying the revelation. In fact, this is the common conundrum, right? And this
Right.
is why we're trying to engage with you guys, because if we have fallacies in our reasoning, we want you to
I
point
use
them out.
incoherent language again.
But you
What
could also
unfortunately
be.
what we experience are tactics like the dodge, like the the non sequiturs, the fallacies,
But can I
right?
ask you, Baked? It could be just a delusion that you think it was revealed to you, right?
Not in the world in which God exists. God doesn't lie.
I don't see how that follows. So
Well, because in our world, God is a perfect being, right, who doesn't lie and has revealed himself in
sure, but that doesn't.
an undeniable self-authenticating way, right? So when something is undeniable and self-authenticating, you can't deny it, right? So if I were to give you a proof that 2 + 2 = 4, a mathematical proof, and then you just said, well, I'm agnostic about that. Does that make any sense?
It
No,
doesn't.
right?
But for example, you said a perfect being. Think a perfect being doesn't exist. There's no reason, at least, to believe so. And so the fact that you're saying it's undeniable and we can deny it makes me think this being doesn't exist.
Okay, well, I'll
And he
offer you
doesn't
a
know
short.
what's in our minds, so he can't back up his claim.
That's
Yeah,
the contradictory language that I was pointing out,
nobody
because
knows,
he
nobody knows
realized after he said
who,
that it was
who,
that we were denying it, he realized that I had pointed out
who-
earlier that a revelation would be undeniable. You could only suppress it or reject it in your unrighteousness, like Baked is currently doing with our worldview, right?
yeah,
And the
yeah.
other thing that he said that was really discouraging there was that never mind, I'm sorry. I'll let Amy take back over. I don't want to take 10
No,
minutes.
you can talk up.
He claims we all know, but he can't prove that we know because he admits he doesn't have access to the contents of our minds.
I was
Yeah,
gonna
and
say.
if you could apply the same logic, and then we would have absurdity because we could know nothing, right? Because you don't have access to anything other than your own consciousness. So it's really a dumb argument to just rely on that. I was giving a general explanation for how there could be revelation, and yet some of you were saying, now some of you could be actively, honestly seeking God. And I think if you pray and if you keep an open heart and an open mind, you will find him, right? God wants to be your friend,
You
right?
know,
Well,
So
I think
that's
I
our
think
position.
I think if I'm
I'm
going to
just
be
giving you
seeking
a
a deity,
general answer.
I
I'm
think if
giving
I'm
you a
going to be
general
seeking,
answer.
if I
I'm
was to
just
be
giving you,
seeking a deity, I'd be seeking a goddess, not a god. Just want to put that out there.
and
all right.
again, if it was the Bible God, I would be wanting to seek them out, but it would be to get justice. I'd want to
Okay.
bring this God either to some sort of death penalty or some sort of life imprisonment to where this God
Amy,
would not hurt anyone else.
Amy, I want to get back to something you said earlier, right?
Hmm.
You said that we couldn't demonstrate that God exists, right? Do you think
Yes.
God, by definition, do you think God is contingent on anything else, or do you think he grounds all being and everything is contingent on God?
No, by definition, I think they are a contingent being. I think if we did not exist and our books would not exist, I think this God would not exist. I think you have to almost define them existence for them to be real.
Okay, so you're saying that God is contingent on something else creating God. Is that what you're saying?
Yes, I'm saying that when theists say that God is a creator, when they say he's all powerful, all perfect, all these other omnis, they're making this up. They have no reason for this. The only revelation they've ever had is in their own mind.
No, no, no. They're not making it up. These are derivative of God's nature. What I'm asking you
Your
is,
nature,
when you
sure.
define in our worldview, right?
Mm.
God is the ultimate being that is uncaused and that which lacks any contingency because he grounds everything else. There's the creator creation distinction, right? So everything that is not God, right, is separated from God. God grounds everything that's not him, right?
In your
So
worldview,
there's two
sure.
right in our world, right? In actually philosophy itself, right?
Well, sure.
So
Well,
this
I
is
mean, we created
this is
God, so
okay.
technically the
That's
creator
that's your
creation separation
that's
would
your
be
worldview. Sure, sure, sure.
yes.
So
But
Amy made a good point earlier. You
in
kind of bypassed, but
I'll get
if
back to you,
if
Taco. Taco,
the
I'll get back to you.
delusion
I want to get
was
back.
just delusion and not actually your worldview being correct, then your claim that your worldview or appealing to your worldview would not have been a appropriate response to the
We agreed,
delusion question, right? And so
Taco,
you're
Taco,
still
we agreed
stuck in
at
a
the beginning.
conundrum being unable to distinguish
No,
reality from your imagination.
no, I said that it's self authenticating, right? And self revealing.
I mean, that's
So
Windows.
that's number one.
Right, but
Number
that can just be
two,
delusion, right? Because everybody knows no gods exist. The self-evident truth of our shared
okay, so then
naturalistic,
everything is a delusion. Is
atheistic
that what your argument is?
reality has been revealed to all of sound mind through both
Okay,
natural and
is that what
special
your argument
revelation in
is?
an undeniable way.
Your
And you're
argument-
currently
okay.
rejecting that in your unrighteousness.
Okay.
And
Is
I'm
your
pointing
argument
that
that
out to
everything-
you because it's
Dude.
very unrighteous, sir.
Okay. All right, great. You've said this multiple times. I've answered it. Now I'd like to go back to Amy's argument. So Amy, God lacks contingency, right? So whether he exists or he doesn't exist is not going to be based on some contingent factor, right? It's not going to be because something
Under your
caused
worldview, sure.
right.
Based on whether he consists of energy or not, right? Does he consist of energy?
In the consensus of philosophy, we could look it up in the Stanford Encyclopedia of Philosophy if you want, okay? There's some fringe views about it, but the consensus is that is the general accepted definition, right?
Does it consist of energy?
Okay. Can I respond to Amy Taco without the interruptions? Because I get distracted easily.
You're talking about existence, that would mean consisting of
Okay.
energy, right? So does it consist of energy?
I'd like to respond without the interruption and getting dogpiled, right? So, Amy, if God existed, it wouldn't be for some contingent thing that brought him into being, right? Likewise, if he didn't exist, it wouldn't be for some contingent factor, right? He lacks contingency. So it wouldn't be because,
Under your worldview, sure.
okay, and again, under the way it's commonly understood in philosophy, right? In Western philosophy,
Well,
at least.
that's not true. Not all philosophers are theists.
I'm talking about the way even atheist philosophers adopt these definitions.
Yeah,
Right?
the omni-god, I call that the modern theism or the neo-theism.
Let's just move
type of creator being.
just move past this initial little like rope up that we're in. Okay, I want to get to the heart of the argument. So, premise one is God is either going to be logically necessary or it's going to be impossible for a being like God to exist. Right?
Sure, I
Because
reject premise one.
you reject that? Okay.
Yes.
Well, he lacks contingency, so that's out of the equation. So the only thing that's left is logical necessity, or it's going to be impossible for God to exist. Premise two is it's not impossible. There's no contradiction. There's no incoherency. The conclusion, therefore, is God exists. There's no other possibility.
I mean, the contradiction would be just our creation. We can't create ourselves. Like, we can't be created by the thing we made.
All you're doing is quarreling with the definition of what God is, right? You're taking this
I'm open-minded.
Yeah, you're taking this fringe view that's not accepted even by the leading atheist philosophers, right?
You ever heard of Odin or Thor?
Yeah, those were finite beings.
They had a word for them back then.
Yeah, and they were.
And now.
Exactly, and they were not what we define God to be now. This is why I'm talking about thousands of years of philosophy, right?
This is why I call it the neo-theism, the new theism.
Yeah, if you actually read the Old Testament, God walks around, Abraham washes his feet. The ancient Hebrews had no concept of this magical omni being that that has all these properties that were sculpted slowly over millennia.
But they used transcendental arguments because they realized that there were natures of reality.
So let's follow your argument to its logical conclusion. So you're saying that God exists. So that means it consists of energy, right?
No, there's the essence of God. It doesn't. It's not.
So existing would mean that it consists of energy.
No.
And God does not exist, which is a contradiction in your argument. So that would be impossible that it exists.
There are the energies, which are the movements of God, and there is the essence of God. Okay, that's all that is. Energy.
Incoherent language. Your God either consists of energy and exists, or doesn't consist of energy because it doesn't exist.
No, energy. If you're using undefined terms, okay.
No, I'm not. You're using incoherent language, and I'm responding.
Isn't undefined.
Actual terms that are used.
I'm not going to be greedy. I would like
all sorts of fields.
Can I invite somebody else up on the stage?
No, we don't do
No.
that. That never works out very well.
You're going to say your God consists of
Yeah,
energy
I'm
and
gonna-
it exists, or you're going to say your God doesn't consist of energy and it
I'm
doesn't
gonna
exist,
drop off.
or you're going to drop
gonna
off the
drop off.
stage. All right, bye.
I don't want to take up the whole show. You guys.
How dishonest.
Mercy.
So just hang on. So thank you, Baked Alaska, for joining us. Yeah, it did go on for a bit long. That's true. The Planet Peterson, there was a question from our audience. Someone's asking what kind of cereal, and hoping that it's Cinnamon Toast Crunch that you're making.
It was corn checks.
Corn
So,
checks. So Ridley,
about
Ridley
as
asked
boring
that
as you can get. The only thing more boring would have been shredded wheat.
It was Ridley asking. Thank you, Ridley, for the question. It was nice to get a break from things. So, okay. So I guess the presuppositional apologetics was copied from the natural reality of without a deity. That's quite interesting. And
Bro,
Taco, you've raised this
literally
before.
stole my argument. He, in the middle of the conversation, when I pointed out how what he was saying was incoherent, bro literally changed from denying the revelation to rejecting the revelation because of what I said. And then at the tail end of the argument, he went back to denying because this is how bad he is at this line of argumentation. He used a contrary, and then he literally said that it's revelation and you can't deny it, so you're denying it. He's not even giving a qualifier like of sound mind or anything. Like he destroyed his own position right there. Right there, that line, I'll highlight it and clip it later. That line is where he defeated his own worldview. And the worldview thing, oh, fuck. That's a coherency, a battle of coherency. Why would you engage in that if you're not like primarily a coherentist? That's absolutely nonsensical. He's trying to say that you have to have a coherent worldview to operate. No, nobody operates with like a coherent world. Like his God thing doesn't apply to him. Like opening up a can of juice, right? I mean, you could do that, right? I do that with atheist presuppositional apologetics and provide a more coherent worldview and also drop them into evidence. But if you're a normal person and you're not some online weirdo like me, you should not engage in that because you are probably not a coherentist.
We've had precepts claim to be coherentists before, which is kind of funny.
Yeah. Wow. So defeating one's own argument, that's when I find when people get thick into the weeds of their ideologies, it's easier for them, it seems, to contradict themselves and make mistakes. But let's move on. We've got another guest here. Welcome, BrendaDebates. Thank you for joining us. How are you today, and what's on your mind?
I'm okay, and I came up to ask Planet Peterson. Number one, I follow you I sub to you on YouTube. The Planet Peterson, people might not know, he has another channel devoted to leather porn. That's one way to put it, isn't it? Notebook porn. Notebook
Okay,
porn.
so just please stop
And-
for a moment, Brenda. Planet Peterson. Sorry. Stop. Planet Peterson, did you want to continue with this guest, or should we move on?
Obviously not.
What?
I have no idea what they're trying to make up.
So I know who
It's-
Brenda is. Brenda's a smart person. I'm not
Brenda's
quite
a
sure what
legit
Brenda's
person.
getting at though.
I
It's
think
a
Brenda's telling a joke.
Just relax. Just
It was a joke.
relax.
Yeah.
Yes,
Hey,
he
how are
has.
you doing, Brenda?
He talked. I'm doing great. He talks a great deal about notebooks and taking notes. That's what I was talking about. And he has
I
very
literally
expensive
don't.
leather bound notebooks, which I'm calling that notebook porn. The way IT people call
None
cable
of this is
management
true.
cable porn.
Or
you have a
it's,
question?
not, it's also not funny.
Yes,
This is
I
the
do.
weirdest
Yes,
joke
I
I've
do.
ever heard.
Okay,
I
we'll
have,
move on
I
from
have
the joke.
literally one YouTube channel called Planet Peterson, so I don't know
Yes.
what's going on.
And you have.
Let's get to
and
the
you
topic
also-
at hand, then, Brenda.
How do you go about taking notes for your leather bound notebooks? What's the procedure?
I don't know what's going on here.
You
Yeah,
have.
Brenda. Brenda, what
What?
was it that? Is this all you wanted to talk about?
Yeah, I
Like,
wanted
Brenda's
to ask if I wanted to ask about it's about self-study. Planet Peterson, I'm almost certain takes notes and he has them in
Okay, so yeah,
well-portioned notebooks.
all right.
And he
So
goes into it, and I was
okay,
asking him.
Brenda, take your
Oh,
lithium.
Brenda,
Goodbye.
I have no doubt that Planet Peterson takes notes when he's studying. I have no doubts about that. That's a normal thing for people to do. Did you have a question? I guess she doesn't. Oh well.
Hey, Brenda, thank you for coming up.
We're thinking
That's funny.
We're gonna go ahead and move on. Thank you, Brenda.
Well, I wanted to kind of play with that troll a little bit, but I guess she couldn't handle it. Hello, JohnFortnite. Thank you for
Troll.
joining us. How are you today, and what's on your mind?
I'm great, thanks. I would just like maybe you can give me some sort of argument for why atheism is a good maybe framework opposed to
Okay,
theism.
I normally
Not a framework.
wouldn't entertain this, but I'll tell you,
Sorry,
atheism is not a framework. It's just a characteristic of a person that we don't believe in any gods or goddesses. So I guess if I was to promote something, I would say that there is an inherent freedom in it because there are no restrictions, there's no rules, there's no edicts, there's no commandments or anything like that. So I guess we could go with why freedom is a good framework. Did you want to follow down this path?
Sure. I mean, I could explain why I called atheism a framework, though. I mean,
Okay, so you understand.
provide,
I'll just tell you first of all, atheism just means we don't believe in any gods or goddesses. So if you want to go ahead and explain how you think it's a framework, go ahead. But keep in mind that this is how we understand atheism and how most of the world does as well.
Sure, yeah, but I mean, maybe I'm uninformed completely, but I believe it does provide some sort of intellectual foundation. I believe it does provide you an understanding of the universe, evoking any you said it yourself, any gods or supernatural explanations. So that's one way it can be a framework. Also, it does provide you an ethical or moral basis for the things you do and the things you believe. Also, some sort of community aspects, because I've seen servers and communities of atheists. There's also I guess maybe some political and social advocacy that comes with atheism and all these things. Maybe that just comes with it, doesn't mean it actually is a framework, but I believe if we look at it all encompassingly, it does look like a framework to me at least.
Okay, so what you're seeing is the actions and the activities of various atheists. The reason I get involved politically as an atheist is because I'm noticing discrimination against atheists. Like, for example, here in Canada, more than a decade ago, I joined a plebiscite that someone else had started to remove laws from our criminal code that prohibited blasphemous libel. And so we were successful. It got its 3 readings through our House of Commons and got royal assent and that got removed from the criminal code of our laws. And so this was a good thing. So this is the kind of involvement I have. But none of this stuff says anything about atheism being an ideology. What you're doing is you're looking at what atheists are doing and you're saying, aha, because a lot of them are doing the same thing, it must be an ideology. There's no ideology. There's no book that we all follow. As far as the intellectual aspect goes, my argument is that less of intellectuality, in fact, no intellectual effort is required to be an atheist, whereas to be a theist, there is a minimal amount of intellectual acumen required for that. Because in order to be a theist, you must first have a belief in some kind of god or goddess or deities. And in order to have that kind of belief, one must first have a concept of what that is, even if it's only a partial concept. With atheism, there is no such requirement. So the theist demographic is actually the one that has the higher intellectual requirement than atheism. Does that make sense?
Yeah, I can agree with that. Yeah. There's also something else, though, because I'm not fully a theist or an atheist, I'm more of an agnostic. I just have like a few questions about maybe some problems that may be in atheism and how you guys solve that.
Sorry, that
Right,
came
sorry,
across.
I say
I'm
problems.
sorry. I'm sorry. I got to stop you. That came across as incoherent. You say you're not a theist or an atheist. That's actually dichotomous. So, do you not believe in
Okay.
deities, or do you have a belief in at least one?
You could be an agnostic,
Hang
actually.
on. No, I'm dealing with this. So, are you believing? Do you believe that there's a god or a goddess, or you don't?
No, I'm open to the belief, but I just haven't provided any
Open is
substantial
fine,
evidence
but
that
if
there
you
is
don't
one.
believe,
Yeah.
if you don't believe, then you're an atheist. Now, agnostic means you don't know for certain if there can be a deity.
Yeah.
So, and that's a separate track, and that's fine. I'm both atheist and agnostic. So, okay, thank you for clarifying.
Well, so are you local atheist or is it just like atheist? And
I'm an atheist. I
I'm
don't
kind
believe
of
in any
confused.
deities.
Okay. Yeah. Fair enough. So I mean, because in atheism, maybe I'm wrong, but I think in atheism you guys do rely on naturalism, materialism, but surely with the applications,
Many atheists do.
sorry, there's some
Many atheists do,
feedback.
but not all. But go ahead.
I mean, what else could you rely on if
We
you're
gave
atheist?
some examples earlier. So if you look, for example, within the schools of thought in Indian philosophy, there is a primarily a distinction between them on the basis of epistemology, on what they consider authoritative and reliable sources of information. And there are multiple schools of thought within Indian historical philosophy. For instance, various types of Vedantists, Carvakas, and others, who have a range of beliefs, which include things that are what we would consider like supernatural or spiritual, but just don't include any deities or gods as part of it, right? So a person could believe that there's like, spirits and reincarnation and all that jazz, just think that there's no creator. So it's not dichotomous. Now, if you want to just ask about naturalistic beliefs that are associated with some types of atheism, you just ask about that. But we can't just generalize and say atheism equals naturalism.
Yeah, no, my bad about that. No. Yeah,
that's fine.
So I guess I'll just ask about naturalism then itself. So in naturalism, do you guys rely on your cognition and obviously the evidence that comes with it, or is there something else you rely on to, I guess, come to conclusions?
I think this kind of gets back to the original question, which is, do you know of a way to not rely on cognition?
No.
Okay. So then why would you ask that question? Could you expect anyone to say they don't rely on cognition?
Because there'll be an alternative which you'll be relying to on something else, right? You would have to use your cognition to rely on that. You would have to use your cognition to rely on something else, but you could still rely on something else and put it above your cognition. For example, I guess a theist would rely on God rather than just relying completely or mostly on their cognition, right?
It's more than just cognition. So what you're talking about is more like rationalism versus empiricism, right? But both the rationalist and the empiricist are relying on the thoughts, which is going to be some kind of cognition. So it's not like there's two schools of thought. There's the people who believe in cognition and the people who don't. Everyone's using cognition, whether they want to admit it or not, right? They can claim that they're not. It looks a bit silly to everyone else because this isn't like a disputed topic, but that we're relying on cognition.
Yeah. No, I'm just saying that you would have to use your cognition obviously to if you are a theist to rely on some sort of other being, but they would obviously put the other being above their cognition in their perspective, even though they are relying on their cognition.
The point is that even if you presuppose some like exotic metaphysics for how thought occurs, you're still using thought to discuss and explore and like weigh evidence about that belief. So you can make a metaphysical or transcendent argument claim, but you're still getting to it from the same cognitive process everybody else is. So this isn't really like a distinguishing feature of any school of thought. This is just how you arrive at your own beliefs. It's not the structure of the belief itself. It's just how you arrive at the beliefs, right?
Okay. I mean, yeah, I guess that kind of answers the question I was actually going to ask in the first place then. So, I mean, I have a few more questions I want to ask. So, I guess, and obviously correct me if the question itself is wrong, but I think in atheism, there usually is relying on the idea that things in the universe can be explained through maybe like natural processes alone. Whereas this would lead to like questions about the origin of those processes. So, wouldn't that create an infinite regress?
No, it leads to cosmology, and it leads to astrophysics, and it leads to exotic types of mathematics, which are developed specifically to answer these types of questions or to attempt to. So the present state of why are things the way that they are is underdetermined, with philosophy of science, we say something, a question is undetermined when there are multiple competing hypotheses, all of which are capable of fitting with the current facts, but none of which can be eliminated such that it like narrows it down to one and eliminates the others. So there's lots of topics that are undetermined for a while, temporarily, until some new data comes up. So for instance, Einstein had a bunch of conjectures. A lot of those conjectures were waiting for experimental evidence. Prior to the evidence, we could have said those questions are underdetermined. Then after things like the Hubble Space Telescope gave us measurements for things like redshift, then a lot of his conjectures became demonstrated after observations. Then the underdetermination can end. Right now, we have ideas about where the universe comes from. Some of the best ideas have evidence for them that makes them slightly more likely than other ideas. For instance, it's actually arguable right now that the evidence slightly favors the multiverse, not because of any particular like reason that we want to believe in it, but because expansion appears to be true. Appears that inflation is something which is continuous, it's not slowing down. So if inflation is continuous, and if you do the math, then the multiverse is a very hard to avoid consequence of continuous inflation in cosmology. So we're in some sense forced to grant a higher probability to a multiverse in light of the evidence for inflation than for competing theories, but it's still underdetermined, which is to say, we could discover that we're wrong about, or that there's some other explanation for what appears to be inflation, right?
And can I just also separate something? No, respond, I'm sorry. But then after that, I just want to separate something out. But go respond, I'm sorry.
Okay. Yeah, that's fine. Thank you. So I mean, I guess it does like raise things like cosmology, and there's also forms of math to answer those questions. But I think the problem with some of these things is they rely on empirical evidence, and I think relying on empirical evidence.
Why is that a problem?
No, obviously not mathematics, sorry, but I think cosmology relies on empirical evidence. I think that's a little bit problematic in the way that it has limits to it. Right, it would be pretty inadequate for addressing questions about maybe like origin of reality, stuff like that.
Some of the words you're saying are not coming out really clearly. It has a certain what to it.
Yeah, I mean, I think empiricism has some sort of limit to it because it'll be pretty inadequate for addressing things.
So first of all,
it'll be pretty inadequate for addressing things like.
That's called theoretical physics. Okay, so there's roughly two branches of physics, right? There's experimental physics, which actually does experiments, and then there is theoretical physics. And that literally means that there is no evidence involved initially, right? They're conjecturing like what the math could be, and so on. There can be a dozen different interpretations of the same data or explanations that could account for the data. They're all just theories prior to any empirical observation. So it's not the case that physics has to wait for observation in order to address like metaphysical questions about like what the ultimate substrate or explanations are. So it's full of people actually doing math and doing conjectures about what could be the underlying reality. People do address ontological questions of like, why is quantum mechanics the way that it is? What is the underlying nature? It's not just shut up and calculate. That's just the prevailing attitude amongst scientists that don't care to answer these questions. But there's lots of cosmologists and theoretical physicists that are addressing the ontological questions of like, why do we have quantum gravity? Why do we have time? Why do we have space? They're addressing really fundamental questions like, is space fundamental and is time fundamental? The current strongest theory is that time is not fundamental, that there are dimensionalities to the math of which time is emergent from. And the dimensionalities are time invariant. In other words, they work forwards and backwards. There's not a time bias to the math that says time only goes in one direction. And so it's entirely possible that things that we argue about, like what came before God or what came before the universe, isn't even fundamental to the nature of reality. If the universe turns out to arise from quantum fields that are not time, and time is a consequence of them and not the thing that gives rise to them, causal accounts with before and after may turn out to be incorrect.
Oh, I mean, that was actually pretty useful. I really appreciate you telling me that because I've honestly never heard of that. It could be very
Look
useful.
up emergent space-time. Like these are, like I said, these are still underdetermined. But I'm saying a lot of physicists are now favoring emergent space-time because quantum field theory seems to favor it.
Oh, wow. That's a correlation equals causation fallacy.
But can I also point out that I think there is some connection between atheism and skepticism, which I think is generally the case, and I want it to be the case, but it doesn't have to be. And I think that's why there's a separation. It is so often that we're naturalists, we're empiricists, but as an atheist, you could technically speaking believe in magic. You could believe in unicorns and reincarnation, the ether, anything else beyond God. I know conspiracy theorists who don't trust science, and yet somehow they're still atheists. And so it is the lack of a God that allows us to then go out and find our actual worldview.
Okay. All right. Okay. I mean, I have one more question that I do appreciate that. Thank you. Because I usually do see like skepticism and atheism as one, which I mean is kind of wrong, but I guess it's like something I should naturally go to. But I do appreciate you telling me that. Thank you. There's one more question I have.
That is
Sorry.
a common misunderstanding, because the atheists who tend to be active in these discussions with theists, with religious people, tend to rely on skepticism a lot. I strive to be a proper skeptic. I don't say that I am, but I try to work toward that. And I find that many people, atheists and theists alike, do value skepticism. So it comes up an awful lot. But there's nothing in atheism says you have to be skeptical. I know atheists who don't have any skeptical or critical thinking back end behind their idea that they take an anti-theistic position against deities and say there absolutely are none. They're just, to them, it's just a belief, and so they're not using any kind of logical reasoning for that. And yet there's others who do apply skepticism and say, okay, what is the question here? What is going on? Do we know the answer to this? And they want to have some kind of critical justification for taking such a position. So I prefer to be in the latter group, but I know that there are
kind of cut out at the end.
Okay, yeah, I prefer to be in the latter group of people who are trying to use reasoning to kind of come up with their position. Sorry, did you hear me okay? Hello?
It sounded like he was having an audio malfunction or something.
Oh, he was. Okay, not me.
You started talking in the middle of your sentence and saying like, I can't hear or something. I don't know.
Yeah,
so are you still there?
John, I think your audio cut out, so I can just try to repeat that again. So there are people who, I'll try to be brief. There are people who are atheists who don't use any kind of logical reasoning or skeptical kind of critical thinking to try to determine that there are no deities. They take an anti-theistic position. It's a belief in that case. But then there's others who will, other atheists like myself, who try to use some kind of logical justification, some skeptical reasoning, some critical thinking to try to come up with a position against these ideas. And so, but I think typically you'll find there are more people who are skeptically inclined who are involved in these circles. So it's easy to make that generalization. So you are correct in saying that they are different things. And there are plenty of religious people I know, theists, who are also really good at critical thinking and apply skepticism just as well as atheists do. They, for example, in their work, they're required to do that in the scientific work that they're doing. Now, they leave the religion at the door and they focus on the science and they apply the skepticism very well there. And I tell you, there are things in my life that I'm sure that I'm not applying skepticism as well as I do in other areas, such as my hope that my kids are going to win at some kind of competition on sports day at school. So things like this, you know.
Yeah. Oh, okay. Yeah. Okay. I guess that kind of explains better to me, because from what I understood is like, even if you were to apply skepticism, it wouldn't be applied in everything you do, just in certain scenarios. So even like, I guess someone you could call a skeptic wouldn't be a skeptic in everything they do, and like in everything you ask them or any conclusion they make, right?
Yeah, and I think a really good way to look at it is to look at skepticism as its own classification. So it's its own category. And it's impartial to whether somebody is religious or not. Although it can be used to examine their viewpoints and the reasons why they have those things, if they are, assuming the atheist they're looking at has a reason for being an atheist and things like this.
There's fun positions like skeptical theism. There's agnostic theism. And when you mentioned earlier that you were something like an agnostic, are you familiar at all with it's like Thomas Huxley's original conception of agnosticism as an ethic of belief? That you have like an ethical
No.
responsibility not to misrepresent your level of confidence in a claim, essentially?
Yeah. Oh yeah. I mean, I'm familiar with the idea itself, but not with the person that made it. No, I have heard
Okay.
that quite a lot. Actually.
It's worth actually looking at what Huxley actually wrote in his original sort of description of what became known as agnosticism at the time.
Sorry, what was this full name? Just so I can write it down.
Thomas Huxley. The reason it's interesting
Thank you.
is because it gets into a bigger sort of question of what's called an ethics of belief, or an epistemological morality, right? So what Huxley was saying was not merely that, like, he didn't think God was real, or that he didn't know and was on the fence and couldn't decide one way or the other. He was saying that if you make a claim about the truth of a proposition without sufficient warrant and justification that you can demonstrate to other people, that you're doing something unethical. You're essentially promoting misunderstanding and like deception to others if you can't actually back up your claims. And he's not saying believe or don't believe one way or the other. He's saying when you make a claim, back it up. And if you don't have backup for your claim, don't make it. Even if you like believe or suspect that something is true. He's saying there's a big difference between like just thinking that God might be real and like making a very like strongly worded claim that it is the case.
Yeah.
Because the claim needs evidence one way or the other, whatever you're going to present as the truth. You're going to need to present your warrant or your justification for that. And the ethics of belief is, I think, a good starting point for anybody's belief system, regardless of whether they're a theist or an atheist, which is why a lot of fans of Huxley were actually Christians, and they called themselves agnostic Christians. And they wrote books at the time in response to him, saying that they actually liked what he said. And they thought that like a good epistemically justified, humble Christian should admit what we do know and what we don't know. Even if you have the belief in scripture, there's still limits to the types of claims that a given Christian should be able to make about their evidence for believing in it.
One of my Catholic friends is an agnostic theist. He tells me, and to put it in layman's terms, he tells me that he believes his God, but he doesn't know for certain his God is real. This is a valid position.
It's really respectable. Like, it's way better to be epistemically humble and have like a well-calibrated level of confidence. Like if you say like, I'm about 70% confident in X and here's why, it's way better than like going over the top and trying to claim certainty when you have really weak justification, but like don't want to admit it for what appears to be like motivated, sort of overcompensating reasons that a lot of people seem to come from. Like, oh, it feels bad to say I'm not 100% certain, so I'm going to double down on saying I'm certain, even though there's not warrant for that.
Wouldn't that be a fundamental problem in Christianity? Because I mean, Christianity relies
It's not just
on you believing fully in God, right? And I think this is an idea that comes from that, which is the Holy Spirit, right? If you don't believe fully in God, you can't really attain the Holy Spirit. So you wouldn't be able to even, like, I guess, comprehend Scripture the way it should be comprehended. So
but
wouldn't
a
that
lot
be
of
kind of
Christians are
contradictory?
fine with a lot of Christians are fine with admitting that they believe on the basis of some kind of faith, and they're not going to claim that what they have is the kind of evidence that would motivate someone else to have the same faith. And that's perfectly respectable. Like if you had an experience where you have your own independent reasons for something and you say, look, I just really believe in this and I'm not going to be able to fully justify it or explain it to you. That's, I think when you look at early Christian scriptures, they talk about like testimonial more so than argument. They don't really talk about making some kind of logical case for the existence of God. They just talk about testifying to what your beliefs are. Testimony, basically.
Okay. I mean, I have one more question that I think this is like it's kind of a common question, but I think it's something I don't really get much of an answer to usually. And I mean, the question is, given that atheism doesn't rely on any like deity or like God or like a divine command that stems from that God, how do you personally, I guess, determine what morally is right or wrong, and what principles or frameworks do you use to ground your, I guess, ethics or beliefs and decisions?
This varies from one person to the next. And you'll even see variation in theist demographics on this, by the way. But I know you're focusing on atheism, which is fine. For myself, I try to. I like human rights. I've looked at these things. I've looked at. I try to think about how it's going to impact other people. Empathy is certainly part of it. So if we take a look at things over history, we can see that the Magna Carta started by saying everybody should be equal. That was a good ethical guideline there. It's not perfect, but it had a lot of really important fundamental things in it, so that kings and queens, royals weren't above the law anymore. That was an important part of that. So everybody was equal under the law was the concept there. We have the Canadian Constitution and its Charter of Rights and Freedoms, and other countries have their constitutions as well that embody a number of important things. There's the principles of fundamental justice that ensure that people have equal protection under the law. Equality is a very important aspect of this. The most important thing for me that I've found useful is John Rawls, Rawls. His veil of ignorance concept is a very important one, not just for lawmakers, in my opinion. Also, it's useful for making moral determinations about our own decisions. It's an interesting exercise. You can go into YouTube and you can type up veil of ignorance. That's VEIL. Veil of Ignorance, and there's a series of different 10-minute videos. There's a whole collection of them out there, and a lot of people have explained it and explained it very well. I would suggest look for the Harvard ones because they tend to explain it really, really well, because they've got the professors going over that. But in summary, what it is if you're making a law, you're a lawmaker, and you have to draft up legislation. What you want to do is, as a thought experiment, is to consider that you will be, after this law is enacted, imagine that you are a person thrown into society. You might be male or female, you might be transsexual, you might be rich, you might be poor, you might have a disease, you might have a mental issue that's preventing you from learning and developing skills so that you can function as well in society as other people. There could be other things. There could be family background issues. There could be all sorts of stuff, your skin color. The list goes on. And you imagine you could be blind or deaf. You could have all kinds of different things that could be an advantage or disadvantage for you. And you think about, how will this law impact you as this person randomly thrown in society? The goal is to try to write the law in the best way possible that it is as equally beneficial to everyone as it possibly can be, so that you have a fairer law put into place that doesn't put somebody at a serious disadvantage because of some situation they're in, and whatnot. So using this now, making moral determination is not lawmaking, but the veil of ignorance concept is still very useful. So I'm going to decide what I'm going to do about something. This becomes a useful intellectual tool for trying to decide that. So different people have different approaches to morality, and different situations will call for different weights and measures on certain things as well. And does this mean that my sense of morality is right and superior to others? By default, I think not. And I just doing the best that I think is possible to come up with a better approach. To me, I do think at least this is better than looking at some commandments that were created by ancient people who have no concept of the future, and I think have no business dictating how we live today. Does that help you?
Yeah. I mean, there might be a little bit of a problem with, like, maybe empathy being part of the framework for morality, though. Right?
I said it was a tool. This
Tool, okay.
To me, yeah, this is one aspect of it. It isn't like a framework that's set in stone. It is something that will be fluid and will change, and I will adapt it to the situation. And as I learn more, gain more life experience, I find that, yeah, there's things I could have done differently and better when I was younger. That's part of life. And so we're all on this planet living together, trying to do the best we can. Most of us are, I think. And So I find that when there are hard and fast rules put forward, like a lot of the time the ones that are pushed by religions or even pushed by political or multi-level marketing, but especially religions do this, that interferes with the free hand people have to kind of think about these things and really consider them. I try to consider them in the most objective way I possibly can. But I understand that I am by nature a subjective being. I'm subjective in my thinking. It's mostly based on my own life experience.
And if I could just add on the great thing of the veil of ignorance, because you're designing a society and the rules to which of not what place in the society you're going to be. And so it says, draw up a lower, middle, upper class, the women, the men, all of these things, not knowing what you are actually going to be placed. So it's not like thinking you're you. Imagine there's going to be a scrambler and you're going to be, you don't even know what gender, you don't even know what you're going to be. It actually takes empathy out because you have to force, oh man, what would I like a society for me to be? Because I don't actually know where I'm going to be put in this. I better make it all good. So if I randomly get selected for this, so I not only agree with Randolph's example, but I think that empathy is one of three primary tools that I think humans use when going into morality. I think the other two are kindness and fairness. And I think those are the three tools and metrics that we're looking at when we talk about social agents interacting with each other, or as we call it, morality.
I want to give a quick.
But surely fairness. Oh, sorry.
No, go ahead. You can respond
Okay. Surely fairness is so important. This when employing empathy as as a tool, wouldn't that be counterintuitive? Because I think empathy probably would lead to biased or inconsistent moral decisions, because it's usually focused on those we can relate to directly, rather than being any impartial decision considering everyone's interests, right? So it'd be pretty unfair if it's applied.
I gotta say, aha, you're a thinker. That's good. You're thinking about this. This is what happens when we consider these different things and consider how they don't always work well together. And that's where the human factor comes in, because we need to consider the situation that we're in and try to figure out what applies best in those situations as well. Sorry, go ahead, Amy.
Well, no, I absolutely agree, Randolph. And I would just say that sometimes they push and pull at each other, and that's why we have to make hard decisions, because we might say, well, I want to be kind to this person, but is it fair to this other person? And so you have to look at how they interact. And I'm a situational ethicist. And so I'm very much about going into the situation at hand. But it means that there may not be a clean-cut answer given by fiat. However, I think that it is the non-theists that actually end up doing the heavy lifting, because we're the ones that have to put people in jail while they're alive.
IX,
I mean,
you were going to say something.
Oh yeah.
Go ahead and respond to Amy. I'm going to post some resources in a second.
Okay. Yeah, I mean, determining fairness would be quite difficult, though, 'cause I think saying that fairness is subjective, right?
So
what is subjective?
He's saying that it's a
Fairness.
subjective tool. And so in my,
Yes.
once again, atheists all truly do have their own morality. And so I am somewhere in the middle. I believe that morality is objectively grounded in biology and consciousness. I think those are the two metrics you have to have a moral system, is that things are living and that they're interacting with each other and having conscious experiences. I then think we have three subjective tools, and it's true they're subjective, and I actually think that has to be, and that is the empathy, kindness, and fairness. And that's where I say you're not going to get clean-cut answers. And that I push back on the objective theistic model, because I think that they are, I want to say cheating, but from my view, a subjective guy long ago wrote a book, and said it was objective. And now we're dealing with believers saying, well, how do we deal with the subjective system? And all I could say is, well, remove the subjective guy that created that book, and there's nothing there.
Sure, I mean, we can remove that guy, but I mean, maybe it's just me, but I believe in moral realism, right? So I believe you guys, and me and myself, we all have perception, or I guess it's morally just. But I think through moral progress, we can get to maybe the objective morality. But maybe, do you believe in objective morality?
I am somewhere in between, but I'm somewhere in between. But I wanted to ask you, because it almost sounded like you were get onto your morality, and I'm actually more interested in that, because is it objectively true that it's bad to drown babies?
Yes, it objectively is true to drown babies. Yeah.
Has God ever drowned babies?
I'm not sure, but I'm sure
Christian
you can
God.
before you provide me an example of.
well,
I don't actually know, but I'm sure you can
will
provide me
bring
an
up
example of where he
Noah.
did.
Noah is where he drowned
Yeah.
babies.
When the
I don't
Bible,
know
the
that
Bible
story
talks
too-
about the
sorry.
Holy Bible talks about how God flooded everyone in the world, save a few who got onto an ark with a bunch of animals. There were, of course, plenty of babies on the planet. There were kittens, there were puppies, there were lots of people, and they all got drowned to death. Drowning to death is actually a pretty cruel thing, and so I consider that to be immoral as well. And that's the main reason it's immoral. But what Amy's getting at is this God in Christianity claims, like people are saying the morality is based on Christianity, saying that it's immoral to drown babies, and yet their God has done that. So it's kind of a contradiction.
Can I ask a quick
Yeah, I
question?
mean, I'm not even Christian, but I mean, regardless of the contradiction of the congregation, this doesn't really have an impact on the God. I mean, if you believe the God exists, on the God itself, right? Everyone in Christianity could say, oh, what God did was immoral, but that wouldn't really change the idea of DCT. There'll still be some sort of divine command, and whatever God commands or does would be still morally just in that sense.
Do you mean
It just
DCTM or
just
DCT?
This
Do you mean divine
actually
command theory,
command theory.
metaethics? Hold on a second.
underscores.
Do you know the distinction between divine command theory, metaethics, or divine command theory normatively?
Not metaphysics, no.
Okay, so metaethics. Okay, so there's
Metaethics,
two
sorry.
completely. You can have two completely different positions. You can hold that God makes authoritative commands for reasons other than that it is the metaethical meaning of good that just God commands it, right? And you can believe that God is authoritative and gives commands that are binding for other reasons than the metaethical belief that all the word good means is like something like commanded by God, right? So are you familiar with that distinction?
No, actually, no, I'm not that familiar with
So
it now.
DCTM, aka divine command theory metaethics, there's like huge problems with it because you can reduce it to an evil God can command that doing like horrendous things is obligatory, and it is just the case that it is mandatory because that evil God wills it, right? By our lights, we would call that God evil, right? But it would be obligatory. It would be the meaning of good to do whatever that God commands. And you can't just make the objection that, oh, well, our God doesn't. Like, and yes, the evidential question of like, well, your God actually does command like the drowning of babies and all that stuff is really fun. But even if you make the claim that your God doesn't, the divine command metaethical theory entails that it would be the definition of good if a God willed that. So saying that your God doesn't will that doesn't make it any less absurd as a metaethical theory if the metaethical theory entails that a God commanding to do horrendous things makes horrendous things good.
Well, I mean, if we're following what DCT is, if the God itself is the morality and it's all powerful, I'm assuming that we're going with that
So
definition.
if God
all
commands
powerful,
horrendous
omniscient.
things, it would be an absurd metaethical theory, right? And there's nothing about divine command theory that rules that out, right? Now, there's specific versions of Christianity that want to say that their God doesn't make such commands or whatever, but that's all separate from the theory. The core theory, divine command metaethic, is that good is just identical to the command of an all-powerful creator, right? That one of the powers a creator has is good making as a property, right? That they just make things good by their commands. That entails that a God that commands horrendous things makes horrendous things good, which leads to an obvious contradiction. The horrendous things shouldn't be deemed as good, right? But
That'll be
divine
through our
command theory
perception,
metaethic
no?
allows you to make the claim that a horrendous deed is good by definition.
Surely it will be considered horrendous through our own perception, but the God wouldn't consider it horrendous, right? And I think if we're going the Christian, I guess the Christian belief of what God is, a God of infinite good, he wouldn't really be able to do anything that's evil unless he is not a God of
By
infinite good.
DCTM, nothing is evil that God does. It's just definitional. There's no actual distinction between what God does and good, right? So there's
Okay.
no meaningful concept. And this is why the Euthyphro dilemma is so funny to hear people go through, right? It's like, well, good is what the sentence parses down to. You're just saying God is God. You're not saying, there's like no content in the sentence of saying God is good. You're just saying God is God. Because if good is just identical to God, then it's not even a contentful statement, right?
It
Do you want
obliterates
to?
objective morality as well.
Yeah, and you can be a subjectivist and a Christian. Like you can think that God is the authoritative subject. His commands are authoritative. This is the normative version of divine command. You can say we should obey his commands because we should all do what God, as a subject, thinks is best. You could
Mhm.
believe that, right? But you don't have to have the meta ethic that good equals God. It's a very silly meta ethic, and like a
Yeah.
large number of Christian philosophers think that it's silly and don't hold to it, and still hold that like God's commands are authoritative for other reasons.
Mm.
So
I
we have
think
a text chat.
asked.
I just wanted to
What
post
did you?
like one of the leading like moral realist philosophies that comes from the majority of atheist philosophers that are also moral realists. They're both in the majority.
Oh, okay.
So what's our text channel? Is it Heath and Hangout? I don't see it anymore.
Yes,
Yeah,
Heathen
it's right
Hangout.
above this.
It's still.
It's what?
Yeah, if you go into Stage of Reason, you'll see it's just above the voice chat. It should be showing
Just
up there.
ping you.
Okay, so I see it. Okay, I'm posting a list of links for you. If you want to see like the based view that people that are more knowledgeable than myself at moral philosophy and philosophy of science and everything in general recommend, procedural moral realism or constructivism. I posted a series of links in the chat. YouTube video you can watch, the SCP article on constructivist metaethics, and 2 books which are the best books on the subject, which is The Sources of Normativity by Christine M. Korsgaard, and Agency and the Foundation of Ethics by Paul Katsafanis. But to summarize it, the idea is that moral realism doesn't come from some kind of like independent of human thought source. Moral realism arises from the consequences of human thoughts. So this, like the view that I'm more familiar with is quasi-realism. But let's just say that we stipulate some rules of a game, like chess, for example. Like, so we both decide what the rules are at the beginning, right? Now, you can make a simple logical claim that it is entailed deductively from the rules that there are invalid moves, right? So we could make a list of all of the invalid moves in chess that you would not be allowed to make, for instance, in a game like chess. And we could agree that those are the actually wrong way to play chess and there's a right way to play chess. None of this requires that the original conceptions that these are in reference to be independent of human minds, right? And what we do observe in sort of like ethical naturalistic investigations about the sources of human moral behavior and about the winning strategies for moral behavior in groups of animals and people is that there are such things as game theoretic winning strategies and game theoretic like non-viable or self-destructive or untenable strategies. And if you have a group of beings that are not good at cooperating with each other, they're generally much less successful than those which are able to cooperate effectively. And there's an evolutionary basis for why this rises to fixation, which is called kin-selective altruism. It's related to the selfish gene theory by Richard Dawkins and so on, that explains why it's almost certainly, almost inevitable that in any population of beings over a long enough timeline, that the winning team is going to be the kin-selective altruistic team of beings. And the ones that are not kin-selectively altruistic are going to fail. This doesn't rely upon some kind of abstract deity to grant the existence of moral truths. Moral truths can just be emergent from the ways that people construct thought and from the realities of the physical world.
Okay. Yeah, I really do appreciate that because I was always thought morality is something that's independent of humanity. I never really thought that we could I guess we could
Yeah.
derive it. Yeah, I
Yeah.
really appreciate that. Thank you. I think someone maybe a bit before asked what my moral framework was.
What is your
agnostic,
moral
but
framework? Go ahead.
Yes,
I
absolutely.
think it's like maybe the ethics of care. I'd say that's my moral framework. I guess.
The ethics of care.
Yeah, I mean, like
Immanuel Kant?
it's more. I'm not sure. I just read it. I think it was. I think the idea came from someone else called Neo-Noddings. I think. I might be wrong though.
Are you
I don't
talking
remember
about
exactly the
Descartes?
person that came up with it. I'm not. I'm honestly not sure, but I remember it came through like some feminist philosophers. Even though I'm not a feminist myself,
Would-
but I do think pretty good.
There's nothing wrong
Can
with being
I
a
ask-
feminist.
I mean, I'm not a feminist myself, but I don't see any problem with it. You know.
But can I ask you what the framework of care is?
Yeah, I mean, so the framework of care, from my understanding, is I think it's more of a thing where when we make moral decisions, it's not based on like ourselves. It's based on based on the people around us and the benefit of everyone around us. It's not well-being, because I think well-being could be a little bit problematic. It's more of a thing that if it benefits everyone or the majority, that it's good. If it benefits the minority, it's not as good, right? I think that's what it is, from my understanding.
John Rawls' theory of justice he published in the early 1970s was the veil of ignorance is documented in there. So I think if what you're describing appeals to you, I'm quite certain that the veil of ignorance will also appeal to you. You'll find there's a lot of similarity there, so you'll find a lot of crossover. So I'd strongly recommend you look into veil of ignorance, VEIL, and see. Yeah.
Personal circumstances. So is this another we are there? So is this? I'm guessing the veil of ignorance is applied to moral frameworks, right? In order to keep it more fair, I guess. Is that one way of?
Sort of. Yeah, he does actually get into fairness and what qualifies as fairness, and he points out that fairness and equality are not the same thing. So, for example, an example that's commonly brought up is distributing a pie amongst a group of people, and so you cut up the pie into different pieces, so that like if you need to cut into 8 pieces because there's 8 people altogether, you're assuming each person wants one piece of pie. Now, what will seem like the fair thing to do is to cut it up equally. But then he points out somebody might have a dietary problem, and so they don't want a piece of pie. So you're better off to cut it up into 7 pieces. And then there's other factors that get brought into there as well. So what's fair and what's equal are not necessarily the same things. And he gets right into that. It's quite interesting, and based on what you're saying your moral framework is, and that's why I'm thinking you might find this to be quite appealing and interesting too, because it's mostly in line with what you're saying.
Yeah, I mean, yeah, I from what I can see of it, what I was reading of it, it does apply quite a bit. Yeah, definitely, especially to mine, I'd say, because I mean, it's based quite a lot of interdependence, so you require some sort of fairness within that moral framework. So yeah, it does apply quite a bit. But surely it applies to all moral frameworks, I'd say, right? 'Cause, I mean, for something to be deemed moral, we would require some sort of fairness for it to occur, right? Or for it to be deemed as moral in the first place, right?
So there is the scope of subjectivity, I call it. Consider Hitchhiker's Guide to the Galaxy, and there's this alien species that's going to make a highway through where our planet happens to be. So they got to destroy our planet to make that highway, super space highway. And we're finding out how come this is happening, but we all live here. And they're like, well, you should have come and attended the big meeting and objected. It's too late now. The paperwork's done, and the Earth is going to be destroyed. So it's like they're trying to do things in their perspective on what's moral, and we've got our own idea. It's like us killing off an ant's nest. We don't want the ants there, and from the ants' perspective, this is a terrible thing, but from our perspective, it's going to, especially their carpenter ants, they're going to end up ruining our house. We got to get rid of them. So it is highly subjective. So to say one moral system applies, can be applicable to all the others, I just don't think is possible.
Okay. All right, thank you.
But
Go ahead,
yeah.
Davey.
Oh no, it's just that wasn't. Even though I'd have to poke and prod, because sometimes I generally think that when we're getting everything for the majority of people, that is a good thing. Though sometimes minorities get left behind, and so we would actually have to look at the situation. But from what you're telling me, that framework actually is very dependent on subjective beings. It has nothing to do, at least from what I can tell, from a theistic or a deity.
Well, my framework?
Yeah.
Well, I'm not a theist, so I mean, I guess that kind of
Oh,
makes.
so you were just trying to. I guess you said you were trying to originally say you're as agnostic as one could come. I guess so.
So,
Yeah.
okay, so the good news for you is that you're free to adapt your moral framework as you see fit, because you don't have some super overlord from some holy doctrine that's restricting that. So, congratulations.
But I mean, I still think like a highly fluid moral framework is kind of problematic, especially when you're trying to apply it in like a wide scale. It could cause a lot of problems.
You also find that the vast majority of at least the atheists that I run into are also agnostic. You'll every once in a while find hardline um, the atheists that know there is no God. I'll even say I know that certain gods don't exist, but it's hard to come across one that will say, yeah, we know for absolute certain. So we're all fans of agnosticism for the most part.
I also think it
But
can
I
just
don't
be.
think.
Go ahead.
Sorry, no. I mean, I don't think atheists can really make the claim they know anything in good faith, though, because they.
See, can
Okay,
I just
so,
stop you right there?
yeah.
I always do this with pre-suppers, and their God can never get me how much a Burger King costs at McDonald's. And I guarantee you my framework can. And so I know that we can have justified true beliefs.
So, okay,
I mean,
so
so
you're saying that I can't make an argument in good faith. What if I argue?
no. So that's not what I mean. I mean, you can't. I guess you can't really make like any assertions in good
Can I ask you a
faith.
question,
Okay,
John?
all
Because
right.
you
So
don't.
What's
So,
I
your
will. I
just
will
just a
assert.
quick?
I'm going to make an assertion
I
right
also
now.
can't make any
I'm going to make an
assertions.
assertion right now. 1 + 1 = 2, and I'm assuring you, I'm making this in good faith.
Well, mathematics is objective, so and it's
It's
not
an
something we
assertion.
created.
It's an
So
assertion. It's an assertion.
okay, I mean, I guess we can't make any assertions about things we've created ourselves, right? Because mathematics isn't something created by us. We just, I guess, interpret it.
Why are atheists limited in this fashion, and theists are
I mean, I'm
assuming
also
that theists are
limited
not?
in this
Sorry.
Highly
because they
disagree on your
presuppose that
math
there's some sort of
statement.
God that there's. I mean, they presuppose that there's some sort of God they rely on for like metaphysical truth, and that's why they can make like these metaphysical claims about the universe and stuff, right? Whereas we don't really, we should rely on cognition, which can fail us sometimes. So it's kind of like I just don't know what to do sometimes. When I want to make
Okay,
an assertion,
so
I just can't.
do you think religion has never failed anybody before?
No, to us, it wouldn't look like it would look like it's failed, right? But to them, they're like, oh, it's all part of God's plan, right? Which is the problem. They could just say anything, really.
IX, go ahead. I'm sorry. I wanted to finish that line of questioning.
Sure. I was just going to ask John. What's your like epistemology or theory of truth?
I don't actually have one, honestly. I haven't.
Okay.
I'm really new to philosophy, so I mean,
Okay.
I don't.
Because it's
I'm
fun
just. I
because
just
like
came here to try and learn a bit.
right. If we talk to so-called like reformed epistemologists or precepts or whatever about anything to do with epistemology outside of the version of it that they believe in, they're usually just not even familiar with it, and or have some like creationist meme equivalent of what they sort of caricature the rest of epistemology as. But what you think it means for something to be true, and what you think it means to have knowledge, and what you think is good justification for a truth claim are all going to be very important before you make a claim like, oh, X group does or does not have any basis for making truth claims, right? And so
Mhm.
if you look at the way that we currently do philosophy of science, for instance, we look at a whole bunch of different factors and we weigh them. We compare against all available evidence, and we expect predictions of future events or data which is novel and testable, and which isn't just parasitic on an existing theory, but which actually is making some novel claims. That's an extremely high epistemic standard. Now you can say, oh, well, they don't know anything for sure, right? But saying they don't know anything for sure when they have the strongest evidence and justified claims that we know of in existence is very, very funny thing to say, right? It seems like the strongest and best evidenced claims are those which are consistent with the philosophy of science and the philosophy of mathematics. And it's other kinds of claims outside of that which are on the shakiest ground, like historical claims about supernatural events and miracles and beings, for instance, right?
Yeah.
Because we have theories of everything, theories of physics, the standard model and quantum field theory and so on, which predict minute like parameters of things like the electron moment to like 10 or 20 digits of precision before they measured it and got it exactly right. And then we have people claiming that they know things because they read a book that says that miracles happened. And so it just seems absurd to me to grant any kind of like epistemic high ground to a person who is committing massive epistemic hubris and is ignoring the best justified and best evidenced sources of justification and knowledge about the world and about logic and so on. I don't know why anyone would make the claim that you can't know things just because you don't believe in a God. You'd have to essentially cave to some very silly, very proprietary definition of knowledge, which is why I asked you what your theory of knowledge was, to make the claim that like a non-theist can't have knowledge. And that's exactly what precepts do. They try to go down this dialogue tree with their like proprietary version of knowledge, and it's basically just like a twisted version of foundationalism, where they claim that they have the foundational belief for the Jenga, and all of their Jenga pieces are built on their Jenga piece, right? But what we actually find is the Jenga pieces, there's a certain stability to how they all fit together, right? Like I can't insert a Jenga piece where there's already a Jenga piece. Would you agree?
No.
They're collisions, right? So if I insert a Jenga piece where there's already a Jenga piece, what's going to happen? It's going to push the Jenga piece out of the tower. Right?
Yeah.
The Jenga piece is going to fall out, right? And so if you want to look at like what's the best starting point for epistemology, I would look at Susan Hack's Found Herentism, because what she gives as a very like reasonable and accurate description of how we do epistemology in our everyday experience and how we should best justify it from a philosophical standpoint is the crossword puzzle analogy. Like the Jenga piece uses the idea of contradiction between rows and columns in the crossword puzzle to represent the idea that we have experience and we have data and we compare the data. And when we have beliefs about the data that we experience that contradict one another, it forces us to eliminate one of the beliefs. And that forcing you to eliminate one of the beliefs to figure out which one holds up to and withstands scrutiny is the basis of the philosophy of science. It started with Popper basically proposing the idea of falsification rather than verification as the basis for science. So we don't prove a thing by just publishing a paper and saying, look, we proved X. What we do is we continuously try to challenge X, and we say that the theory is the best theory that best withstands attempts at falsification and elimination. That's good epistemology. Believing that you read a book and you have the foundational belief of the universe is not good epistemology.
So if through like the process of falsification is like a set criteria, or could it be anything that just like pertains specifically to that theory or hypothesis or whatever?
So we have to weigh a number of different features when it comes to like which theories we favor before a total falsification. And those are called epistemic virtues. So epistemic virtues are like, let's say we were to list 5 theories. We were to say, what's good about this theory versus what's good about that theory? There's a list of epistemic virtues that are like the opposite of logical fallacies. These are good reasons to think something is likely true, right? And the weighing of the theories goes on for a while in a period of underdetermination before one of them gets knocked out. And when all of them are knocked out but one, we say that the others are falsified. And a good example of that would just be data that makes the other theories just completely unable to explain that data. So for example, if we discovered something about galaxies that just rejects, say, dark matter, cannot be compatible with dark matter, but is totally compatible with some other theory that replaces dark matter, then dark matter is falsified. It doesn't verify the replacement for dark matter. It merely says that the new theory can withstand the new data and dark matter can't. So dark matter is out, and the new theory is the best we've got. And that's the best kind of knowledge that we really have access to.
Okay. 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 Okay.
You can
I see
call
really
that
do
knowledge.
that.
It's just a fallibilist. It's a fallibilist theory of knowledge, right? If you're a fallibilist, you think that like knowledge is the best justified explanation for all the data that we have.
Isn't that critical realism though?
Sorry?
Isn't that critical realism?
CRISPR realism? Or are you talking about Cornell realism?
Critical realism.
Or sorry, critical realism.
Yeah.
You mean critical rationalism? That's what Popper called falsificationism in his theory, basically. No, critical rationalism was a milestone in the development of sort of modern philosophy of science, but it wasn't the end of it.
Okay.
Yeah, because there were still issues with critical rationalism.
I mean, so I'm guessing that process can be applied to other things, like many other things, I guess, right? And that's like how I guess not majority of atheists, but majority of like philosophers of like I guess derive knowledge. Is that how they do it, or is it like other commonly used methods?
Sorry, you're asking how do philosophers base their
Is that how?
epistemology?
Is that how a philosopher would do it, or I'm sure there's other other ways they would do it, but it's
Well,
like is that the
philosophers
commonly
make claim
accepted way to do
to
this?
be foundationalists, right? But what we observe is that we don't actually build a perfect like Jenga pile from the ground up. Partly because a single Jenga pile tends to be very shaky, right? And it's hard to cross-reference a lot of different competing evidence when we don't know exactly what's true in many cases, right? So the way we actually do it is more like a crossword puzzle, where we fill things in with different levels of confidence, but it's not merely arbitrary like webs of belief, as the original coherentism was criticized for being, with circularity. It's actually a very strongly weighted attempt to knock out and eliminate contradictory beliefs. And that attempt to knock out and eliminate contradictory beliefs is how you eventually arrive at a set of answers for the crossword puzzle, which couldn't be any other way. But you have to go through the messy process of figuring out and having different weights to your beliefs until you get to that final solution to the puzzle. Which there may very well be final solutions to many puzzles, right? But we arrive at them. For example, like a perfected physics could happen within our lifetime or within, the next 500 or 1,000 years. No reason to think that's not going to happen. It just doesn't happen by saying we've already got it and we have the presupposition that like is the final answer to everything. You don't want to do that because it actually blinds you and prevents you from attempting to falsify your core beliefs.
And they
Like,
could never use this type of stuff in real life. Like, there's no way that they would go into a Walmart and they were trying to buy a canoe, and they'd be like, "You really don't know. Do we really know anything? How could you truly know the objective truth that is necessary to know the price of this canoe?" And they'd be kicked out of the store. And I'm not that he made that stuff up. Once again, he seemed like a very genuine, awesome caller. But that is presuppositionalism. It makes people into assholes. Not him. Other precepts.
So do you have any more questions on this stuff?
They left.
Okay, they left. Well, that was a nice conversation. I like when people actually are open-minded and have like pointed questions, but are not just like here to rant.
I did enjoy that conversation as well. It's really great when it gets into morals like this and people are trying to really understand each other. It's good. Thank you very much, ad nauseam, for joining us. Welcome. How are you today? What's on your mind?
Yeah, great. I believe in God, and so should you. And I believe in Muhammad, and so should you.
Why?
Do you believe that Muhammad was trained by or had access to the religious scholarship of Waraka, who was a member of his family for years before he died?
No, he got revelation from Angel Gabriel.
Okay. Who told him that the revelation from the angel Gabriel was a legitimate revelation?
I think you got me there.
Waraka. It was Waraka, right?
No, he got confirmation because he was invited to heaven.
No, but way prior to that. We're just talking the basic like autobiography, or sorry, biography rather, based on the hadiths and the Quran, right? It is attested that Muhammad was taken by his wife Khadija to meet with Waraka, who had been a member of his family for years prior to this, to see if his visions from the angel Gabriel were true prophetic visions. And it was Waraka who told him, yes, these are true prophetic visions because they come from the angel Gabriel, and you're a true prophet. So Waraka is the one who affirms him as a true prophet and says that the visions from Waraka or from Gabriel are legitimate.
So you're saying a man confirmed it?
That's right. Muhammad was in doubt and his wife was in doubt, and that's why they went to meet with
Wait,
Waraka.
but what about all of the predictions, all the accurate predictions that he made?
We're not even talking about that right now. We're just talking about the source of his beliefs and the confirmation that they were from God, right? He says that he got his beliefs from the angel Gabriel, and then his wife says, we need to make sure. And then they go and they meet with Waraka. And Waraka, who is a religious scholar who is said to be able to recite the Gospels from memory, he was so old that he was going blind, but he could still recite from memory. He had memorized the Gospels, right? That's what it says. Waraka is the one who they asked, are these true visions from God? And Waraka is the one who says, yes, they are, because they came from the angel Gabriel. They're true visions from God. So these
why
are
don't you just grant me that he spoke to Angel Gabriel?
Because there's an issue here, right? So if the angel
Okay, but
Gabriel
can you
spoke to him
explain why he
in
was
reality,
able to accurately predict things, and why he
we're
was
not
also
we're not even getting to that. We're still addressing the question of Waraka's involvement, right? So the
okay?
question I asked you was, do you think that there's any reason to doubt that angel Gabriel visions that he had were
No,
confirmed with
because
Waraka because he had access to Waraka's religious teachings?
yeah, but again, you're not addressing the elephant in the room. His accurate
So
predictions, the fact that there's no contradictions, the fact that it's been perfectly preserved. You can't address the elephants in the room.
There are
the elephant,
contradictions.
the elephant in
Arm
the room
doesn't
is that
emanate
he's
from the back.
the
Sorry, I
elephant in
didn't
the
mean
room is
that,
that
Brandon. Yeah.
the elephant in the room is that he's plagiarizing Waraka's teachings, right? So he has
Okay,
a
how
religious
does that
scholar.
have to do with accurate predictions?
So it doesn't matter, right? If he's a plagiarist who got his teachings from Waraka, then he's not the source of all these ideas, right? He is someone who was taught by Waraka.
But he continued to receive revelation after he died.
Doesn't matter.
Okay.
The point is, he is a student of Waraka, right? And we have every reason to believe that the reason that his quotations from a huge variety of sources, which isn't just the Gospels and the Old Testament, but is also the Mishnah and various Apocrypha and the Book of Ela, the Book of Enoch, and like various
I actually don't see a
apocryphal
problem with this.
Gospels. The reason that he has all these half remembered quotes that are all misquotes, they're just slightly wrong, is because he's a memorizer who verbally learned a lot of stuff from Waraka and other religious members of his family, and he misquotes them all because he has such a shoddy command of these things that he was taught.
I don't see a problem actually, because actually it makes sense. It makes sense for him to have some sort of introduction. Otherwise, I think he would have gone into panic mode if he was not introduced to some scripture of some sort. So it makes sense. So I don't see a problem with him learning about other scriptures.
The problem is we have more reason to think that he, having access to religious scholarship, sourced most of his ideas on his poor understanding of that religious
That doesn't
scholarship,
mean that he's not a
and that
prophet,
he
though.
got it from an angel.
That doesn't mean that he's not a prophet, even if he was taught things.
Look, you can make the claims about the prophethood stuff. It doesn't really matter. The point is he's a plagiarist and a misquoter
Wait,
of
are you
various
saying he
religious
can't?
sources.
Are you saying he can't receive revelation and also learn about other scriptures?
Look,
Is that what you're
you could
saying?
believe that he's like a plagiarist and then also became a true prophet or whatever. That the claim that he's a prophet or that the prophecies come true is just independent of the claim that he's a plagiarist who got most of his knowledge from the religious members of his family, like Waraka. So much so that he wasn't confident enough to just be a prophet without having to go to Waraka and check with him.
Okay, that's not actually true because he continued to receive revelation.
That's
But
irrelevant.
look, no, you're so obsessed about Waraka, but Waraka is it's just a teacher. That's it. Like he
Yeah, if
continued to
Muhammad has a
receive
teacher that teaches
revelation,
him stuff,
and
then the claim
Islam
that he gets stuff
continued
from
to
the
be
angel Gabriel
obsessed
is debunked.
with 2 billion strong, and you can't defeat us.
I was like just basically saying we have more people than you, but that doesn't mean that your claim is right.
Your book
It
is
kind of
obviously
does.
false. Sperm
Kind of
doesn't
does.
emanate from the backbone between the ribs.
And
I mean, if you
ants
think about it, all of the hundreds of thousands of attempts of people trying to convince others to join their religion, all of those attempts failed. But Islam succeeded.
how
That
do you know?
means it's
We're in
true.
anti-Dawa
Okay,
right now.
that means it's
Literally
bloody true.
false. At one point, there were 0 Christians. Today, there's billions.
Yeah, because they believe God came to Earth. Okay,
So your claim is
whereas we have
false.
a guy who's illiterate, had zero power,
And a
and
child
now
molester.
he has influence equivalent to a god, supposed god that came to Earth.
Look, none of this is relevant if he's just like a
I
plagiarist who was
think
taught by Waraka.
no, it is relevant because plenty of people try to be their own prophets. Plenty of people try. Hitler tried and failed, but Muhammad
Listen,
didn't.
you're not getting it. It's just irrelevant. The question is not whether you should believe, because I understand you're a fairly motivated reasoner. You're not going to change your belief. The question is, should anyone who does their own investigation, who's listening to this conversation, think that you've presented a good argument for the truth of Islam?
Listen,
And when I
listen,
present,
buddy.
I'm not going to
You can.
stop my sentence just so you can interrupt me. Anyone who's going to hear what I'm saying is going to say, oh, wow, I didn't know that Muhammad learned things from Waraka probably and not from the angel Gabriel. I didn't know that Waraka was the one who Muhammad had to go to and request authentication that he was a prophet. There would be no reason for him to go to Waraka and ask these things if he
Wait,
actually received true revelation from God, right?
are you
So the
saying you
reason
can't
that he went
be?
to Waraka was because he was in doubt.
Are you saying you can't be a Padawan and a Jedi at the same time?
I think you can be a different animal and the same beast, according to Success at Success by Kobe Bryant. But that doesn't have anything to do with the present topic, right? The
Also,
question is
Why
just,
can't he have a
why
teacher?
should
I don't
any
think
independent thinker looking at Islam not think that it came from people like Waraka giving Muhammad access to religious scholarship to memorize and mismemorize and misquote for years prior to him going to Waraka and saying, oh, I think I might be a prophet. Waraka saying, yeah, you are, and then him becoming acclaimed as a prophet.
I don't see a problem, and I think you should
Imagine,
convert to Islam before
imagine
you
if the
die. Otherwise,
Gospels
you will burn in hell. Okay.
Okay, imagine if the gospel said that Jesus didn't know for sure if he was the Son of God, and Jesus went to the temple or some other religious scholar and said, "Do you think I'm a prophet?" And they said, "Okay, let's look at what you've been told. That sounds like it was the right kind of angels. Yes, you're a prophet." Right? Like this would be mocked if Jesus did something like this. So the fact that Muhammad has to go and ask Waraka if he's crazy or not is evidence that not only that he was familiar with Waraka, because Waraka was a member of his family for years prior to this meeting, and his wife and him both respected Waraka's opinion on religious matters more than his own judgment. So this is reason why most people who are familiar with this information doubt the authenticity of the claim that Muhammad actually got all of his information from the Gospels, about the Gospels and the Torah and the Mishnah and the Book of Enoch and various other apocryphal texts that he misquotes. People don't think that he got this from the angel Gabriel. People think that he tried to memorize a bunch of stuff that he heard and he got a bunch of it wrong because his memory wasn't perfect.
Okay, that still does. You haven't addressed any of the elephant in the room, but I get it. I get it. I
There's
understand.
no elephant
You know,
because he's a plagiarist.
Well, can we just talk about ad nauseum? No, none of us in here believe that angels are real. And so you
The
just
what?
saying, can we take on the fact that these mystical, magical beings gave this man knowledge is baffling to us. That
Okay.
The funny
Are
thing is,
radio
even if
waves
I believed angels
radio
are real,
waves real? Are
even
radio
if I
waves real?
believed, even if I believed angels are real, let's just say that I was a theist, right? I still wouldn't think Muhammad was a true prophet because of the
Hold
evidence
on.
that he received
Wait,
from
hold
teachings of
on.
Waraka.
Are radio waves real?
Yep.
Well, how do you know radio waves aren't just a form of angel?
Because we can make novel testable predictions about radio waves and they always come true.
Okay, but how do you know radio waves aren't angels?
how do we,
Because, well, nobody knows what an angel is, but there are like specific descriptions of radio waves that they are perturbations of electric and magnetic fields that exist in the universe. And that's predicated on tons of prior evidences and all kinds of other experiments. Now, if you want to claim that it's angels making it happen, that doesn't disprove what we already know about the behavior of
No, I'm not saying
electromagnetic
making it happen.
waves.
I'm saying they are angels. How do you know they aren't angels themselves?
Then
the
you're
radio
just
waves?
replacing the word electromagnetic wave with angel.
wait, I could also explain that because we only have experience with humans creating those sort of devices. And so you could say that they're doing it just because that's possible. That doesn't mean that they are real. Is it possible that gnomes could be telepathically communicating to us through microwaves? Yes. Is it true? Doesn't look so.
There's no evidence that
Wait, how
says
do you
it's
know
no
true.
God
evidence.
isn't communicating to us through radio waves?
There's no evidence.
Yeah, there's no evidence.
Well,
Can
scientists
I
None of
say
ask?
us
that they
none of us
receive a lot
believe
of
anything that there's
receive a
no
lot of
evidence for,
frequencies.
including
Ad,
you.
ad nauseum, you're a real person asking these questions. You're welcome to keep asking them. They're amazing. Please do. But person to person, can you just think about the questions you just asked and the statements you just made for like 5 seconds?
Yes, and I'm asking you, how do you know radio waves don't come from God?
How do you know radio waves don't come from gnomes?
The reason we know that is because
that's not
because we
that's
have
absurd.
because
Absurd to claim.
we
But
actually
yours
know,
isn't absurd. Okay, that's what we're trying to convince you
but
of.
we know where
It's
radio
absurd.
waves
not
come from.
absurd.
We
It's not
know where
absurd.
radio
It
waves
is
come
not
from.
absurd.
They come from transmitters. We make the transmitters.
No. Scientists say that they receive frequencies from outer space. They say that.
Oh, okay.
You're
You're
talking about
talking
cosmic
about
rays, yeah.
cosmic
So
rays.
we're talking
I
in the
mean,
sense of the
any
electromagnetic
star, yeah, any star
spectrum.
produces all electromagnetic waves.
Yeah.
We've known that for a really long time.
No, these are not any kind of waves. These are coded messages.
No, radio. No, we do not get coded messages from space.
For
Are
high
you sure?
five.
I only 100%.
Wow.
Yeah.
So why do
It's
NASA
crazy, isn't
scientists
it?
say that the aliens are trying to communicate with us?
There aren't.
Are you sure? I'm pretty sure you could find some
Yeah.
articles.
There's a homeless encampment next to my house by the river. I could go there and find some guy that was abducted by aliens. He'll tell me a detailed story about it. There's other guys that probably have experienced things the likes of which you and I can't even begin to fathom. That doesn't make it true. It doesn't make it a good reason to think that it's true. And they have no evidence other than a story. Now, if you have like some evidence of coded messages being brought to us, then I'd love to see it. A misquote or some clickbaity online thing, I guess technically would kind of count, but it would be pretty laughable if that's all you
Look,
had.
I actually have to go, but look, I think you guys are.
Yeah.
You guys view the world. You guys view the world as black and white. And look, if you view the world as black and white, you're gonna miss out on all the color. Okay, that's what I'm
Actually,
saying.
Before you
actually,
go, I want to send you a link. So this is called The
ran
Origins of
away.
Islam. Oh, damn, I was about to send a link.
you
I'll
can
post
send the link still. He's in the audience. He's hearing what you're saying. To say that we're black and white and then just leave is interesting coming from a religious person who's got some presenting some black and white views on things, like right out of the gate. I appreciate him being bold and honest about his position, but his position is that we must all believe in Allah, and it seems like the way he phrased it sounded to me, I got the impression it's either that or there's no other option. So that kind of sounds really black and white to me in the approach.
But he was also deeply insecure in his beliefs. He ding-dong ditched us. He tried to from the get-go. He said, well, if you don't believe what I believe, then you better watch out. And then he really wanted to leave at that point. He was like, you better, or else bad things are going to happen. And then he didn't want to engage in any actual good faith conversation.
That's okay.
I do appreciate he was at least respectful, and ad nauseum, if you're listening in the audience, I DM'd you. You have to go to your message request to see it, and I also posted it in the Heath and Hangout chat. This is called The Real Origins of Islam. It's with Peter von Sievers, PhD, and I recommend watching this and other interviews with religious scholars on Myth Vision podcast, because you're not getting the full story if you just do systematic theology from any religious text. You need to look at the historical context to understand what people actually believed at the time that they wrote these things.
Thank you. I'll share that with our YouTube audience. I did try invite him back up, and he turned off the invitation thing. So that's too bad. I was hoping to hear some response from him, but perhaps we can talk again next time.
Just real quickly, I want to thank you, Ix, because you filled in a spot that was missing. I know at least how the Quran got written, and that is that Muhammad just memorized or created things in his head. And then he didn't allow anyone to actually write the Quran down. It wasn't until his death that Abu Bakr and others actually created the written Quran. But I am very interested in everything that you were just talking about, and that sounds pretty fascinating. So I'm going to look into. His name was Waraka.
Waraka. I mean, the English translation is Waraqah. Waraka.
I didn't know that either. I was always been told by Muslims that Muhammad dictated and people wrote it down. And most recent one I heard was that I asked like how quickly, over what period of time, and the guy said probably about 10 years to write the whole thing down. He got little bits and pieces from God that way. He didn't have to memorize the whole thing in one shot. And so that was kind of an interesting response. But what you're saying, IX, this is very different. Like, this makes more sense that it would have got written down after the fact, because he probably was too busy for that kind of stuff anyway. And not being literate, he probably didn't even care if it got written down, would be my guess. Hello, Reverse-Camus. Thank you for joining us. How are you today? What's on your mind?
I just had some questions.
Great.
Yeah, we've been through the topic quite a bit, so I wanted to do like a change of pace. I was wondering, first off, what is your guys' favorite dinosaur?
Hi, Tyrannosaurus Rex with Velociraptor. Cool versus intelligence.
Be careful here, because that's Taco's question. Taco might have an objection, like when people take
No, mine is Triceratops.
Mine is the Silodon, which is the last sort of common dinosaur ancestor that led to mammals.
I'd go with a turtle or tortoise, I guess, but I understand they're dinosaurs.
Cynodonts weren't dinosaurs.
Yeah, I'm not gonna. Is it cool if I don't accept that? I mean, I guess there were turtles back then, but like I'm talking about ancient, like the Cretaceous, Jurassic, or what have you. I think. Yeah.
I could be wrong. How old are tortoises?
Turtles are the most ancient of all reptiles.
Mm-hmm.
You're saying old world monsters, right?
Yeah.
And yeah, to be
As
fair,
described
correct,
clearly in the
whatever
Bible.
came before cynodonts is what I should say, right? We don't have the intermediary between cynodonts and their dinosaur forebears sufficiently to name it, I don't think. But that's the last universal common ancestor of modern mammals, probably.
So if you don't accept turtles, I'll go with dragonflies, because apparently they were around in those times, much larger back then.
But they're not dinosaurs. Dinosaurs are reptiles.
Dinosaurs.
I'm getting this all wrong.
If that's what you're gonna go with, fine.
Oh wow! It actually turns out that cynodonts predated dinosaurs. That's crazy. I didn't realize that.
Yes.
I got to go back to school on this, obviously.
It's really complicated. I don't know if I have a favorite dinosaur. Kentrosaurus is way up there, though.
Kentrosaurus. I don't even
gonna
know
have-
that one.
I'm going to have to get back to you on this one.
Like a stegosaurus, but the back half of its body, it had spikes instead of plates.
Oh, the back half. So it still had the plates in the front. It just had the spikes in the back.
Yeah.
Nice. Yeah, I was gonna say Stegosaurus. It's just always been my favorite since I was a kid.
Also, whatever the dragon was that Jesus, as a little child, hung out with and played with in the Gospel of Pseudo Matthew, that dragon dinosaur sounded pretty awesome. If that were a real thing, that would have been cool to hang out with that dinosaur.
Yeah, never heard of this. I've heard a lot of the Gnostic Gospels, but not of Pseudo Thomas. You said,
Yeah. So the Gospel of Pseudo Thomas has Pseudo Matthew. It has two amazing stories. One of them is Jesus hanging out with dinosaurs, and the other is Jesus hanging out with like other like predator animals like lions and stuff. And this is when he's a baby. These just like the infancy gospel stuff.
"Ooh, those are always fun, and they always throw a loop for the Christians."
Do you have any beliefs about God stuff?
Yeah.
He's Baha'i.
Yeah.
Oh, okay.
Yeah,
I think we've spoke before.
Yeah, we have. Yeah, we had a really good conversation. You gave me some videos to watch, and I watched the one by Esoterica, or I can't remember if I got all the way through it, but
like the history of Yahwism and like how Yahweh became a monotheistic idea rather than a polytheistic idea.
Yeah.
Cool. Yeah, that's a great video.
Mm-hmm.
Jason Sledge is a really, really, really good explainer because he's coming from like a Jewish tradition, but he doesn't really shape his narratives from the perspective of his own tradition. He just kind of explains in a really good historical way what different religious and esoteric believers believed, the way a historian does it, rather than like from a theological perspective.
Yeah, I really like his videos. For me, the esoteric is how I got to it, but he knows all about the esoteric and it hasn't affected him. So I find that very interesting.
Okay, so you're saying that you were interested in esoteric writing first before other religious stuff or something like that.
Yeah. I just kind of picked Baha'i because it was the closest thing that I could find to what I actually believed.
Were you looking
I
for
believed
community?
that,
like to have a community of people so that you could do more than just sort of privately think about this stuff? Is that why you wanted a community like Baha'i?
yeah, definitely the community aspect that was appealing. I've made some really good Baha'i friends, and I just feel closer to them since, like, Baha'is don't really do the whole in-group, out-group thing, but I guess it is kind of unavoidable in, like, the imperceptible way that people interact with each other. But since I joined them, it feels like they have been a bit warmer to me, and I really like them. A lot of cool Baha'is.
Have you ever heard of Unitarians?
Yeah.
They're pretty like
Unitarian Universalists.
Yeah, they're pretty welcoming of like all different types of people, and there's actually a lot of atheists that are members of Unitarian churches because they're very open-minded and have different kinds of believers and non-believers, like sharing community religiously in a way.
Mm-hmm. Yeah, there was actually a Unitarian Universalist church near me a while back, and I was like, I really wanted to go, but
yeah,
my schedule never really worked out for it.
Yeah. Cool. Well, has there been any like evolution in your thinking or questions that have come to mind?
I had it for a second, but then I lost it. I don't know. I just started thinking more and more about God with how it worked, and then just realizing, oh wow, when I talk to people like you who think about this in a skeptical way, you've got just about no other way to do it. Like the ways that I try and describe God, it just falls apart. But it just brings me back to thinking, wow, this thing exists in my opinion, but it's just so beyond us that people can just logic it away because that's how good its plan is. It's that imperceptible.
So
If that makes sense.
if God's plan is imperceptible, then how does he expect his followers to adhere to it?
Well, by using the moral laws that its prophets left behind, and trusting in the records that have been written down.
Can I ask what would change your mind?
I don't think that there is anything that can change my mind. Like, just everything that I've read, like, especially from the Eastern traditions, it just shows, in my opinion, that there is this force beyond us.
Gravity?
Like, I don't think that there's anything that can change your mind. Like, in my opinion, I believe in the God stuff as much as you guys believe in, for a lack of a better word, the physicalist atheist stuff. Like, if there was something that could change my mind, sure, but I just don't think that there's anything that can change your mind in the same way that you guys don't think that there's anything that can change your guys' mind.
I said there's lots of things that could change my mind. I actually continue to point out how weak these gods are because they just don't interact within the physical world. They seem to be less able to do things than humans. It's why I reject all these omnis because they don't have any. I'm not saying the Baha'i faith has them, but I agree that I believe in the physical universe. I think you believe in the physical universe. You just believe in maybe this extra force. Because not
Mm-hmm.
to bring the joke back full circle, we both believe in gravity, but there is seemingly this other force that you believe exists out there, and I'm still trying to figure out. So, what is that force?
God, I guess.
They're just chilling up there, just
It's chilling in us, chilling around us, chilling outside us. It's just everything, I guess.
it's the universe.
Yeah, but like, there's like scales of God from not God, in the same way that like panpsychism works, I guess.
But what's the difference between God and the universe?
That's a really good question. I don't know. Like,
Yeah.
God is the universe. God is everything.
And to an atheist, we just say, take out that word God and just say the universe is everything. And yep,
Hmm.
I have a question. Do you find um, the idea of God as like a personal being to be important to you, as like a consciousness or a a mind that like decided for things to be this way? Is that part of your belief?
I think that it put things into motion more than it has like this specific. Uh, I think it has a plan, but plans are hard, especially if multiverse theory works or exists. I mean, in
Sounds
like
like you're sounds like you're close to
every
deism then, right? Because you believe that like some kind of God put things into motion and then stood back because their plan was perfect from the beginning or whatever.
yeah, my personal esoteric way of looking at it is pretty close to deism.
Okay, just trying to understand.
Hmm.
A lot of like early founders of the United States, for example, were deists, and a lot of people in the French Revolution were deists. And actually, the deists slaughtered the atheists in France. There was like a mass killing of all the atheists by the deists, which is really it's a very sad. Yeah, it's a sad moment in the history of seemingly like chill, good bedfellows who should have a lot in common. But the Robespierre era involved a lot of killing of atheists by deists. It's mostly political stuff. But
Whoa. Yeah, I thought that. I know that they went after the people who were even more leftist than them, the sans-culottes, if I pronounced that right.
Yeah, I think it's worth mentioning sometimes though, because sometimes people hold the opinion that like deism is great because like none of the bad stuff has ever been done in the name of it or whatever, in the same way as like bigger organized religions have. But we actually find that like deists just massacred atheists because they like disagreed on stuff politically.
Yeah.
This is one of the reasons that there's still reason to have issue with even these like watered down forms of theism, though, is that just because in your case deism or something like deism doesn't seem to lead to any like problematic or dangerous tendencies, doesn't mean that it's not sufficient for people to do that in a way that, absent atheistic belief of some kind, we wouldn't see that.
Yeah,
regular source
is
of
that
violence.
a criticism of atheism though, or a criticism of humanity?
Well, the point is that even if you have a seemingly inconsequential belief, like a belief that doesn't appear to like make any big claims or lead to any huge drastic policies, it actually still deserves to be challenged critically and thought about very carefully, because the tradition you're a part of at one point in time may be very peaceful and very like Baha'i is by all accounts like one of the most praiseworthy religious groups in the world by just their behavior and their the kind of moral example that they
I agree with that. Yeah.
Right. Like, well, I'm not criticizing Baha'i, for instance, right, as a whole. I'm just saying that like the problem with an idea is that it's not restricted to like the form it takes right now. It's kind of like when when one side of the political spectrum wants to do this like radical change to the way that the democracy works to like win the current fight that they're in. And then someone points out that, well, that when they get into office, they're going to be able to use that against us. And then everyone is like, oh, fuck, never mind, right? So when we look at these more open-ended or more nebulous ideas about God, I think we should still have an uncompromising doubt and reason to reject the belief if it doesn't seem rational, because it's not just harmless, right? It's never just harmless in the long term to believe in irrational things or encourage irrational beliefs. And I think if you look at a guy named William Clifford, who's a friend, not a friend, sort of an associate of Thomas Huxley, the guy who coined sort of modern agnosticism, Clifford had a much stronger claim. He said there's an ethic of belief that it's unethical to believe things on insufficient evidence, period. And he gives the example of like a ship owner who owns a ship and who sets sail. Even though the ship has holes in it, and the holes, by his training as a ship owner, make the ship likely to sink. If there's even a strong breeze, the ship tips a little bit, it's going to start to sink. And so for him to believe that the ship will not sink, he has to believe that a miracle will occur and the weather will be perfect that day. And because he's religious and has a particular religious feeling or dream or vision or something, he believes that the ship will be okay. And the ship, prior to it returning or sinking, is in grave peril. Would you agree?
Yeah, you're basically talking about epistemic responsibility, right?
Yeah, exactly. And it's in grave peril because he's done something wrong before the consequence is determined. Wouldn't you agree?
Yeah.
Okay. And so at what point do you think he fucked up?
Wait, sorry if I wasn't completely paying attention. Does he know that that it's in peril?
I mean, yeah, he knows that there's a hole and that if there's a breeze, if the wind is strong, which is like on average, like very frequent as an event, right? That this
Yeah,
ship-
I'd say the moment that he figured it out, that he knew that there was a problem and he didn't fix it, that's when he fucked up.
Okay. But the belief that there just won't be any bad thing that can happen and everything will be guaranteed by a religious vision seems to be unjustified, even by other Christian standards, right? Like his friends who also believe in God probably wouldn't sail that ship the way that he sailed the ship, right?
But at the end of the day, you're not going to know how this religion plays out if it continues to be this religion of peace and unity, or if it grows stronger in the same way that we don't know that, like, sorry, I know that the terminology is not going to be 100%, but if atheism turned bad, like, are you not going to be atheists if, like, they just,
specific to
if there's, like, a
religion.
reassurance in Marxism and they start raising our taxes? Because
Yeah, exactly.
that's what
This is a
people think
global-
Marxism is, apparently.
This is a global responsibility. It's not just restricted to religious topics, right? The idea is that if you have 3 Christian captains and they each have a hole in their boat, and 2 of them go and get it repaired, but the third has a vision and thinks a miracle will prevent the ship from sinking and then sails it, that the other 2 are going to complain to the third and probably put him in jail or take his license away, right? They're going to, he's going to go to court or something, probably be charged with a crime because of negligence, right? And the reason he's negligent is if you pin it to that moment where he decided, oh, my vision is enough. I don't need to worry about the risks because a vision is a guarantee that things will just be guaranteed by the vision being, proof or something, right? That's an irrational belief with insufficient evidence that even other people who believe in the supernatural still wouldn't think is enough evidence to prove that the supernatural is going to happen in this case, right? And that's what Clifford's talking about. I would look into that, because if you think deeply about this, then you can decide for yourself how far you think this goes and whether, various of your beliefs are well justified or not. But it's really worth thinking about this as like kind of the foundational question about forming beliefs. Is it ethical to form beliefs on weak or insufficient evidence? And are you doing that in any particular area of your life?
Yeah. Unfortunately, I feel like epistemology does break down when we're talking about God in terms of proving it. So living with the fact that there is a hole in my epistemology is just something that I have to live with. But in terms of what I read, there's like a story of people who I'd say are in the know. Like Ram Dass was just meditating with his guru, and his guru just falls asleep and he starts leaning on him. And Ram Dass goes into an instant state of samadhi, like intense meditative absorption into the universe. And like stuff like that, like it shows, in my opinion, that there's something beyond us. So like in terms of like the holes in their ships, like I can't convince you of anything, and I think that honestly you guys are just better off as atheists, but there may be a small hole in your guys' ship that you may have not have noticed. That it's not going to sink you, of course, but it's still there.
Yeah, I would agree. We all have this epistemic responsibility to think about, not just for religious topics, but for all the topics that we're committing to and acting upon in our lives, because they can have consequences that we don't expect, even if they seem like harmless beliefs or actions initially. There can be ramifications that we're blind to that other people would take us to task for ultimately.
I think there's probably multiple holes in my boat. And part of life experience is discovering what those holes are and figuring out how to fix them.
Yep. Even with the God thing, I'm not perfect. I still fuck up a lot.
It's how we learn. Trial and error.
Yeah. But it's always cool thinking about how non-believers, they they have to make it on their own. They have to create their own ideology and philosophy based on what's come before.
Actually,
And
we don't have to create an ideology, and many of us don't.
okay, yeah, that's technically true. I guess I wasn't thinking when I spoke there, but
No problem.
yeah, at least when I was a non-believer, I had a chip in my shoulder about like solving philosophy and morality and figuring out how to live the best possible life. I don't know if that, if you guys had the same feeling about it.
I think that is something that a lot of people kind of tend to do almost automatically. I like to promote the idea of that part of living the best possible life includes encouraging or even helping others to live the best possible lives as well. So it kind of, to me, it's kind of more social focused rather than personal focused. But the personal focus stuff is not lost on me. It's I definitely want to live a good life too.
Yeah. Yeah.
But did you have maybe a final word?
Yeah.
good
I
having
just
this
had a
conversation.
question. Like I came in with some questions, but you guys were such good interviewers that it just went off on a tangent,
It was a
and
good one.
you somehow kept me relevant and on topic and speaking somewhat coherently. So I appreciate that. You guys are great conversationalists. But what was your favorite, or what you think to be the most important scientific discovery?
Just getting
Computers
started.
are more of an invention.
Oh yeah, go ahead.
But I guess probably discovery of the chemical elements would be way up high on the list for me.
Yeah, the periodic table was exactly what I was thinking. Like, I watched a video on how it was discovered, and like a guy just had a theory that the elements just repeated on a table over and over, kind of like music. And while it wasn't quite the right metaphor, like there is a repeatability of the elements, hence the periodic table. It repeats periodically, to my understanding at least.
Okay, well, thank you for coming up. We'll probably
Yeah,
see you
Stellar's
next month.
cool. He's got his hand up, but I'll go. Have a good night.
Thanks very
Or
much.
Good day, everyone.
It's always a pleasure speaking with you.
Just want to throw out penicillin.
Hello, Otangelo. Welcome. It's been a while since we've talked. How are you doing?
Hi everyone. Well, I'm doing well, and you guys?
Pretty good. Your volume's pretty low. Maybe about 35% of where it needs to be.
I don't know how to fix that. Is it better now?
Oh, much
Yes,
better. Yeah,
better.
that's much better.
Okay. Yeah, that was my mic a little bit distant. Yeah, so I don't have any specific topic, but if you guys would like to talk about something in specific, I'm all ears.
Have you done any more reading on abiogenesis in a clay substrate? Polymerization?
Yeah, what would you like to talk about this?
I'm just wondering if you've done any reading about it, since like the very first conversation we ever had, you said that you knew a lot about it. When you admitted you didn't know much about it last time we spoke, I thought maybe you might have done some reading in the meantime.
Well, I have not, but what I would be curious about is, let us suppose that the clay hypothesis explains polymerization of nucleotides. Where would you go from that if that would be a plausible and actually experimentally substantiated claim and hypothesis?
Well, there's some other ingredients that are needed for something like the beginnings of life to occur. One is protocells, and we know that there's abundant lipids. Lipids form protocell membranes, and the membranes are capable of allowing a biased absorption of polymers that are like biologically useful, but keeping out other things which are going to be problematic for the contents of the protocell. That would lead to a prediction that the places where these things are the most abundant would be geothermal vents, and where the chemistry would be the best for the reactions, which would lead to the hypothesis that if we looked at geothermal vents, we would find the very oldest evidence of life on the planet. And when we looked at geothermal vents, we did find the very oldest samples of the remains of life on Earth.
Yeah, I can quote you here from Steve Bender's science paper, Paradoxes in the Origin of Life. And he says in regards of lipids that provide tidy compartments under the close supervision of a graduate student supporting a proto-cell first model of origins are quite non-robust with respect to small environmental perturbations, such as change in the salt concentration, the introduction of organic solvents, or a change in temperature. So they are very labile. They would disintegrate very easily and rapidly. So I see this as a big problem in regards of lipids forming these containers in a prebiotic Earth.
Maybe if you actually read any of the primary literature on the subject that you're claiming to know stuff about, you can get back to us.
Well, I have actually written a book which you can look on up on Amazon about the origin of life, about the origin of the basic building blocks of life, as well in regards of the lipids. And there are many, many, many problems which I think that have not been solved, and I'm very doubtful that they will be solved anywhere near in the future.
Yeah, that's the state of science, right? We have big questions, it takes time to figure stuff out. What's like consequential about saying that we don't have all the answers yet?
All right. Thank you, Otangelo. Sorry. Oh, you have more to say. Sorry.
Well, I mean, the thing is, what is the direction showing in regards of origin of life research? We are about 70 years into the research. I have very recently talked to a scientist which has published science papers on the subject, and I made this precise question. And he confesses and he agrees that rather than diminishing the gaps of explanations, the more that science is studying the subject, the more new gaps are opening. So rather than closing the gaps and coming closer to explain the origin of life by natural means, what science is unraveling is that these problems are getting bigger and bigger and bigger. And there is no solution inside that this tendency would anywhere in the near future change in regards of the direction.
Okay, you would expect the number of gaps to increase as you have more pieces. That creates more gaps between the pieces, right? So the plausible pathways for clay abiogenesis, protocells, and so on has become much better understood recently, which leads to people asking more and more questions about all the questions that arise from that. This is how science works, right? The arising of more questions is the expected consequence of more research, right? Like this is just some like banal statements about how science normally works, not some kind of big problem for a theory.
Yeah, I mean, if someone proposes that natural unguided mechanisms are the most case adequate explanation to solve the riddle of the origin of life, then one should expect that these new open questions would find plausible answers through naturalistic explanations. And I don't see this to be the case.
Well, it's clearly the case that you haven't done much reading on the important topics for things like clay and how it polymerizes and generates the random building blocks for life to arise. So maybe you need to hit the books, keep an open mind, and do some more research.
Well, I think that you don't know what kind of research that I am doing in regards of the origin of life. So that isn't even the topic here. But what I know is that the polymerization of nucleotides is a very tiny fraction in regards of all the issues and questions that have to be answered in regards of the origin of life. And Lynn Margulis, she said that transition from basic chemicals to the first self-replicating cell is a bigger gap than going from the first living cell to humans. And this is what has been confirmed since she said that over 25 years ago. And the problem is not simply that we have more questions. The problem is that there are conceptual problems which are unsolved and not explained by unguided random mechanisms. And chemoselectivity or natural selection or chemical evolution or all these proposed different mechanisms, they are simply inadequate to explain the issues which have to be explained, like you need to select the basic building blocks. You need to join them together. They are macromolecules. They're complex. You need to polymerize them, which is what you try to address with the clay issue of RNAs. Then you have to go from small polymers to large polymers, like the center of the ribosome is about 3,000 nucleotides. It's a huge molecule, and there are some residues which must be in the precise position in order to permit the enzymatic reaction of the ribosome to put amino acids together to polymerize them. And we know that getting 3,000 nucleotides without disintegrating them, this is something which has never been shown to be possible. I mean, the eigen threshold is about 40, 50 nucleotides, and then they disintegrate. These are huge problems.
They're not big problems for a field where we're studying something that happened around 4 billion years ago, right? So for anything that happened that long ago, you're going to expect a lack of all kinds of evidence that you're just not going to be able to get access to about what specifically happened. You're only going to be able to find some selective amounts of evidence and then try to reconstruct what happened in between those things. And there's going to be questions which we may never be able to solve because of the evidence all being destroyed. So no, it's not like the field of biology cannot conclude that abiogenesis is the most plausible explanation, or that clay is not the most likely explanation for how the polymers arose, or that lipid membranes are the most likely candidate for how protocells gave rise, like the first chemical evolution, just because you make a big list of things that we don't have the answers to. The big list of things we don't have the answer to will increase the more that we do know. This is just, like I said, a banal expectation of studying something that's about 4 billion years old. So, like, none of this matters, Otangelo. What matters is making progress towards a better understanding of it, which we are doing. We're making leaps and bounds. And so your skepticism is fine. If you don't think it's plausible, you can withhold judgment. It's perfectly respectable. But to confidently proclaim that because we don't have all the answers about something that happened 4 billion years ago, we should think that it didn't occur, is just not a well-justified viewpoint, except to people that are highly motivated religious thinkers who have a book that they're trying to sort of ad hoc justify belief in, which says that God creates a bunch of animals and things by snapping his fingers and like popping them into existence. It's very easy to compare the two worldviews, the two explanations for what occurred, and say it's more plausible that these natural processes are the best explanation, despite gaps in the knowledge that we have for something that's 4 billion years ago, than that the Bible snapping into existence story is plausible, given that we have a snapping into existence for the Bible as a text from the textual history of the religious ideas that have a natural developmental historical process. So I can give a much better account of how all of your religious beliefs arose than you can give an account that is going to contradict or better explain the natural facts about the world, right? I can show you where your religious beliefs come from. You cannot explain by reference to the religious text where life came from.
Yes, I have an answer through the Bible, through Genesis. God created life using his power and intelligence. And this is something which we have positive evidence for, that intelligence is capable of creating blueprints and instructional information, and through that information and information transfer, the direction and making of complex machines with specific purposes. I, as a machine designer, have done precisely this as a profession, and
Yeah, he
I
was
know that I, as an intelligent being, I am capable of doing this entire process, starting from the blueprint to the assembly of the complex machine with foresight what to do with such a machine. So we have positive evidence that intelligence is a capable mechanism. We have no evidence whatsoever that unguided random events are capable of instantiating this kind of specification and complexity. So I have basically negative evidence or evidence in the contrary through scientific investigation and research that unguided events can do it. And I have positive evidence through my own experience that intelligence is a capable mechanism. So I would say that all the evidence points to an intelligent source rather than none.
Did you want to say something?
Yeah, and I apologize. I didn't mean to interrupt.
No,
But
go ahead and jump in.
it's the God and Genesis part that I'm very interested in, because you kind of went back to the DNA at the end of that. But what we're very, keen on knowing is how God made DNA.
Through his power and his intelligence.
Well, yeah, that's how everything is done. If you make a box, it's it's through power and intelligence. How?
I don't know how I can think about something and then through my thought um, move my arm and eventually instantiate what I am thinking about to instantiate. I know that it works. I don't know what the interface is that makes the things happen, but the fact that I know that it works is sufficient evidence for me. I don't need to have an explanation of the explanation. Otherwise, I would need furthermore an explanation of the explanation of the explanation, and then I would have infinite regress and get nowhere and have no explanations to
Otangelo,
anything
Actually,
whatsoever.
Otangelo, I would suggest looking into the field of neuroscience because they have a lot of really good ideas about this.
But Otangelo, I'd like to just play this back in a different scenario. Someone says, how do you build a car? And they say power, intelligence. How can any of us really know how a car is made? And if we knew how to build a car, it would just cause all of these problems. But no, we should know how God made DNA. Or I don't know why you're trying to question scientific biologists on this subject if you don't have anything in reverse.
Well, I mean, I would say that the fact that we don't know um, and don't have explanations or answers to ultimate reality and about God himself, why there is something or rather than not, why he is intelligent and powerful rather than not, does that mean that therefore that creator was not involved or it isn't the best explanation for what we observe in the physical world? I would say no.
It would mean that we have no reason currently to believe that intelligence was used in the formation of the universe.
I have a question for you, Otangelo. Why is there a God instead of not a God?
Right. This is a question which I think philosophers have thought about for millennia. And ultimately, there are axioms which we just have to take by faith.
So, in other words, you don't know.
Yes, I don't know.
Okay, that's fair. Just like I don't know why there's a cosmos instead of no cosmos. I have the same answer as you. I don't know.
Yeah.
So this doesn't make either of our ideas on this better. They're both in the same boat. The difference is that we actually have evidence that the cosmos is real. We have reality. We can check into these things and all these. God seems to be not necessarily required, but the cosmos is definitely required, or reality is definitely required.
Well, what we try to explain is the existence of the universe. And what Turek says so succinctly is that what is the path to the cause. So I see that there are many phenomena in the natural world which require an explanation, and intelligence fits very well to explain these phenomena, while non-intelligent mechanisms, unguided random events, do not. And one example I just mentioned, which is instructional codes and information, the assembly of complex machines for a specific purpose. And there are many different other phenomena as well, like fine-tuning of the universe and fine-tuning even in biochemistry. A universe which is based on a mathematical order, which is based on physical laws.
So
Laws always require a lawgiver, and I
okay.
could go on.
Yeah, the fine tuning argument falls apart because first, in order to show that fine tuning is even possible, one has to prove that the constants aren't actually constants. You can't fine tune a constant. A constant is constant; it doesn't change. So you're going to have to somehow, the people who are arguing for fine tuning are first going to have to provide evidence that those constants aren't actually constants. That's a big problem. Nobody's been able to do that as far as I know.
Well, fine-tuning is something which is widely acknowledged amongst physicists and astronomers. So the evidence is not in dispute. What is in dispute is the explanation, how we can explain the fact that there are hundreds and hundreds of different parameters that must be just right. I written a book which is available on Amazon, and I've collected 466 different fine-tuning parameters, starting with the initial conditions of the universe and ending with the conditions on Earth, with the Earth and the Moon, the system. And the overall fine-tuning, if you sum it up and consider as well the interdependencies, is 1 in 10 to 1,569. That's an absolutely unfathomable, huge number. And of course, that demands an explanation. Why is that so? That would be like you would have to win 50,000 times in a row the state lottery, and with a chance each one 1 to 300 million. And
Did I
you
miss?
can,
Sorry, I just need to clarify. Did I mishear you? You said 1,569 is not fathomable, or did I mishear the number?
it is 1 in 10 in the power of 1,569.
Oh, okay. It's to the power of 1,569. Okay.
Yeah. So this is
Yeah, to most people that would be unfathomable. I'm not
Yeah,
going to
which
say to
is
everyone. There are some
yeah,
autistic people who have some pretty amazing abilities in the world, but yeah, for the average person, I think that would be unfathomable.
well, I mean, I'm trying to illustrate it by saying, let's suppose that you want to win the state lottery, where the chance to win it once is 1 in 300 million, and you would win it 50,000 times in a row. And then you would have to ask, someone cheated or was just pure luck? I would say someone cheated.
We wouldn't have to ask.
We also don't know anything like the probabilities of something which may not have any other possible value, right? So the problem with like positing these like dice or lottery analogies for things like cosmic parameters is that there's actually just no relation between these two things. In the one case, things like lotteries are stipulated fair dice or fair coins or fair random number generators, right? They're as mathematically perfect a random generator as we can generate. But in the case of parameters, we have no other reference point for the parameters being different. We don't know if it's possible for them to be different. But what we do know is that there's lots of things which have some interdependence, which couldn't be any other way, where the things are reliant on each other. Like, do you remember when we had a caller who called in and he claimed that the dispersal of gravity and the dispersal of electromagnetism in a radial way following an inverse square law was somehow like evidence that the designer of the universe must have made the equations the same for both things. And I asked him if he understood how geometry worked and why you would think that it could be any other way than an inverse square law if you have a thing which spreads out. The more that it would spread out, the thinner it would get. Sort of stands to reason, right? Like if I have 10 particles and I put them in a dish that's 1 by 1, then I'm gonna have 10 particles per centimeter or whatever, right? Now, if I put the same 10 particles in a 10 by 10, we're gonna expect like 1 for every 10, right? So 1 for every 100. The dispersal is just sort of a geometric consequence. There's nothing like fixed or intentional that requires it to be one way, and there's no arbitrary fiat which could just make it another way. Geometry works in a way that's psychologically independent of like how we choose to think about it, and it doesn't seem like it could be otherwise. So why should we think that all of the parameters in the universe are free to be assigned to any possible value, and that we can then pick some range of those values and then assign some probability to them? We just don't know if it's possible for them to be something other than what they are.
Yeah, this is, I've heard this argument before that there is a physical necessity for the parameters to be what they are. And I consider that a very extreme position to claim that there couldn't be a non-life permitting universe. And I mean, these parameters, they start with the initial conditions and the end with over 140 parameters for Earth and about 15 or 16 for the moon. And I don't see why there couldn't be a universe, everything equal, and the Earth not having a moon surrounding it.
Why
And
are
if
the
that would be the
parameters?
case, then we wouldn't be here.
Why are the
So
parameters? Why are the parameters so badly tuned such that the stars that permit life last like a thousandth of as long as they could last? Why are the parameters for the universe fine-tuned so badly that we have less than a thousandth of the number of life-permitting stars in the universe than we could have? Why is the universe so arbitrarily so arbitrarily half-assed? If it's designed to favor life, why does it favor some arbitrarily middle amount of life rather than the maximal amount of life, like a designer who cared about life would do?
well, what has to be explained? Why the universe is fine-tuned to permit life rather than not? This is the crux of the
To permit
question.
life. Sorry,
And
to permit
point is-
life? Sorry, to
yes,
permit life?
yes. Why is
If
it
it's
fine-tuned
if
to
it's only
permit
permitting
life?
life, that's not the same as actually being something that's designed for life to facilitate life. Just to permit it is kind of like a lower standard. It sounds like.
Right.
Well,
The
as I
point is
said,
it's not fine-tuned to favor life. It could be fine-tuned much better to favor life. The fact that life is permitted in it in a very mid kind of way is not evidence that someone perfectly designed it for life.
yeah, this is similar to the bad design argument in biology. And I say to this, my standard answer to this is if you see a cell phone that has a keyboard which is not 100% functional, then you don't jump immediately to the conclusion that the cell phone wasn't designed. And in regards of the universe, it is the same situation. The fact that it is actually even existing, it's not only that it is advanced life permitting, but even existing demands an explanation because we know that there are over 30 different parameters just for the initial conditions for the universe to exist. And this isn't a free lunch. This demands an explanation.
Sure. The thing is, though, to assume that the universe or even planet Earth is permitting life, in fact, the vast proportion of the planet Earth is not conducive to supporting life. It doesn't permit life. Like we're just living on the surface of the planet. Like you go down inside the planet, there's no way we can live there. It's just not going to work. Let alone going out in the universe. We have to do all kinds of stuff to get out there, and there's all kinds of things that can go wrong. Some fast moving atoms could fly through and rip a spacesuit apart, then the person loses all their oxygen and dies. You know, there's a lot we have to know and do and figure out. The odds are stacked very, very heavily against us if you want to look at it in terms of odds.
Well, nonetheless, we are here, and the odds to have life on our planet is the number which I just gave. And this
And we've
demands an
adapted to survive.
explanation.
Yeah,
Why
we've
is
adapted
it
for our
so
environment.
rather than not? This is the crux question here. Why are there over 400 parameters that must be just right? And some of them, I would say that the possibility of ranges is not even limited, it is infinite, and it's still a very narrow range which has to be selected in order to have life. This exacerbates the problem of fine-tuning enormously, and saying that we are the universe is the way it is because of physical necessity, that is simply a claim that is unwarranted. There are many parameters where scientists and physicists, they have no clue why the parameter is in the life permitting range, because there is no physical necessity for it to be so.
Well, there's a kind of necessity, which is the anthropic principle, right? So whatever universe we're in has to have these parameters, or we wouldn't be observing it. And if it's the case that there is a range of universes which are not life permitting, then we can be the beneficiary of extraordinary luck, or we can be the beneficiary of a large number of universes of which only a tiny fraction are like ours that permit life. And it just so happens that inflation and the evidence for eternal inflation is there, and that inflation almost requires a multiverse as a consequence, because as vacuum increases in size, the vacuum becomes unstable, and it results in something like a new universe, probably. So
Yeah,
that's why physicists currently think that the multiverse is the most likely explanation for how the universe works, not because it has anything to do with this fine-tuning bullshit, just because it's a consequence of eternal inflation, which the evidence supports.
Yeah, again, fine-tuning is not a creationist concept, it's something which physicists and astronomers have discovered. Now, the entropic principle is a circular argument. It doesn't explain why the universe is life permitting rather than not. And
It doesn't attempt to.
the multiverse has several problems. One of them is that it just sets back one stage further up the issues, the relevant questions, but doesn't actually answer them. One of them is that a universe, multiple universe generator would also require to be fine-tuned. We would then have to ask, well, where does it come from? Why does it even exist? And if you are positing infinite inflation, the thing is that inflation period had to stop somewhere in order to transition to the Big Bang expansion, and there is no known mechanism which would fine-tune that deceleration of this expansion. These are huge conceptual problems which astronomers, they have no answer for. And I say, well, I can perfectly fit in here an intelligent creator with foresight, which actually finally calibrated the initial expansion rate, the inflation period, and then the transition to a less fast expanding universe. But a non-intelligent mechanism, I mean, there would just be chaos. I mean,
So
even the fundamental forces, we have no clue why the four fundamental forces, why they are stable rather than oscillating. And if they would be oscillating, we wouldn't be here.
Okay, well, you're gish galloping a bit by changing the subject between a million things. But to go back to the original claim, it's not the case that we just like can't possibly explain why the multiverse would arise from constant inflation. Constant inflation is predicted, or does predict, a multiverse as a consequence of the metastable vacuum causing something like a Big Bang over and over again. As inflation continues, it leads to more Big Bangs, essentially. So that's my understanding of what the cosmologist thinks slightly favors the multiverse over alternative cosmologies.
Yeah, the
Otangelo.
metastability that you're talking about also requires an explanation. How we go from such a state of virtual particles to the right expansion rate, which depends on several different parameters like gravity and the Hubble constant and several other cosmological constant and several other parameters which all must be just right. Also entropy must be just right. I mean, these are all questions which in my understanding naturalistic unguided mechanisms simply are inadequate explanations.
So Otangelo, one
the
of the
problem is that you don't have an explanation just by saying that a designer does it. That's a non-explanation in and of itself, right? So saying that like it's really hard to explain things, but if I write a story that says like a character does it by snapping his fingers, then that solves the problem because watches exist and watches are made by humans, and we're just going to analogize the two. You don't have an explanation. Nobody has a complete explanation. But what we do have is we have evidence-based reason to think that the multiverse is more likely than other cosmologies. And the multiverse does provide an ample opportunity for there to be an almost uncountable number of universes with partially differing parameters, if that's possible. And if that's the case, then the anthropic principle would predict that the universe that we're in is going to be a reflection of that broad spectrum of instances having enough variance that it allows for a stroke of good luck like ours to occur amongst all the different permutations.
Yeah, what I think is so staggering by these proposals is that there is not a shred of evidence for a multiverse, and
There
it
is.
is
It's constant
proposed,
inflation.
and it is
I'm just telling
proposed.
you what physicists say.
Let me finish, please. And it is principally proposed by those which always claim that reason and empiricism is on their sides. And then they come up with such proposals which we cannot test, we cannot observe them, we don't know what exists or does not exist beyond our physical universe, and they try to sell it as a plausible alternative to
Antangelo, can I
creator.
just
And
stop
at
you
the
for
same
just a second? So the reason that we criticize creationism is because there's no evidence for creationism. There's no way to test at it. There's no way to prod it or to know that it's true. They're trying to sell us something, but for all intents and purposes, from our eyes, does not exist.
Well, I disagree with you in number and degrees, Amy. I mean, I can make an intelligent design hypothesis, and it can be tested. I
Right?
can
Like
say,
what?
um,
How?
show me instructional assembly information to make a machine, a blueprint, which is I'm a machine designer, and I know that I, as an intelligent being, can instantiate such a blueprint. We know that intelligence is capable of doing it. And we know that DNA stores instructional assembly information to make proteins, which are molecular
Can I
machines,
pause you before
each
we go
one
back
with
into
specific.
that?
No, let me finish quick. And we know that proteins, each one of them has a specific function. We have never. You can put a bunch of nucleotides in a lab, and then see eventually if they, on clay or whatever you propose, if they
But you're going back to
polymerize
the same thing. You're not
into a
answering.
sequence of information, which then would be a sequence which then can be used to make proteins. And guess what? The sequence space is so enormous, and it has
So
never
big.
been shown that even by calculations, by probability calculations, this would be possible. And I would say this is evidence in favor of design and evidence against naturalistic
Yeah,
explanations.
but that
And once you
wasn't
can
what I was
show it,
asking for.
that actually such a string is produced in the lab, hey, then you have topped my proof and you have falsified intelligent design. So yes, intelligent design can be tested.
Okay, well then I will ask, what is your test? You went into a different type of tangent. I'll ask again. You said that we are machine designers. It's true. The only designers that we know of are animals. It's truly the only designers we have evidence for. So you said that there's some way we could test it. Your tests seem to be, whoa, it's just so big. How could it happen? That's not a test. So I'll ask again. Do you have a way to test creationism?
As I explained, and if you would have
No, you didn't.
listened carefully to what I said, then you would maybe have understood it.
Don't
We
bring up
know that
DNA and say it again. No,
let's
no,
answer
no.
now.
Don't
Amy,
start
let
with
me answer
DNA.
now.
No,
Well,
no, no.
yes, I am
Don't start
staying
with
with
DNA. You
DNA.
need a test. Test. Something we can go out into the real world and test. Make
Yes,
data on.
you can take monomer nucleotides. Let's suppose that as our friend has suggested that nucleotides on clay is demonstrable evidence of polymerization. Okay, I give you that. Now, put the sequence of these nucleotides into an informational sequence, which then could be used to produce a protein, which then would have a specific function. If you can do that and demonstrate that this is possible, then you top my hypothesis and falsify it.
Okay, but at least right now, currently, there is no evidence for creationism. Could we at least go for that?
No, I disagree with you. We have no evidence
Well, do
for
you have a test? Do you have a
naturalism.
test that you could put forward that
I
can say,
just
like,
Yeah,
here's a
but I'm
double-blind
not-
study?
twice, and it seems you don't understand what I am saying, Amy. Do we have evidence that intelligence can make blueprints, instructional information that directs the making of
Yes,
machines
we
for specific?
only have animals. I already said this, but we're treading
is
around a
not,
circle.
Amy,
Only
it is,
animals can make
Amy,
blueprints.
Amy,
So
it
how
is
did you
not,
get to a god?
Amy, it is not about animals. It is about intelligence. We know that intelligence is a capable mechanism. So we have
That's our intelligence.
positive
Octopus are
evidence.
intelligent.
We have positive evidence that intelligent agents are capable to instantiate blueprints with a specific purpose to make a machine, which then can be used to do something. So this is positive evidence. Now,
That's
if
arbitrary.
if you claim that natural mechanisms are capable of instantiating such a blueprint as well, we can do a test. You can take nucleotides, put them in a lab, polymerize them, investigate the sequence, and check if the sequence can be used to make amino acid polymers or strands that then eventually will fold into 3D form and become functional molecular machines. If that is demonstrated to be possible, then you topped my claim and falsified it and have demonstrated that the natural mechanism is capable as well to instantiate machines for specific purposes through a blueprint.
Okay, once again, that is not a test. Blueprints are only made by humans. You saying that DNA is a blueprint does not make it a blueprint. It does not make it an artificial creation. The only creations that we know of are made by animals, the very small branch of life. There has never been a blueprint made by, so far as we can tell, a god or any other organism ever. And so you would first have to prove that DNA was created by a god to claim it's a blueprint. If you were able to do that, you would have a test for creationism.
Well, what we have here are two competing hypotheses and proposals. One where intelligence is involved, and in the other, intelligence is not involved. It
Yes.
doesn't matter if we only know of animals being capable of having intelligent thoughts or not. This is not the issue. What we are doing, we are comparing two competing proposals and trying to find out where the evidence leads to. Now, I disagree with you. I mean, I think that describing the information stored in DNA as a blueprint is an adequate explanation. DNA stores information. This is something which is not disputed in science. It instructs how to make proteins, and it depends on the specified complex sequence of nucleotides, which then instruct and dictate how to polymerize in what sequence the amino acids that then become subunits of protein. So this is undisputed. The question is which of the two proposals is the superior, a better explaining mechanism. And as I explained before, we know that intelligence is capable of instantiating information. We have no empirical demonstrable evidence that non-intelligent mechanisms are capable of doing it, and we can do statistical analysis and calculate what the odds would be to have an information-bearing string. And the odds, they are just astronomical. You wouldn't be able even to get one protein with 300 amino acids right in 13 billion years.
So
every time you say this like there's no evidence stuff, like it's just kind of a joke, right? So your particular proprietary, arbitrarily chosen standard of what you think is required for you to be convinced that there's evidence aside, what we have is a theory which explains all the available data, which has transitionary developmental processes, not fixed beings which popped into existence with a perfected design, but intermediary fossils, intermediary developmental forms, and intermediary genetic drift that happens over time that explains why life has this gradual shift to it. Like, it just doesn't make any sense that, like, in your view, God snapped everything into existence, but then for some reason it all had to keep evolving anyway, right?
Well, this is an argument from incredulity. We are not talking about evolution. We are talking about the origin of life. There is no fossil record in how life started. So your argument falls entirely apart.
I'm just saying your theory includes the belief that you think that all of the organisms were created a certain way by God, right?
Well, what I believe is the Genesis account that God created a number of species, which then speciated, which then adapted to the environment in a limited fashion. So I don't deny evolution. What I deny is that a universal common ancestor could have given rise to the million of different species on Earth. This is, but this is a different topic. We are talking about the origin of life, not about evolution.
Right. But every time you make these claims that there's no evidence for stuff, it seems like you're actually going to have to grant that there's lots of evidence. You're just saying there's a specific step which you think hasn't been explained yet, right? And so
Well,
in the
no,
case of
I'm currently
evolution,
actually.
you
Well,
have
I
to
am.
grant that evolution's occurring. And you have to
Well,
just arbitrarily choose to think that the organisms didn't evolve in the same manner that they're continuing to evolve now from a common ancestor. You think they were all separately instantiated with some kind of like just arbitrarily similar body plans, arbitrarily similar DNA, arbitrarily similar everything. But you don't think that they have a common ancestor, even though all the evidence suggests that they do, because why?
Well, actually, that's false. We know that, for example, viruses, they are not monophyletic, they are polyphyletic. There are seven different virus types, RNA viruses, DNA viruses, different replication systems. This is even undisputed. And
No, we're not disputing that there can be multiple originations or like convergent evolutions of things which arise separately, right? We're just talking about the fact that it seems most plausible that all the life that we see today, it's based on DNA, has some common ancestor that had DNA, right? DNA is very complex. You yourself are going to say DNA is so complex, it seems absurd for DNA to who have arisen in all of its complexity we see today separately, right?
well, I am currently writing a book on the stages which would be required to go from simple chemicals, atoms on a prebiotic Earth to a first self-replicating living cells, and the degrees of complexifications. It is just staggering, and I don't think that almost anyone has really had so far considered all these steps in a holistic, overarching manner in order to have an oversight about what we are actually talking about here. And as I said in the beginning, I think that Lynn Margulis, she had it very right when she said that distance to go from a bunch of amino acids to the first self-replicating cell is a huger gap than to go from the first cell to humans. I fully agree with her on that. And I mean, as I said, there is no evidence starting with explaining how the basic building blocks could have emerged on Earth, how they could have assembled from molecules to macromolecules, how they could have polymerized, and then especially how they could have become proteins and metabolic pathways starting to interact in a joint venture
You need to
together
cut
to
this short,
go then.
Otangelo.
Yeah. So the steps, there are so many, and it's a huge gap.
Okay. We've had somebody waiting for a very long time for the next question. It's been
Thank
fun
you,
chatting.
Otangelo. Thank you, Otangelo, for joining us.
Yeah.
Yeah, I find some of your stuff arbitrary as well. Like determining where you said how many, what qualifies as intelligent life building things. I find that arbitrary because, you know, we're at different stages. We do some things well. There could be an alien species that does different things better in a different order. It's a complex thing. Intelligence is not just one item on a chart. There's a whole bunch of different factors for it. So, yeah.
And if I could just, I'll agree with something that you said, Otangelo, is that there's two different hypotheses being put forward. I would say that our perspective is that DNA is a naturally forming process through chemicals. There's good reasons why it happened on Earth and not some frozen wasteland or some planet that was always on fire. And intelligence really is just about predictability. And so it's not how we make objects or creations. Like a fork doesn't have to be complex. It could be very simple and still be a creation by a mind. But I'll agree with you on that note. It is two models, and I'm still going with the natural one.
I mean, the funny question is, like, why does God need geothermal vents to make the earliest archaea like 4 billion years ago? And why does God need to do that and then take a break for like 1 billion years and then put in more complex multicellular life? And then why does God after that have to wait a really long time before putting in like radiates? And like, why does God need to wait all these long time periods before popping into existence all of his perfect creations in what appears to be a gradualistic fossil record, right? Like, it's just so absurd.
As a young Earth creationist, I believe that God created us. It is stated in Genesis in 6 days, 7,500 years ago, so
Yeah.
that it avoids all the problems that you just
Right.
mentioned.
So the way that you hold your beliefs is by just having like flat Earth level denial of the physical evidence that we all can see about stars, about geology. Like, all of this stuff is a waste of time if you're not even in the building of like the evidence that we're examining. This
Yeah,
is like
for me,
looking at
for
the
me,
drawings on someone's notebook that they drew because they didn't read the inside of the textbooks, and then saying that, oh yeah, you studied the books. You haven't even understood the basic facts about how the world works on a geological, physical basis to even understand the evidence that you're arguing about.
yeah, for me, atheism is on a level below flat earthers. So you have it just right back there. There is a
Well,
ton of evidence for young
Atheism
Earth,
doesn't factor into this. You're
and
talking about how the universe started. It has nothing to do
yeah.
with
The problem is that some of the foremost biologists are like Catholics, right? And they have no problem understanding that the Earth is very old. They have no problem looking at all the evidence for geology and astronomy and all of that, and they're perfectly happy thinking that God has a role in the process, but not that God made the world 7,000 years ago, because there's no fucking evidence for that. That's insanity. Anyway, we have other people to talk to. I think that's the jump the shark moment. Let's move on.
Thank you for joining us, Otangelo. We'll hope to talk with you again in the future.
okay, thanks, bye-bye.
Yo, Tangelo.
Wow. Okay. Stellar Supreme, welcome. Thank you for joining us. How are you doing today, and what's on your mind?
Thanks for bringing me up. I've been having a fantastic day, a pleasant Sunday. I wanted to bring up the topic of the place of meditation and reframing theology from a place where ontology and epistemology are front and center to a place where phenomenology is front and center. And I kind of want to make the case that when we're talking about meditation, it's a rarefied phenomenology and a replicable territory across different meditators. And when we're looking at the higher end experiences, what we find is not people projecting the kind of like this is what's supposed to happen and having that happen. It's a routine territory. And then also, what I want to make the case of is that it's not based in interpretation and knowledge. Instead, it is dropping into a territory, perceiving that territory outside of perception, seeing it as a realm, coming back and seeing the contrast between the ordinary sense perception and the what's called immaterial substance.
So to summarize, you're saying there's repeatable findings about what the territory of meditation leads to that are independent for different meditators in a large enough sample size that we can say that there's some facts being explored about how the human brain works or something.
Well, I left this part out. I want to add this also to separate it from the human brain kind of questions in this. There's also the what was I going to say? To separate it from the human mind side of it, there's also it'll come to me. Sorry, but we'll leave it at that.
Are you trying to say that, like, because certain beliefs are popular explanations for those experiences amongst the meditators, that it's evidence for the truth of the beliefs that they have about them?
Oh, this is what it was. So the experiences themselves are not measured by the perception of having an experience. So it's not like a person says like, okay, I studied what a person experiences when they meditate, and I think this is what I experienced. Instead, it's like you take a person with a lot of skill developed where they routinely go in this territory, and then and then they go in that territory and dang, my mind is slipping. Sorry, I'm at work and different frame of mind that I'm used to. Yeah.
Well,
I mean, you're making a lot of
scientific.
sense.
I have a question.
Oh, no, go. All of you. You're good.
I'm wondering how much meditation do you think is healthy and not harmful, say per week, per person?
Definitely depends on the person. There are people who are more faith oriented, and where if they have like a startling experience, they would like need to be able to address that at the level of faith, where it's like, this isn't a demonic attack, this isn't something that proves that I'm dead already or something. Like, there's that side of it, and then there's also the side of like kind of not faith, but like practical psychological health, where it's like there are tougher aspects of meditation. It's like, if you're doing meditation, you're practicing an instruction path. This is the part I wanted to remember, that's measured by the fruits. So it's
So,
like
the reason that I ask is because there's some recent research that there are actually quite a lot of risks to meditation, and it looks like probably about an hour a week is more than as much as most people can handle. And then after that, it starts to create a lot of problems, and sometimes it can even lead to psychopathy and other things like that, is what the findings are. I'll post the video where they're interviewing Dr. Willoughby Britton, who did the research on this. I'll post that in the chat for everybody. So I think this is an important thing to keep in mind with meditation, is that there's still a lot that we need to know about it. And it's hard to, like, there's a lot of people promoting the great things and benefits that they see with it, and most people don't want to admit that there are also risks associated with it, like with a lot of things in life.
It seems like
it's something I want to speak on for sure.
I think those have been found to be predispositional, in the sense that certain people are much more at risk than others, right? It's not just like, what is the average person? It's not like diet stuff where like most people have some similar dietary requirements. It's more like, if you have 100 people who do a given meditation training, like, or 1,000 people that do a given meditation training, like a percentage of 0.5% or 1% of those people get very ill, and it is often linked to other medical predispositions or psychological.
It's actually worse
sorry,
than that.
One more. Sorry, Donald C. Thank you very much. Also posted an article that augments my video. It kind of supports it. The video I shared. It's not my video. It's somebody else's. But the link I shared. So it's talking about. It's an article asking. Can you meditate too much? And it starts off saying, yes, you can. Over meditation poses adverse effects in some people. However, these cases are rare. But he goes into some detail. So there's actually a couple of things. There's an article and a video for you here, and we'll be sharing that with our YouTube audience.
I'm quite familiar with some of the dangers of meditation. I've been kind of like following the scientific literature on it a bit. And I want to address some of the things, because like I think there's a lot of misunderstandings that can be addressed by like experience with the territory. And one of these is the negative psychological side effects. It's like people say like an hour might be too much, but really 10 minutes can be too much. Like, you take the right person, and if they are really gifted at the skill of meditation, they can drop deep enough into meditation in 10 minutes. You know, it'd be rare, but still, like a very short amount of time, it could take them to go from where they're at in their spiritual life, so to say, and getting them into the darkest territory they've ever experienced in their entire lives. So that's what, like, there's actually a diagnostic kind of system being developed for making a distinction between ordinary kind of instances of psychosis and like psychological health issues, and those that are actually caused by meditation, those that are actually part of the development of meditative insight. And so this is part of the territories. It's not just like go into meditation and see how deep you go, but also like what happens after you go deep into meditation. Where does it leave you off? And one of those is called the dark night of the soul. And I guess the kind of principle of that is it's the deepest existential crisis you could have. It's a spiritual existential crisis, and that's one of the concerns that needs to be kind of brought to people's faces. Like, are you concerned enough with your spiritual life? Are you, I guess, really wanting in that department enough that you would risk these serious kind of challenges and difficulties?
But it also seems like there's a very mild form of meditation, which is the sort of watered down mindfulness kind of version that is at least fairly broadly beneficial to a lot of people, that doesn't involve super long periods, or some of the more intense forms of like sutras or anything that might induce more intense experiences.
So, but I'm sort of making an argument against that too, because you take a bulk population, it's generally going to be safe to do mindfulness practice. But you find someone like me who's gifted at mindfulness, and you don't inform them of anything. You just say, "Hey, do this mindfulness practice for wellness." Someone like me would end up going too deep early on in my life, and would have those negative side effects. So it's not exclusive to particular kinds of meditation. It's particular to how successful the meditator is in the meditation. And that's one of those things where I guess, like, as I see it, it's been such a beneficial part of my life that, like, to me, it completely reworks the theological framework. Like the place that a deep immaterial realm has on the philosophical mind is simply that the questions of, and like the questions being answered from like a finite point of view of like my sense perceptions, my ideas and conceptual reasoning, that is kind of left behind. That's something that becomes less useful. And I guess, like, I see it as like not a tool for general wellness. In fact, I see it as kind of a serious hazard to general wellness, unless it's like a really serious case where the conditions of the person are kind of mapped out and it's like, this is what we need for them. And
could I ask you, because what I'm interested in is the connection actually to theology, because there are ways that I'm sure you can abuse any system, but short spouts of meditation there have been shown to show good work for. However, from what I can tell, meditation is getting somewhere or going somewhere quiet, trying to remove background distractions, and thinking to yourself, or doing these mental exercises. That could be useful, okay, but where I want to know is there really any theological connection? Are we tapping into something deeper than just our mind? Or is, as far as I can tell, it is something that can aid in just calming and relaxing?
I can answer that. So there's two angles to look at this from. One of the angles is in like, what does it mean when you've had victory in the path of meditation? Like, what does it mean when it's done, when you've done the work? And with that, there is like a clear difference in the spiritual life. Like, you look at anyone who makes the claim, and it's usually people who are a little bit like have a niche interest in this, and devote themselves into it more than like a person with a hobby would. And so, like, the theological territory of this is like the end of the spiritual life. It's like if the person tried to pick up the desperation that they had before, or the kind of developments they were getting before, there just wouldn't be that. In terms of like talking about our psyche as expanding and contracting, there's simply no more movement in that psyche. And then the other side of this is the immaterial realms, in that like you go into meditation and it's measured by the bodily jhanas, the stillness of the body as far as like the development of concentration goes. And then once deeply kind of settled into bodily stillness, there is the potential to drop into immaterial realms. But these immaterial realms aren't ordinary states of meditation. They're like expansive kind of realms of consciousness. And upon attaining the last of these, a person attains to the attainment of enlightenment, either the state of what's called non-returner, or the state of arahant, a completely enlightened being. And so
Can I
it's
pause you
both.
for a second? Are you a completely enlightening being?
No, well, I guess like I've attained to the ninth jhana, so like I'm supposed to either be a non-returner or an enlightened being, but I would say I'm probably a non-returner, not a arahant.
You want to explain
Well,
that term?
oh no, go.
I just would like
Yeah,
to
I
hear
guess I just don't feel I've gotten to that point.
Can you explain the term non? I mean, I have an intuition about what I think you mean, and I've read a little bit on this stuff. But what does non-returner mean?
So a non-returner is one who, upon death of the physical body, will go into a heavenly realm which does not lead back to incarnation. So it's like, instead of going to a heaven, which in the Buddhist cosmos would naturally be caught in this orbit of rebirth, it's like a heaven which is immaterial. Also, it's a heaven which is almost on the way out. It's in the stream leading out of rebirth, and so that just marks victory at the time of death, almost, as opposed to victory in this life.
How can you
I guess-
tell when somebody's returned from death?
It's all of the psychological persona categories and whatnot. They largely aren't preserved. So the only way that is mentioned for how we even know about rebirth is by the divine eye. It's basically like a person with perfected concentration, which is called samadhi, projects and extends that towards the feat or the act of recollecting past lives, and they see in detail their past lives, but they see like this one happen, and they see it in detail, and they see upon that death it led to this next one. Oh, gotta breathe. It led to this next one. So the idea is like through the kind of super mundane qualities of perfected concentration, we can see outside of the finite limits of like the causality of this world.
What evidence is there of all of this and the spiritual health stuff you mentioned and whatnot?
Well, the evidence I think goes back to early Buddhism. If you look deeply into the Buddhist suttas, there's, as I see it, this is just you can take this as my 2 cents on it. But my 2 cents on it is that there's no way this could have been created without this attainment. It's like if you look at the writings of other spiritual adepts, people who are pretty much spiritual masters, who have like navigated most of the territory and gotten to a resting point, their writing is very, very similar, but it doesn't get to that depth. It's like you see them making progress along the same route, but they don't get all the way through. And it's like it leads down the exact same path. So I guess as I see it, it's like my reason for believing in these is first that I've had experience with samadhi, with the perfected concentration, and my experience of that was that it was capable of things beyond the mind. I didn't go as far as like testing it out because I didn't know what samadhi was when I experienced this first, but I did see at least some of the super mundane qualities, so I can speak from direct experience on part of it.
So I think the questions are pointed to the question of like, why should we believe that anything is something other than just the exploration of like some deep psychological territory? Like, I'm happy to grant, and I'm very, very open to the idea that, and I've talked to quite a few people about these subjects that you're talking about, that the Buddhist traditions represent a kind of like very, very deep and repeatable set of practice exploration that is valuable and that can induce these like really incredible and often beneficial and sometimes dangerous states for people. But why should we believe that there's anything about metaphysics or about the supernatural or about reincarnation or rebirth or any of that other theological stuff? Why should anyone believe any of that stuff just because those beliefs happen to be held by people that are super good at meditating?
I can answer that. So, what is so practical about the kind of belief system of meditation and meditation circles is the beliefs in the supernatural are not necessary for making progress. So it's like you could take it as true that all of this is the case, not give it a second thought, counter that in the future. You could be unguarded and just in the future say the complete opposite of that. And it would, either way, it would make no difference on whether you're
Doesn't
making
address the
development
question.
of meditation.
So just to clarify, I'm not skeptical about the efficacy or the depth of the study of meditation in Buddhism. I think Buddhism's amazing and it's very accomplished in this regard, right? But it would be exactly the same as if it turned out to be the case that when we visited some tribal shamans in a very ancient tribe in the Amazon or whatever, that they had incredibly effective medicines. Now, I'm happy to believe that their medicines are super effective, and like a ton of our medicines have just been stolen from indigenous peoples, right? But when they tell me that the reason that the medicine is effective is because a theological story they tell about the jaguar spirit and blah blah blah,
Mhm.
and my like scientific investigation tells me that there's an active ingredient or a combination of active ingredients that actually explains it, minus the jaguar story. The story is just superfluous, right? So why should we believe that the efficacy of the exploration that Buddhism has largely conducted requires or is evidence of the truth of any particular theological stories about the supernatural?
So, there's two things. One is modern day enlightened beings. They don't exhibit this kind of wisdom. And so we can either assume that this was all made up, or we can assume that there is more territory as is said in the suttas, and that these people have just made it to like the liberation that the Buddha was trying to get as like the baseline. And so there's that side of it. It's like, why aren't these living arahants having these powers, having these insights that are mentioned in the books?
It
And
sounds like
then
you're making a case that it's not true. Like whatever you're doing, it's backfiring. You're telling us that in the
oh,
ancient
I'm
past.
getting to a separate point too. This is the other side of it. So
Well,
you've got like
let me
this
just finish.
whole.
Can I just finish my interjection? Because it's really, I don't want us to go off
Okay.
track. What you're telling me is that in ancient times, the Arahants said they had more amazing powers that seemed
No,
more
they
like.
didn't. They didn't know, according to the suttas.
Then what did you just say?
So,
Why did you say that?
so you would think if it ended at the Arahant, if this other stuff was made up, not actual territory, that Arahants, at least some of them these days, would have these powers, and that's not the case. In ancient
No,
times and in modern times,
the territory is entirely capable of being repeatable and like a reliable as a process without actually being evidence of the beliefs people hold about it, right? Like I've done
yep.
ritual esoteric magic. I've never like been like a deep practicing Buddhist, but I've done like induced sort of like states. I don't want to get into it in any detail, but I get some of where you're coming from. But I don't think any of the states that I experienced are evidence that the beliefs associated with them are literally true. And the repeatability of the exploration of the thing is like the repeatability of the ability to play a video game, or the repeatability of a certain novel, or cultural practice to have like really profound effects on people. Like we would all agree that like art, literature, culture, these are all capable of having very repeatable, powerful effects on people. but it's not evidence that they're nonfiction, right?
Hmm. I'm trying to remember the other thing. There was like two sides to that. One was like the weaker side, and one was the stronger side.
It's okay if you
Sorry,
want to meditate
hence
on it.
ADD.
It's okay if you want to meditate on it.
Let's see.
Essentially, like the moment you got like when I asked you what non-returner meant, I was pretty disappointed in the meaning because I remembered what you were talking about from hearing it before, but I had forgotten. I was hoping what you were going to say is something like a non-returner is someone who accesses a very high ecstatic state and then after awakening maintains that state on an ongoing basis rather than finding it elusive and fleeting and returning to their like everyday mental state. Because I think that's
Yeah,
because
none of the attainments really work like that, except
yeah.
for Arahant. With the Onagamin, it's simply the uprooting of higher fetters is how they're stated. And so basically, it's like you've got these sins or these inborn kind of unvirtuous, ignoble qualities, and the ones that are removed by the Onagamin are lust. So they really just can't get back to lust being a satisfying thing, and on top of that, like craving for material and immaterial realms. The reason why the Onagamin makes the attainment of Onagamin is that they experience the highest immaterial realm, and so they see that comes to end. It's like the core reason why this actually uproots the defilement is that if they look back on their experience that they had, they would see, I had this experience of the utmost kind variety of immaterial realm, as immaterial as it gets. That would be the cessation of perception and feeling, and they see that experience ended. It's like that ended, and it wasn't enlightenment. So
We have
it's like
asexual
the
people
average person would be quote
like
like
we have
in a or like in a way of saying it, the average person would be seeking out God in the form of materiality and immateriality, and the Onagamin is no longer capable of that.
but asexual people exist without having to do Buddhism, right? Like the idea of inducing some kind of like asexual state is really interesting. It's very powerful and very cool and possibly repeatable.
Well, there's
and
still the
everything.
libido, though.
But
That's the interesting part. There's a libido, like the bodily function, but there isn't the psychological function of
my point,
finding that to be something that can be clung to.
we already have people on these spectrums from a variety of different backgrounds and hypotheses about what may or may not influence it and so on abound. It's a big subject of study right now. But I don't think we should conclude that like having an effect on your desire profiles is like evidence that the supernatural claims are true. There's just nothing about this stuff that makes me think that
Oh, well,
any of it
Onagamin isn't a
depends.
supernatural claim.
The original question I asked you was about for example, like the non-returner thing, what it means.
Mm-hmm.
You told me it means that you will not reincarnate, right? That's like an
What would you
arbitrary.
say an Arahant is then? Is an
An
Arahant super mundane?
I'm not sure.
Well, like the Arahant being fully enlightened, they it doesn't, they're not going to a heavenly realm. Like and when they die, the idea is that they bypass any kind of heavenly or hellish or human or ghostly existence, and they go straight into the element or the substance of nibbana, into the unestablished world, the world which is not established in this one. And the idea of the Onagamin is simply that they go there, but that there's a heavenly realm in between. And so like that I guess like I see where that could kind of throw someone off, but it's like we know that by virtue of just the assumption that the Buddha had the divine eye and could see what happened to Onagamins. But it's also one of those things where it's like the Onagamin isn't an Onagamin by virtue of knowing they're going to a heavenly realm. They're an Onagamin by virtue of the fact that they can go to no other place. So it's like it doesn't.
If we don't believe in the soul stuff involved in this metaphysics, this is all just sort of baseless claims, right? All I asked you at the very beginning was, is there any evidence in any of this meditation that would provide some justification for believing in this reincarnation or other supernatural belief stuff? And it doesn't sound like you can make the case for that. at least not right now.
Well, here's my last line of argument here. So the Arahant, they make the development in this life. Now we're not going to make any assumptions about that development that they make. We're just going to look at what they are and how they conduct themselves. So the Arahant says, like, maybe they could look back and say, like, 5 years ago today, I made this attainment and it has stayed true. For 5 years, I have not had expansion or contraction of my psyche, a clinging or craving towards things. And the place for this in the spiritual life is unique because it's like you could take a priest or you could take a monk and they could have a long track record behind them, but they still might not have this attainment. It's a very, very rarefied psychological state. And so we can make a lot of distinctions, not only just against like that person versus like common Buddhists, but them versus the highest saints of any other religious, like religious or spiritual practice, and they would be distinct from common worldlings, so to say. And I think that apart from any claims about the exterior meaning of this, the interior meaning of what this means for the spiritual life implies something supernatural. But I get where there's holes in that, and
I think that's just like a bad inference, right? So we know that there's some like there as far as like the serious, powerful impacts and consistent sort of proven track record of large numbers of people, or at least small numbers of people, shall we say, who like accomplish these things. It's great, but none of that leads you to the inference of therefore the supernatural exists, therefore the arbitrary theological claims like the Buddha being able to see souls or whatever, ghosts, like all that stuff is a story. The track record of the meditative practices is a different matter altogether, and the inference that one just proves the other is false.
well, I'll generally agree with that. I do, I see that like the divine eye, as I put it earlier, it is necessary to like see the theological lens. But I think we did come to a point of agreement that this does change what theology means in some respects, where it's like the God of the Christians, as they establish it, like say presuppositionally, is different when we look at that within the context of spirituality as a whole, within the context of meditation and stuff, and that sort of thing.
Yeah, they approach things very differently. I would agree. Like we are having a completely different conversation than we have with, theists. And I
that last guy was definitely a very different approach.
My skepticism about the theological story does nothing to diminish my enthusiasm to like learn more about Buddhist practices. It's very interesting stuff. I don't understand the inference between meditation works, therefore supernatural exists. Seems like it's okay to allow it to be a journey that's generated by the mind, and not to like make up a big like. I'm not saying that there's not a benefit to the story either, because I can see a big role in the story as part of the practice, like the various sort of methods that are used to induce or assist meditation, like imagery, breathing, like sort of repetitive chants or thoughts, as a sort of predecessor to releasing thoughts. All of these things, like a sitting posture, or they all might seem superficial, but they all might be like very useful to a person at a particular stage in their practice and work very reliably. And the supernatural belief stories may assist in the meditative practice, right? So, but it doesn't mean that they're true. Like it may make them a super reliable way to get these super amazing experiences, but it doesn't make them any more true than they were before.
Well, a closing comment I'll make is about a first stage enlightenment, Sotapanna. They have the removal of the fetters of greed, hate, and delusion. And a common kind of way that this is interpreted is that they're a stream enterer, a Sotapanna stream enterer. But Sota means ear, and Panna means wisdom. And so it really means that you hear the wisdom. It's not like you're just being confronted with it at a surface level. It really rings true to you. And the Sotapanna is an attainment because really, like, what it means for someone to attain Sotapanna is to attain perfection of faith. If they tried to be faithless, they couldn't do it. And so I'd say, like, for the very beginning, it may be useful to take up provisional viewpoints, but once you get to that point, you don't really need all that.
You said try to be faithless. Like, you think that takes effort to not have faith in something?
It takes effort not to have doubt, and so like doubt is like an obscuration.
So faith takes effort.
And
okay.
Huh?
Well, it's like I can play a game, and I can immerse myself in a role, or like be an actor in a play or something like that, or a writer of a story who writes all the characters, and for the sake of that narrative, I can completely commit to everything about that world, such that the characters write themselves. The world feels more real to me than my everyday experience, which might be a boring life, and I might be much more into fiction than reality. There's abundant evidence that people are fully capable of immersing themselves in narratives without believing them to be literally true, right?
Mm-hmm.
I don't know, but I don't think it is necessary to take the like literalist belief in supernatural stories to get the majority of the benefits of like the practice or the ritual or the whatever that's associated with the stories. I've experienced many like atheo-esotericists who don't really hold supernatural beliefs, but who go through this sort of visualization of the supernatural type story as a part of the practice, and have enjoyment and benefit from sort of play acting the story. It's not the same thing as doubting it, right? It's not like they're unsure whether it's literally true. They're just under the assumption that it's not true, but they're play acting it, and it has a benefit as a play activity rather than as a literal belief activity.
That makes sense. And like again, like I do think though, like that's only the very beginning stages of Buddhist practice. It's like once you get to the point where you don't have any more doubt, the question of like where do I find my fuel disappears in a sense. It's like the idea like I have to go here or there to find what I'm looking for, to scavenge the food I need to find. There is no more here or there. Like doubt would imply a kind of bifurcation. And once there's no bifurcations, it's like whether a person is engaging in this reality tunnel or the other reality tunnel, whether they have this perspective or that perspective, is not going to help them make any more progress. That's why the Buddha says clinging to superior or inferior views is a tie. It's dependent upon the view which one holds of the other, and dependent upon the conflict between the two by which one is defined as superior and the other inferior. And so a viewpoint isn't going to elevate you. It's only provisional for, I guess, the initiation into the spiritual life. And so I prescribe that as like an atheistic medicine to anyone who's looking to get the benefits of Buddhism and maybe hesitant to take up all the religious baggage. I would say, by the time you're even having to consider the religious baggage, you'll be beyond the kind of I guess on the ontology and epistemology of it.
Could I ask just two questions? I know that we're wrapping up here, and you implied one of them, but I just want to say, do you believe in both a past life and a heaven? Do you believe that, have you ever had any of those experiences?
Yeah, when I was, and it's not like the high grade experiences, just when I was young, I was born to do this, like I guess like when I closed my eyes when I was a kid, when I was 4 years old, one of my earliest memories, it was like I was in the yard closing my eyes, and I kind of relaxed myself a little bit, and then I saw these glowing lights popping in my vision, which is a sign of early meditative absorption. They're called nimitta. And so I was obsessed with these. I thought they were the coolest thing ever, because it was like when I first closed my eyes, they weren't there, and when I waited a second, they were there. And I guess like most people don't have those experiences of the kind of meditation stuff. So I'm convinced that I had a past life involving some kind of insight development. And I guess that's all I can speak to there. I do indeed believe in it.
Insect?
It almost or Or a UFO abduction experience, like seeing
So
lights in the sky.
there's,
Oh, they do. Yeah, those are signs of that too, which is an interesting kind of cross section there, the paranormal and the spiritual.
it
I'm
seems
not
like
trying to open up a can of alien worms here, so don't worry.
Oh yeah.
um, I'm not saying it's hallucination or epilepsy related, but it's very likely hallucination or epilepsy related. I'm not saying it's aliens reference, by the way. So
Well, it's
the
peculiar because I can still conjure that up today. It's like if I close my eyes and I wait a sec, like I'll still see those same violet lights that I saw when I was a kid.
Well, I want to suggest that there's empirical evidence that, for example, like ghost sightings and other things are predictive and correlated by things like rates of epilepsy and hallucination. So there seems to be, like, as you said, a different level of talent or a different level of like a sort of innate aptitude for immersing in these kinds of deep visualizations or transpersonalization states, whatever you want to call the particular types, that goes along with other differences in the brain. And I'm not trying to stigmatize this. I'm not saying like, oh, you're crazy or something. I'm saying like people who are highly creative have brains that are slightly different probably than people that are not. And some of that is associated with a higher frequency of other brain differences like hallucination, epilepsy, etc., because the brain seems to work a bit differently for some people. So when they find that like people who see ghosts are more likely to have previously had hallucinations and or epilepsy, it suggests that the frequency of seeing ghosts is related to differences in the brain.
Well, one hole I see in this, just with the particular example, is that the nimitta is something that is very common in meditation. Like, first thing you experience, you sit down, you meditate. If you're doing it right, then you start seeing glowing lights. Maybe there are some people who would say otherwise, but that's what I would say. And then the lights, they correspond exactly to the concentration. So it's like if the light is focused on instead of the concentration, the light diminishes. If the concentration is focused on instead of the light expands and grows. And so there's a give and take that is so intimate that it's impossible for me to imagine it as a hallucination.
So I think maybe you misunderstand what I mean by hallucination. So hallucination can be repeatable. It can be like common amongst many different people. So when I say hallucination, I don't mean that it's like some completely arbitrary imagined thing, like making up a story like Dr. Seuss or something like that, right? Like you can have thousands of people that have the same hallucination caused by the same stimuli, right? And this is like arguably the best explanation for like mass hallucinations, for instance. Like a lot of the so-called miracles, like the Catholic Church claims of like a ton of people like seeing some miracle happen to have involved that huge group of people all being like extremely deprived of food and exposed to heat and like a whole bunch of duress things, which are linked to kind of like altered states of consciousness and suggestibility and all sorts of things, right? There are repeatable ways of certain hallucinations occurring. Like when I do a ritual with a group of people, and we do a certain chant or a certain practice, I expect that a lot of people are having the same kind of experience, even though their brains are all slightly different. And I'm not skeptical that you have some repeatable practices, and I know what you mean about the light visualization stuff. I'm just saying the reason some people go much deeper, much quicker, and are much more likely to see some of this stuff is probably because their brain is different.
I'll concede that. I've had some strange experiences that that I think like probably they do correspond to brain differences. Like I've sat in meditation one time and stopped my consciousness of the heartbeat. Like I was on the heartbeat, feeling it, slowing it down, kind of tranquilizing it, and brought it to a stop. And I had it stopped for a while. Like as far as I could tell, my heart was not beating. Maybe it was beating, and I just wasn't aware of it anymore. Like I dropped out of the ability to dropped out of like the psychological state necessary to experience the bodily sensation. But there are so many like strange things that can happen in meditation, and there are a lot of personal idiosyncrasies that people will have. It's definitely got to be it's got to be kind of mapped out more. just because it's a territory doesn't mean the map isn't necessary still. So that is what I aim to do. I aim to complete this this system by making highest attainment. Like I intend to not just become enlightened, but to gain the eye of wisdom and the eye of power, and to be able to demonstrate the super mundane qualities in a material way. And so if it is true, then I can give my assurance that I'll do my best to figure it out and share it with you guys.
Well, I would encourage you to try to use the eye of science as well. Keep an open mind, because if you go into an investigation trying to prove your hypothesis, you're very, I mean, it's like textbook, like tainting the results, right? Like you want to be able to say that you investigated a little bit skeptically, even if you have this, total faith or whatever that you're
Well,
seeking
it'll
out.
be obvious. If I can pass through walls, swim through the earth, fly through the air, and read minds and see past lives, then I'll make sure to make it obvious enough where the skeptical inquiry will be kind of sewed into it.
Good luck with that.
Sounds like a good plan.
Thank you. Great talking with you guys. Thanks for having me out.
Yeah, very interesting.
Oh, it was a different topic. Thank you. Have a good day, man.
You as well.
Thank you.
And don't over meditate.
Don't over meditate. That's funny.
So, I guess we've passed 4 hours. We're at 4 hours and 20 minutes. We had a whole 420 today so far.
Woohoo!
I guess.
Perfect timing.
Yeah. So, I guess. I guess Mathematician. Shall we entertain Mathematician for a few minutes?
Sure.
Hello, Mathematician. Thanks for joining us. How are you today? We're about to close down, but let's hear what's going on here. We cannot hear your audio, sir.
Yeah, you turned on the
All right, there we
camera,
go.
but not
Can you hear me?
Yeah, if you turn the
All
camera
right,
off, we can
well-
probably hear your audio better.
In light of the 420, I just wanted to give you guys a little bit of a hit here on the camera.
We're gonna have
happy-
a Rogan podcast moment and smoke up on the show.
Yep. Happy 420, everyone.
That's quite the musky move. Thank you very much.
Elon is
That was
right next
beautiful.
to us.
That was beautiful. I feel like this is one of the most pleasant shows we've ever had. I don't think anyone really significantly even raised their voice.
I think Otangelo should join Mathematician.
That'd be a good
Why?
idea.
Otangelo would have fun.
Have you ever heard
He
Bill
needs
Hicks
to
talk
have
about?
fun.
Have you ever heard Bill Hicks talk about God and creationism and like how he created marijuana?
How?
That sounds fun.
Yeah, it's real. It's real fun.
Otangelo.
He's like, so God, creates the earth in 7 days, and and then he's like, oh fuck, did I leave marijuana there? Shit. Now I need to make Republicans to go attack everyone for smoking it.
Yeah, that's what they've been doing.
God got high and forgot about the pot.
Yeah.
Let's just bring up Grim for a few minutes here. I know Grim. He's, I believe he's just, he's not religious. Hello, Grim. How are you? What's on your mind?
Hello, brother. I wish you God's blessing. Yeah.
Why? I thought you're not religious.
Maybe I am. Maybe I'm not. Maybe I'm laughing. No one knows. I don't want
Wow.
to say because no. But I just heard that the show is over, so I guess I just wanted to ask you guys if you believe that some objects don't exist. Like God doesn't exist. So I guess you guys believe that some objects don't exist.
Well, if you're going to objectify the God, I guess you could say that. Like, when it comes to the Christian God, I have reason for kind of concluding that definitely doesn't exist. One would be the paradox of omniscience and omnipotence, which I've explained in the past. And I'll just do it quickly for our audience who may not be familiar with this. If this omniscient and omnipotent Christian God knows that tomorrow there's going to be sunny weather in my neighborhood, and then that's his omniscience, he knows for certain that's going to be the case. He's not wrong. And then tomorrow rolls along, and at the beginning of the day, the the very first second of the day, he decides that the whole day is going to be rainy or snowy. He has then invalidated his omniscience from the day before using his omnipotence. So therein lies the paradox, and that's why I think logically we can conclude that the Christian God doesn't exist. But there are other people with other reasons. So I guess the answer to your question in a bit of a long-winded way there would be shortened would be yes. Do believe that's possible.
Grim. Oh no, go Taco.
I was just going to say, I think to address the question, I think we would have to ask the question, what is the definition of object that you're using there? By object, do you mean like the
Just something,
referent that's being referred to in a proposition?
No, I mean just something that exists, just whatever it is.
Can I ask you, Grim? Because
object exists that has energy, right? Or it's consists of energy, right?
Whatever you believe existence is, I'm just asking you, do you believe that some things don't have that?
An object could not exist definitionally is all I was getting at.
So you believe, as Randolph said, you believe that there are some things, and those things don't exist,
But Grim, this is faulty logic. Can I ask you, do you believe in
I
fire-breathing
know your reasoning.
dragon?
I'm just asking a question.
Can I ask, do you believe in a fire-breathing dragon?
Do I believe in that? No.
Yes. So you're saying that doesn't exist as an object?
It exists.
What do you mean? How does it exist? I thought you
When you
just
ask me
said.
what I believe in it, you mean what it exists? Yeah.
So
I believe
you're
it
at least
exists.
saying that when you say fire-breathing dragon and I say God, these aren't things that actually exist. They're just thoughts.
They just that's what I was trying to get at, because I remember Randolph was talking about, like 2 hours ago, maybe, about like mental things, like things in the mind and things that really exist. Abstractions. He said abstractions don't. I tried to answer, what do you mean? Do they exist, or does an abstraction? So does SpongeBob exist, or does SpongeBob not exist?
So I did a video on this dealing with Jim Bob's nonsense, and so the abstract concept itself is not going to exist, although you can refer in a proposition to an abstract concept, and then that brain activity it depends on how you're wording it, right? But in general, it's not gonna exist unless you're being like hyper specific.
Now that's
and
weird.
saying that it's like brain activity or something, right?
Now that's weird, Taco, because I thought you guys are like physicalists, materialists, and you guys believe that only physical things exist,
Brain activity exists. When you think about an abstract concept, like when you're thinking about a square, that square does not exist. But the brain activity that is allowing for that you to think about that does exist. So that's what I'm saying. It depends on what you're asking about and how hyper specific you're being.
Are you confusing me?
Which
So
is
you're
why
talking
you
about
have
the
to ask
circle.
about object, the definition of object.
You're talking about the circle. What are its properties?
It's no sides.
No sides. So there is this object, it has certain properties, but it does not exist. That's what you're saying. Everything is physical, but this thing that's like in our world does not exist, even though it's like
Which
something
is also what you're saying. Let's just point that out.
So a concept isn't going to exist, although the brain activity of thinking about that non-existent concept does exist.
So the conceptualization of something, a concept may represent something that does exist, or it may represent something that doesn't exist. The concept is real in our imagination, in our thoughts, but it doesn't exist as a physical object. It is a conception. That's why a concept. That's why I say it's an abstraction.
So this conception, in what form does this conception exist? As a physical thing, or as a non-physical
I just said
thing?
it exists in our imagination. It's our thoughts. It doesn't exist as an object in its own right necessarily.
And do thoughts exist as physical things?
Thoughts,
about the abstract concept or the thought, because those are two separate things. You can think about an abstract concept, but and that
whatever
would exist,
it is,
but the abstract concept itself would not exist. If you think about a square or a circle, there's no square or circle floating out there in objective reality in your brain that you're accessing, right? There's not a platonic realm even that it just doesn't exist, right? It just not an
Taco.
existent thing.
Yeah.
There's no
I see.
physical circle or square.
And to answer your question, thoughts do exist. We've got neuroscience that shows us brainwaves and other things that shows that thoughts are real.
Yeah, that was going to be my point,
Yes.
is that our thoughts are actually electrical and chemical impulses that are running through your brain. So when Taco says that he is imagining a circle, it is an abstract circle that doesn't exist in the real world. How does it exist? Because there's a physical conduit. There is a brain with an operating system that we call a mind that is generating an image based on past circles that we have seen and creating an aggregate new circle out of that so that we can have a mental representation in our mind.
Okay, yeah, well,
When
you
you're
guys are
playing
contradicting each
Rust,
other. Well, I mean, no, Taco, no,
when
no,
you're
hold
playing
on,
Rust, does your Rust base
no.
exist?
You,
It
no, Taco,
not
let's not
reality.
do that, man. Let's not do that, right? You talked, then Randolph, then Amy. You're not going again
Hey,
before I
it's
can
just a quick
speak,
yes
right?
or no
No,
question.
no, no, no,
You
no,
don't make the rules
no,
here, Grim.
no.
I'm
This is
about to
fucking
remove you.
rude,
You're going
man.
to answer my
This is
question.
fucking rude,
You're going to answer
right?
the
So
question.
it was you.
Yes or no, and then I'll shut up. It's a very quick yes or no. If you're playing Rust, does your Rust base exist in objective reality? Does it have a physical existence?
Yeah,
Rust.
Randolph, thanks for the talk. Maybe we can talk another time, but this is very, very rude. So, but thanks for having me.
So, Graham, before I actually wanted to hear him make at least one claim because all he did was play questions.
Me
so
too.
it's
We're
funny.
not doing that.
What is Grimm's actual belief? Is he just a precept? What is his thing?
He's
Just
an
curious.
atheist.
He's an atheist. So what was he getting at? Like, I just wanted to hear the point of it all.
I'm not sure.
Well, I think he was like conflating the abstract concept with the brain activity that we're thinking about that abstract concept.
I will say I've come across people that I call them pre-sop deists. They basically define the God into reality because they point to things like our books and our minds creating these thoughts, and they say, well, is that real? But I also apologize doubly because I felt like I talked over you guys even more because that type of questioning is just nerve-wracking. But I'm sending love to that person. Still,
Don't worry about it, Amy. Just
I hope-
say welcome to Oogway. If you don't mind holding on for a sec, these guys just have a few more things to say.
He just needed to be hyper specific because he was trying to equivocate because of the lack of specificity, right? And so once you started to hyper specify, like I was doing there, his argument falls off the wayside because he was trying to equivocate the two, the abstract concept and the physical brain activity, if you were to think about that abstract concept.
Yeah. Oogway, welcome. Thank you for joining us. How are you today, and what's on your mind?
I'm doing good.
Your volume's a little bit low.
Oh,
Super
it's
low.
Wait,
Yeah,
give me a second. Hold on.
Get close to your mic and get loud.
Wait. All right, is this better?
Way better.
Yes.
Way better. All right, thank you. Yeah. So, I mean, are you guys like aware of like arguments that like prove God's existence?
We're not aware of any, but if you've got one, please feel free to share it.
But not necessarily God's existence, but like a creator.
A creator god? Okay.
Yeah,
Do you
like
have an
creator.
argument to prove that?
Well, I don't have one that I personally made. But I could state you one though. If
Yeah,
that's
go
okay.
ahead.
Please do.
In your own words.
All right, I'm just gonna say this. No, I'm not really that good at philosophy, so I just want to know like your guys' like contentions to this.
It's okay.
But
You don't have to be good at philosophy. What's important is
Alright.
if the argument stands on its own merits.
Yeah, I got you. Well, first, let's see if you guys could like tell me if like the argument is invalid, and then we can move on to like the soundness of the argument. So, according to the law of contradiction, something cannot both exist. Something cannot both exist and not exist at the same time and in the same respect. So P and not P. So
Sounds logical so far.
yeah.
Say the
So
law of contradiction.
yeah,
The
the law of non-contradiction. Yeah. P and not P. But anything that does not involve a contradiction is logically possible. Is that fine? All right, I'll move on. If something is logically possible, it exists in some logical world.
What's a
A
logical world?
logical world would be something like a hypothetical scenario or realities that represent things that could have been.
Okay, so you're not trying to smuggle like existence in the real world just because it's existing in some hypothetical.
Wait, can you restate that one more time?
Okay, as long as you're just talking about a hypothetical.
Yeah. Oh yeah,
you-
hypothetical. Yeah.
Yeah. My brain is melted. The word escapes me right now, but the word is like
Modal.
yeah. Thank you, modal. That's the word I was looking for. You're just saying about modal possibility. Yeah.
Yeah, modal possibilities. Yeah. All right. This is P3.
Real
Unnecessary
quick,
fact. Yeah, I got you.
just to make sure, if we're talking about possible worlds and the law of non-contradiction,
Yeah.
I think it's important to define existence, right? So to exist would be to consist of energy, right?
To exist. I actually don't have a definition for something that exists. Um, but what was yours? What was your definition?
So I think we would have to define this because in all possible worlds, they would have to anything that you would think of would out of brute necessity have to not bruteness, but out of necessity have to reference the necessary being the universal quantum field because that's where everything would originate from and derive from in the medium which everything moves through and contains everything, right? And so if you were to imagine a world without that, that would not be logically possible, right? Because it just wouldn't exist, right? And so I just make sure that with whatever you're about to bring up, it references the necessary being the universal quantum field, or it's going to be kind of dead in the water, right? Especially because you're going into possible world modality, right?
Yeah. Well, I think under like modal logic. Well, not modal logic, but like actually modal logic. People would define existence to be a state of being. Well, I guess that's metaphysics. A state of being, right? Um,
That'd be like
either
the ontology, right?
yeah. So either well, yeah. So either an actuality or a potentiality or a potentiality. Yeah.
Yeah, that's not an ontology. So it would have to exist. It would have to consist of energy, right?
It will have to consist of energy. Well, there's other things that exist doesn't that does not have energy. I don't know what
Like
that
what?
means by like possessing energy. There's
Like what?
for example like would you say like stuff like feelings have energy? Well, like the thought of a feeling. Would you say like that has energy?
Are you trying to say that they don't have energy?
Well, yeah, just like the conceptual abstract idea of a feeling, right? I wouldn't say that that has like energy.
So I,
So I
I don't
think
know if there's an
mhm.
abstraction to feeling, right? So it's all neurochemical
Well,
responses to stimuli, right? I mean, and
right.
even if there was an abstraction to it, that would be necessarily not exist
Mhm.
because abstract concepts wouldn't they don't have any physical exist. They don't exist. They're not made of anything, right? But with that being said, it's all like neurochemical reactions. I don't think you could say there would be anything abstract to a feeling besides what we call that feeling when you feel something, right? That sensory experience when you're feeling those emotions, right?
Oh yeah, no. Well, abstract feelings, right? I'm obviously they want to have no type of physical interactions with the real
Abstract, right?
world.
It's all chemical reactions and
Well, I wouldn't say
stimuli.
it's chemical reactions, just like a thought, and like thought doesn't have any materialistic properties. So I would just define it as like,
Are you saying the
mhm.
energy of the thought, like the brain
I,
processes running, the chemicals, neurons firing, all that stuff going on in the brain, or are you saying it's the? Or are you talking about the abstract square that you think of when those processes are occurring?
well, I don't. When we're like talking about like things like the processes inside the brain. I'm not really that well defining like the phenomenology of this. But whatever your definition of is for existence, I'll just like accept it, I guess, as long as it's not too like out of touch with the argument I'm gonna present.
No, it would
That's
have to
fine.
just exist, and to exist, it would have to consist of energy, or I guess necessarily be observable force as a result of that energy. I don't know. I'm trying to be all
It
inclusive.
seems like when someone says that something exists in some possible world,
Mhm.
all they're really saying is that it's conceivable, right? I know there's
Conceivable?
I mean, it's very similar to the use of the term conceivable. We're not saying that it actually exists or not. We're saying that it's conceivable. So if we imagine like a blue world, a red world, and a green world, and we know that the world is actually blue, right? Or like the color of the sky, right? We happen to know the color of the sky on Earth is blue, but we can imagine a world where for some reason it would be red or it would be green because the color of the sky is some contingent fact or whatever. So we can talk about those other possible worlds, even though they don't have a basis in reality. We're just saying it's conceivable that it could be another way that it is.
Yeah, dogs see black and white, right?
Yeah, I guess dogs do see black and white, but
So let's just say you begin your argument by saying there is a possible world where a thing exists. Like, can you restate the original part, the beginning of it?
Let me see where I'm my argument.
Oh yeah, you were talking about.
Yeah, go ahead.
No. You go ahead. I'm trying to remember the first thing you brought up that you were
All
talking
right,
about in possible worlds.
Yeah, well, premise one is according to the law of non-contradiction, something
yeah.
cannot both exist and not exist at the same time.
Mm-hmm.
And then P2, or I meant yes. So, oh yeah. So anything that does not involve a contradiction is logically possible. So if something is logically possible, it exists in some possible world. That's like the points I've only brought out so far.
So you would be saying that possible worlds, though, have existence, which, as being an abstract concept, they would have no existence. So,
well, it's just a
your
hypothetical
argument would fail
reality.
there.
It's equivalent to saying they're conceivable. It's not anything about them existing in reality. Just continue to the next part.
Okay, I'm with you. They're conceivable. That you should
Yeah.
change the wording.
Yeah. Well, I did like define what I meant by it. I just said a hypothetical scenario. But yeah, by existence, well, as I said, I don't really have a definition for existence. But I know what you guys like asked me. You guys asked me like if existence I mean by like some type of energy or it possesses energy, right? But like for example, if I say like do colors, stuff like this have energy, like we know like color red exists, does that mean that they possess energy or
Red is a description of a particular frequency of electromagnetism, right? So when we talk about a label for a thing like a color, we are describing a particular property of some energy.
Yeah.
This is an easy diagnosis. I think you were convinced by a theological argument because of your lack of scientific knowledge. All of your points are easily addressed by being hyper specific as to what you're talking about and bringing up the sciences, right? I don't think you actually believe what you're saying you believe. I think you were convinced for other reasons because of this logical argumentation.
Wait, so I'm guessing like by existence you guys are saying it must possess energy, and like since God doesn't possess energy, it can't be real. Is that what like you guys are trying to make me like
No, you're
say?
not even defining what it means to exist, right? Because if your God exists, it would be contingent because it would consist of energy, which would be dependent upon the necessary being the universal quantum field for its existence, because it would consist of energy. So it would derive from the quantum field, right?
Well, wouldn't I just say this is in respect to God's nature? I could say like gravity is, or not gravity. Energy is a part of God's nature.
You're just making stuff up. You're just calling the universe God at that point.
Well, I'm not. For example, like there's stuff like there's like necessary truths, right, that are part of God's nature.
Do you know what
For
a necessary truth is?
so unnecessary truth is just something that could not have failed to exist.
So a necessary truth would be something that would, if I'm not mistaken, like
Yeah, it exists in all
necessarily
possible worlds.
be the case, right? So like if you're doing logic, and I might
Yeah.
be wrong here, but like an axiom, the law of non-contradiction would be a necessary truth, which would
I think law of non-contradiction.
annihilate your position right there.
Why would I annihilate my position?
Let me double check to make sure I'm right on this, but I'm pretty sure that's considered a necessary truth.
Okay.
Did you have an actual point? Because all you said so far is that like you can imagine some possible worlds. What did that have to do with non-contradiction?
Oh yeah. So I define existence to be the state of being. You guys define existence to be something different, but we're not gonna talk about whether or not like this definition is adequate. Instead, we're gonna be attacking whether or not my argument is valid, and
What's
then
the
we can
argument?
move on. Yeah.
I still
And
haven't
then
heard the argument.
Okay, I was getting to
Was
it,
that it?
but it's no. I'll get to it. You guys just cut me off. I was giving the argument.
Yeah, I'm trying to get you to proceed.
All right. So what was I? Oh yeah, I think I was saying. Oh yeah, I was talking about possible worlds, right? If something is logically possible, it exists in some possible world, including those that did not actually occur in the actual world. This
Can
would
you
be
post the
premise.
argument in the chat? Because
Oh yeah, I
honestly,
got you.
it's a little hard to
That's a good
follow
idea.
the way you're kind of
And
taking your time.
Well, which chat? I can't type in chat.
So the laws of
Keith and
logic
Hangout.
would be necessary for truth preservation according to the system of logic. I'm seeing mixed things on this, but if I'm not mistaken, this is considered a necessary truth.
So Oogway, the
The
chat
laws
is
of logic.
it's called Heath and Hangout. You find it?
Did you tag me in it? Or?
Yes,
I did.
just did.
Oh yeah. All right, I see it.
It's just above the video, the voice chat here.
Yeah.
All right, I'll just
go ahead and just post the argument.
All right. That's the full argument. Do
you have a more in-depth version of it?
Do I have a more in-depth version of it? No, but I guess I could give you.
That was a joke. Sorry, I'm just being silly because it's a bit long. Go ahead.
Well, I could give you the propositional logic for it. Well, I don't have it now, but I could like phrase it for you.
Okay,
well, I can do it right now actually if you want.
Okay. So if you told me it had a BCCF in it, I could have guessed where you were going with this. Great.
Yeah. Well. Oh yeah. BCCF is just the big conjunctive contingent fact.
Yeah. The PSR is false.
That's noted there.
So what's the rest of the argument?
The PSR is false.
Yeah.
All right. Well, did you check the validity of the argument or no?
It doesn't matter if it's valid if the PSR is false. If it's truth preserving and it's got a false premise, what's the point, right?
Well, I'm just trying to make sure that the premises follow with the conclusion so that later on in the debate, if we're debating on whether or not the argument is sound, you guys don't try to say that this argument is invalid. We might as well address if whether or not the argument is valid.
Well, he's saying premise 5 is false. Do you have an objection?
Premise 5 is false. Well, I don't think that's how you really contend if the argument is valid or invalid, right? So when
nobody cares about the validity. So if we grant the validity of the argument without even we're reading through the premises, right? But if we just grant the validity for the time being of the argument and say, okay, premise 5 is false, what's your response?
Premise 5 is false. Okay, so you guys are granting that the argument is valid, right?
I actually reject premise 2, but go ahead.
Yeah, well, I don't think. Why do you reject premise 2?
Because it's talking about a hypothetical possible world, and it's trying to use that to justify some logic.
Okay, so you're a necessitarianist?
Well, I want some evidence of other universes, alternative universes, because I know that's what you mean by possible
world.
That's not
what I'm stating.
Okay.
I think he's trying to say not that it exists in some possible world, but that it's a conceptually possible world.
Well, if we're going to say it's logically possible,
exists,
well, if we're going to use logically possible, we need to ground that in reality, and I'm not aware of any evidence that there are other universes. So this is the universe we're in. This is reality.
Hey, Oogway, can I ask you?
Yep. Yeah, what's up?
Is there realities without a God?
Is there realities without a God? No, there isn't.
How do you know? I mean, it's a
Yeah,
possibility,
so
isn't it?
essentially, I don't know if you've seen the argument, but the argument states that the creator of our reality, right, would have to be a necessary being. And by necessary, I mean he exists in all possible worlds. He cannot fail to exist.
He provided you what the necessary being was. Why would you even what? But the
But
necessary being is the universal quantum field. That's not a god. But anyways, we're on.
wait, what? Hold on, wait,
Well,
wait,
that's
wait.
what he's trying to
Say that again.
prove.
A necessary being is a universal quantum. What?
Yeah. So the necessary being is the universal quantum field, and that's why I was saying it's important that
Okay,
you define
is that
existence.
a being?
Do not interrupt me. It's important that you define existence because existence simply means that it consists of energy. And so if you said that your God exists, it would consist of energy and it would be contingent because it would be dependent upon the universal quantum field for its existence, right? And so you could not claim that your God was a necessary being. So you're lying when you say that because it would violate the principle of parsimony as we already have the necessary being, right? It would also just be unnecessary and superfluous, right? It's also impossible through the impossibility of the contrary because we already know what the necessary being is. But like I said, we're granting the validity of the argument for the purposes of having this discussion. We're on premise 5, and X rejected premise 5. What is your response to X?
Okay, why do you reject premise 5?
So we don't need to make purely causal explanations in physics. It's just not how it works anymore.
Purely causal explanations.
Also,
why does
like the PSR can be used to justify trivialism. Have you read Paul Cabet's trivialism paper? Okay, so Paul Cabet has a parody paper where he just goes and uses all the like really good, goofy, poorly reasoned ideas in philosophy and gets from each one of them to trivialism. Trivialism is just the claim that like all claims are true, right? And it's obviously absurd, but you can justify it through the PSR and a number of other bad philosophical ideas.
I can give you another objection to premise 2, by the way, when you're interested.
Yeah, well, you could do that after.
Okay, so if something is logically possible, it exists in some possible world. The fact that something is logically possible doesn't necessitate that it actually exists.
Yeah, that's fine. I don't think I have I don't think I like.
That's my objection to premise 2 as well.
Yeah, that doesn't destroy my argument. This is just talking about a hypothetical scenario.
It obviates the premise. So if any of the premises fail, the argument's done. So that
no, not necessarily. So you gotta understand what is meant to be true and what is not meant to be true. So if I state that there can be a possible world, it's not me stating that there is a possible world.
That's the point that I'm making is if you're saying something is logically possible, it exists.
No.
Yeah, it wouldn't exist in that case.
Just because it's logically
just
because something's logically possible doesn't mean it necessarily exists.
Yeah, okay, that's
fine. You
fine.
need to change premise 2 to
that's why,
be
that's fine.
something about
no. I think you guys are like having a misunderstanding. Hold on,
it's important because it says it exists in some possible world, which is why I stopped you earlier. So I think you should edit that to be more clear because as it stands, we would have to stop at premise 2, right? But we granted that, and so we're at premise 5, and X is combating premise 5 and just provided you a beat down.
Oh yeah, wait, can you state that again? Because it seems like you guys are just jumping around a lot.
Oh no, they're addressing premise 5 with you. I was just going back to premise 2. I'm sorry, I distracted. Go ahead with premise 5.
Yeah, that's fine. I could continue your contention after. I don't think that was a good one.
I'm just trying to be helpful. I'm critiquing your premise. Hopefully, that's helpful to you to form it in an improved way in the future. You know, that's why you're here is to get feedback.
Yeah.
By the way, is this Press's version?
Is this whose version?
Alexander Press. Is this his version of the Leibnizian?
No, this is actually from a debater named Zarif. I got it from him. He does YouTube.
Okay. Because it's structured very similarly to the Alexander Press version and all the other families of like trying to weaken the PSR to the point where people will actually accept it.
Well, I wouldn't know. He probably did get it from him. I'm not saying that he didn't.
Yeah.
But I got it from a debater named Zarif.
Okay. I would look into Graham Oppie's responses to the Leibnizian argument. And there was an attempt to try to prove somehow that the Leibnizian cosmological argument is like formally valid. And Oppie, I think it required like positive properties or some other goofy stuff, which we have no reason to think makes sense anyway. But Oppie has gone like 3 or 4 levels deep in like Logic magazines, publishing all the problems with multiple versions of Leibnizian arguments, of which this is sort of a variant.
Uh-huh.
That's probably going to be like the most sophisticated response to these that you can find if you're looking for that.
And can I ask you, Oogway?
Yo, what's up?
Is this? I think this is asked before, but if not, then I'd like to know why. What is the actual reason that you are a theist?
The actual reason I am a theist? I say the reason why I'm a theist. I don't know if you guys are aware, but are you guys aware of the Kuzari principle?
I'm not.
You're not.
What is it?
At least I don't think I am. Maybe someone's described it before without naming it. Can you tell us what it is briefly?
But yeah, I could tell you briefly. I can explain it to like I'm like a master at explaining it. But it's basically saying that we got it's basically stating that we have national transmission from the time of Moses, that 2 million people have received Moses receiving the Torah, and they kept a chain of transmission from that time, from rabbi to rabbi, all the way down to our current times. That's been kept in the Talmud.
Okay. Have you studied archaeology? Have you studied biblical criticism or biblical scholarship at all?
And thanks
No,
for
I haven't
explaining
studied
it.
that.
And thanks
Okay.
for explaining that.
Okay,
Thank you.
I can give you a list of sources to dive into, but suffice to say the consensus of the field is that Moses is a mythical figure, the Exodus is a mythical event, the conquest is a mythical event, that these are fictive kinship stories that were constructed by Judeans to sort of bind together and explain their common history, despite the fact that they came from a variety of immigration sources and native Canaanites. And they had a continuous relationship with the Israelite Baalists and the other Canaanite tribes that were all the sons of El, the 70 sons of El, each patron god for each tribe being a son of the patriarch god El and his wife Asherah, right? So Canaanite beliefs about Yahweh got turned into monotheism very gradually over a series of national and like political humiliations and conflicts, amongst others, the captivity by the Babylonians and the invasion of the Assyrians and so on. These are not true events. Archaeology has investigated. Most of these people were believing Christians and Jews when they went into this field of archaeology. They couldn't find evidence that these things actually happened. They found a preponderance of evidence that the data shows that it's impossible for these things to have happened as they're described, such as like excavating all of Judea to find all of the likely sources of settlements and to estimate the numbers and concentrations and types of population centers of Judea over thousands of years. So they know how many people live there, and they know the Exodus cannot have happened. Did you know that?
So no, I didn't know that.
Okay, I'll send you some scholarly and some documentary film based on the scholarly sources if you're interested. So the TLDR is Abrahamism is false.
Yeah, well, go ahead. I mean, I guess there's like contrary evidence that like states the opposition of what you're stating, but I guess I could like research in both of them. But yeah, do you guys mind if
has everything that's ever been observed, 100% of things that ever been observed that exist arisen from pre-existing stuff?
If has everything that has ever been observed arisen from? Yeah, I say so.
All right, so you just agreed to premise 1 of the strong inductive argument that I dropped into the Heathen Hangout chat. Premise 2, the universe exists. Do you agree or disagree?
Yeah, the universe does exist.
So, conclusion, therefore, it is like, this is an inductive argument, so this is saying it is likely, but therefore the universe arose from pre-existing stuff. This is likely the case. Do you agree or disagree?
Is the universe arose from pre-existing stuff. What do you mean by pre-existing stuff? I would
pre-existing energy in some shape or fashion, right?
pre-existing like that's not
Matter,
bounded by
energy.
time. By pre-existing, you mean like not being bounded by time?
Whether time is fundamental or emergent is irrelevant to the question or to
Well,
the argument.
I will need to know what you mean by pre-existing because I don't know what type of
before
what
this,
you're trying to calculate.
so the universe existing is this current representation of space-time and everything that
the universe
this is a
exists,
part
yeah.
of it, and then therefore the universe. So this current representation would have arose from some pre-existing state stuff that's in a different state, right?
Mm-hmm.
That's
So
based off of 100% of your experience. You agreed to that in premise one, but this is the the argument is amplitive, I believe is the correct term. I was saying amplicative previously, but I think the actual term is amplitive, if I'm not mistaken, which means that it is expounding on the premises, right? So it is taking the premises and it's making a guess at what's going to happen next, right? And so based off of the data that you have, I'm saying that it's likely in your worldview that the universe arose from pre-existing stuff. And you've already agreed to premise one and premise two, but you can reject the conclusion. Inductive arguments are necessarily invalid. But if you reject the conclusion, I'm going to ask you for your reasoning, obviously, but do you accept the conclusion?
I'm still like wondering what you mean by pre-existing because by pre-existing, I don't think like this necessarily like disproves the existence of God because it could have arose from like something that was pre-existing.
We're not even there.
Like, okay. But I don't see how like that disproves like my theistic standpoint.
Yeah, we're not even there yet. Do you accept or reject the conclusion?
Yeah, I would accept it.
Welcome to atheism, brother. You already know the truth. You're just rejecting the truth in your unrighteousness. And you've just revealed it to everybody present here today.
Yeah, all right. Can you explain why?
This is what he was afraid of, I think.
You know that the universe arose from pre-existing stuff, and you know that it's likely that that pre-existing stuff arose from pre-existing stuff. And whether that grounds itself out in a necessary being, a brute fact, or infinite regress is totally irrelevant. The fact is that you know the facts about reality, and you're rejecting them in your unrighteousness. You're saying that there's these natural processes that lead from stuff going to stuff, and you're saying that there's a break in that chain and some supernatural, non-physical thing that existed without the actual necessary being that does exist managed to create this necessary being and everything else, when creation is a temporal notion. Everything that you've ever seen that's been created has been created from pre-existing stuff that was formed naturally through natural processes of pre-existing stuff. 100% of the things that you see. If you're walking along a beach and you see a silver round object in the sand, what's your first thought?
Say that again.
If you're walking along a beach and you see a round silver object in the sand, what's your first thought?
A round silver object. I just say it's like a pearl.
It's more metallic looking than a pearl, and it would be probably about the size of your palm.
I don't know. What would it be?
What would your first thought be that is in a beach that's relatively uniform sand most of the way through?
A mirror?
Oh, okay. So when something's the size of your palm and kind of metallic, your first thought is man-made things. Things that have been created. So even in an analogy, it's self-evident to you the difference between something that's natural and something that's been created. This is something that you know, even in an analogy. Now you pick up the watch and you take a look at the watch, and you know the history of watches, kind of. You know that to make a watch, They're going to have to go into a mine and mine some metal. This metal formed naturally through natural processes of pre-existing stuff. Nothing came out of nothing. They got the leather from cows that were grown from pre-existing stuff, and so on and so forth. And then they made this and they sold it and they lost it at the beach, and you picked it up and you found it. Everything that came before that creator doing that temporal creative stuff, that mind that exists within a body as a part of a brain and body, that mind that created this stuff is totally temporal and grew through natural processes. Every creator that you've ever seen has. 100% of the creators that you have ever seen have. 100% of the created things you've ever seen are totally temporal. As I mentioned with the watch, 100% of the things that you've ever seen that have been created follow suit with the watch. And so when you're looking at this argument and you're saying that does not disprove my God, you're just lying to yourself. You already know the truth.
It doesn't.
This has been, I'm elucidating the truth to you.
But,
because that creator category doesn't exist. The necessary being, whether it's a necessary being, though, in your view, or brute fact or infinite regress is totally irrelevant. But the necessary being that does exist is the universal quantum field. And every concept that you have necessarily of any possible world necessarily would reference that. And so this destroys you on many fronts.
Yeah, so I don't think like your the argument that you presented really disproves my position, because I could just like say that even if the universe did come from pre-existing stuff, then this would just mean that it came from a creator that was necessary. And
that's just special plating, though.
Why would it be? What?
Because of everything we just covered. We just covered 100% of your experience on creators.
Yeah, that's fine. So everything that we observe in reality.
So we just covered. Do not interrupt me when I'm talking to you. So we just covered 100% of your experience of stuff coming from stuff. We just covered 100% of your experience of creators being totally temporal and creating things through temporal processes. And you're saying that something came before this pre-existing stuff that would come, that this stuff that exists now would have come from, and that stuff probably would have, so on and so forth, right? Whatever that cycle actually looks like. You're saying that something separate, apart from that chain, started it. That is special pleading, according to the conversation we've just had and what you've just agreed to. That is a failure in your own reasoning processes, and you're failing to see that.
All right. I guess I could just, it's my turn to go because you've been talking for a while. So essentially, right? The universe coming out of pre-existing stuff, right? And like us observing something that came out of man-made stuff in the world, right? This would just mean that reality, well, everything that we observe in reality must be contingent, right? And infinite regress of contingent things would likely imply a metaphysical impossibility. And if it is a metaphysical impossibility, then there will have to be some type of
You would have to
explanation.
demonstrate vicious circularity. You can't just say it would imply
Yeah,
metaphysical.
I'll
you said it
explain.
was likely. You would have to demonstrate the vicious circularity in an infinite regressive energy.
Yeah, so as you said, when somebody's talking, don't cut them off. All right. So, what was I saying? So, a contingent, infinite regress of contingent possibility.
Viciously circular, and you were going to explain how.
Oh yeah. All right. So essentially, if there is an infinite sequence of contingent beings, right, then this will just mean that there is no type of, there will be no start for this. There will be no starting point for this, because an infinite amount of regress would just mean that there would be no starting point. If there is no starting point,
though.
Yeah. So if there is no starting point, then nothing would exist. And since if nothing would exist, then that would mean that that your argument.
Follow.
Yes, it would. I could explain it why. Do you want me to send you an argument for that?
I mean, you're welcome to, but that doesn't follow. What are you going to send me, the sniper analogy?
No.
You were going to send me the sniper analogy, weren't you?
No, that's not what I was going to do.
So let me demonstrate how whatever argument you're about to send me fails. So,
hold on, I'll mute real quick.
What? Oh, so the first part. Put your two fingers, your index finger and your middle finger out in front of you, and separate them like a peace sign, and move your finger from one end to the other. That first demonstration is you traversing infinity. The second demonstration, well, I guess not demonstration, but explanation that we're going to cover is going to be how it doesn't matter if there's an infinite regress. So the energy could have always existed, an infinite regress. If it's going, it would have just always existed, right? There's not, there's many theories of time, several theories of time, right? But like according to presentism, present would be the only thing that exists. So saying that there's a point in time other than now would be incoherent, right? So what you're saying right there alone would be incoherent to a presentist. But like if we're talking about another, just saying that the energy always exists, right? That there can't be nothing, right? That because nothing is seemingly incoherent concept, right? So something would have to exist. Whether that existence is infinite regress, brute factor, necessary being is irrelevant in my opinion. But you're saying that infinite regress is viciously circular because there's no starting point. But if it always existed and there's an infinite regress, that's the point of the infinite regress. You would have to show a way that the energy could not go back infinitely, right? Because you would be implying that there would be with your statement, you're implying that there would be something coming from nothing. That was your implication there, which would contradict what you agreed to in premise one. So that would, your response to my response to your claim of a viciously circular infinite regress would be special pleading once again, because that's contradicting the way that you actually see the world and believe about the world.
All right. I'm gonna need you to restate that. One of my parents was talking to me. That's why I muted. But I didn't want to cut you off because you know. Do you mind like restating that for me? Or,
Where did you lose
like,
me?
yeah. Well, what was the question I asked? I think the question was.
I'm wondering, because we've actually gone way over time, is it possible you could come back next month and talk with us some more on this? And perhaps you'll have had some time to refine the syllogism as well.
All right. Wait, can I present one more argument before I go? Or
yeah, sure. Just let's try to keep it brief, though.
Well,
all right.
I'll
just make this two premises.
He already knows his God doesn't exist based on the argument he accepted, right? He's just rejecting the truth at this point. I don't see what the point of him presenting another argument would be, given he's already given his position on reality. There's no takebacks, right? Because presenting another argument would just be taking back that he accepted this strong inductive argument.
Well, it seemed your argument doesn't disprove a God. Instead, it will just prove that contingent
beings. That's just special pleading.
Well, no, it's not. It's just proving that contingent beings are real, which I don't have a contention to. I agree to that.
So, Oogway, why don't we do this, Oogway? You can bring that next argument next time, the one that you want to bring, and maybe feel free to review your first one and change it if you want to make some improvements to it. And we'd be happy to talk with you next month. But I think like we've gone an hour and 12 minutes beyond the scheduled time to end here, and we do appreciate you coming on and humoring us and going through the arguments with us. Like I think this was quite well done today.
All right, thank you. You guys have an amazing day. All right.
Yeah, you too. Take care. Thank you very much.
You too. Thank you.
Yep.
You too. And for anybody who's listening, I confused the Leibnizian and the Gödelian argument stuff. Oppie's published a lot on the Gödelian argument. I don't know if he wrote much. I mean, he talks about all sorts of arguments, but so don't go looking and struggling to find Oppie's response to the Leibnizian because I had the two mixed up.
All right, thanks for that correction. I did see that in the chat. So today we had a longer than usual show for over 5 hours, almost 5 hours and 12 minutes it was. Thank you everybody for being here. Was there any final thoughts that anybody had before we end this? I do have one I wanted to share. Earlier it was asked what was an important discovery for humanity. Donald C., who was in our audience earlier, he put out that what I think was better than my answer. His answer was the scientific method is probably the best discovery or development that humankind has come up with. So I think
That's
that
a
was
pretty good one.
yeah, it's actually an epic
I would-
one, I would say.
I would
Go
I
ahead.
would nominate the sort of proto-scientific philosophy of Democritus as the sort of rediscovered starting point for modern science, because obviously it wasn't exactly the full methodology or philosophy of science that we have today, but it was the basic idea of experimentalism that we could infer, even when we can't use microscopes yet, that there must be some particles that all the things are composed of. And their basic idea that the world is composed of particles and that natural laws govern all the particles, and that by investigation we should be able to determine what the rules are and the types of particles and how they all compose, it was exactly right. And the fact that they guessed that and inferred that way before the instruments and the means to like do the modern experiments makes Democritus like one of the smartest people that ever lived.
Wow, that's actually a really profound one. Thank you for that, Ix. Amy, did you have any final thoughts? Maybe Amy stepped away. Did you have some final thoughts, Taco?
Yeah, they're all just special pleading, and I've been doing nonstop religious debates for like 3 years, 4 years, something like that now, and they're all just special pleading. They're special pleading, or they're misunderstanding science and or misrepresenting the science, right?
Yeah.
I don't think any of these people of sound mind actually believe what they're saying to us. Otangelo, that dude is smart. He knows so much about it. I think there's motivated reasoning going on there that's causing him to intentionally misunderstand and or misrepresent the science. Either there's paychecks going in his pocket to do this nonsense, or he's
I
got
would think
some
so.
like personal motivation, hoping that if this God is possibly real, doing this thing to try to get misrepresenting science to get people to believe in it is going to be sufficient to get him into heaven, or I don't know what's going on there. But there's so many people like that. I want a good argument. If there's anybody that watches this on any of the platforms that are posting it, I want a good argument. I've seen and I know you guys do too. We've seen cosmological arguments. We've seen everything under teleological arguments, anthropic principle argument, all sorts of crazy stuff, right? And it's all ends in special pleading. Can somebody please bring us an argument that isn't special pleading or
a video of a miracle? Because that would just save a lot of time, right? If any of the supernatural stuff happens, please record it. Please get enough independent observers to like validate it.
And no special effects.
Yeah. So, I mean, according to the Bible, this stuff was happening left and right. So it should be easy for someone to get some miracles on video.
Now, to be charitable, I think I'm going to assume that Otangelo is not being paid by some nefarious rich person to do all this stuff. I think he genuinely is keen about this and really means it. I think there's a genuine effort on his part there. So, Amy, did you have any final thoughts before we shut down?
Yes, I would like to present conclusive evidence that Otangelo actually works for the Institute of the Shroud of Turin.
Oh, and I think it's Otangelo. It's not
Otangelo.
Yeah, some people make that mistake. It gets around.
Yes, that's actually an institution that's coming soon, though, so he's not in it yet, but eventually the Shroud of Turin Institute. I'm just kidding, I'm sending love. But yes, I had a great time. I don't think it happened this week, Randolph, but I know next month we are going to get good evidence for a God. I appreciate all the theists that come by. I still think that I am sticking right now with the natural model that comes from us not being created. And I find that we always get into very messy arguments with a lot of different apologists, but it always seems to be highly technical subjects that I appreciate. I think a lot of the skeptics enjoy getting their teeth into, but ultimately the reason why they believe is faith. They believe it because they've had some sort of connection with a deity, and to that I don't think we can share. But I just want to thank Ix, and I want to thank everyone on Randolph Richardson and Tacos. You guys should all be liking, following, and subscribing, and I love you guys. And yeah, we'll see you next week.
Thank you, Amy. And one point you had made, Deconverted Man actually was asking in our YouTube audience today if there's a has anybody proven it yet? And I said no, not so far, but people keep trying. So yeah. So with that, we are concluding the show. I see more people want to talk with us, but we just don't have. We've run out of the time here, so we can do this next month. You can find our schedule on our website at www.theisthelpline.com, where you will also in the About section find all the links for all the hosts on the show. Taco, thank you for organizing this. Also, our sponsors, the Politics Discord. They are at www.discord.gg/politics, and they provide this wonderful stage with this wonderful audience for us, so we really appreciate everybody tuning in. Also, Canadian Atheists, my organization is organizing the YouTube side of things for this show and providing the website. So thank you very much to everybody for being here. Really appreciate it. Oh, and Canadian Atheists, you can find it at www.canadianatheists.ca. Again, the Theist Helpline website is at www.theisthelpline.com. Have a wonderful day, everybody. Take care.
Bye.
Bye.
Follow everyone on YouTube.
And it was great to have Planet Peterson on as our new member.
Yeah.
Really cool.
Sending love to him too, and everybody.
Oh yeah.
You guys ready
Okay.
to close this out?
Take care. Thanks.
Have a good month, everyone. See you soon.